Konoha Village, Route Base. Akihara Kagura led the route members to escort the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, back to the Mist Village. After handing over the mission to Saruto by Hiruzen, he spent most of his time at the route base. Besides that, the mission involving Uchiha Itachi joining the Akatsuki organization has also been concluded. System Prompt assisted Uchiha Abido in instigating the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha village, forcing Uchiha Itachi to defect and join the Akatsuki organization. Mission completed. Reward: Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique, B-Rank Fire Release Jutsu, expels several massive dragon-shaped flames, very powerful. System Prompt safely escorted the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, back to the Mist Village. Mission completed. Reward: Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique, B-Rank Water Release Jutsu, by simplifying hand seals from Rat Dragon Rabbit Tiger, can quickly gather surrounding water to unleash a water dragon composed of water flows. This technique is quite good, mainly because it doesn't require many hand seals. Akihara Kagura had once witnessed Zabuza Mamachi using the Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The hand seals were dazzlingly fast, but the released water release jutsu wasn't particularly strong, of course. Since acquiring the Rinnegan Temporary, Akihara Kagura has mastered 6 types of chakra nature transformations and can simplify the hand seals for ninjutsu. During this time, Akihara Kagura has been using his limited Tsukuyomi world to train the surviving Uchiha clansmen, carefully selecting 12 individuals from them. These individuals are about the same age as Akihara Kagura and have awakened the 3 Tamo Sharingan in the limited Tsukuyomi world, and through Hashirama cell transplantation experiments, they awakened wood release. However, the strength of the wood release awakened by these surviving Uchiha wasn't as satisfactory as hoped. Now, Akihara Kagura needs to find a way to settle these individuals. To settle them, a way must be found to make Shimura Danzo take the blame, as Danzo certainly wouldn't be willing to do so willingly. Just then, at that moment, Yakashi Kabuto returned to Konoha village. When Yakashi Kabuto met Akihara Kagura, the first thing he wanted was to teach the Edo Tensei technique he had recorded to Akihara Kagura. I've obtained the Edo Tensei technique, but this technique might still need some refinement. You refine it first. Akihara Kagura wasn't in a hurry to learn, because in its incomplete state, Edo Tensei is very likely to go out of the caster's control, and the resurrected dead might not reach the expected strength level. This is partly because the sacrifices required for Edo Tensei aren't quite suitable, and also because the technique's completeness isn't high enough. Undoubtedly, Yakashi Kabuto is a genius capable of perfecting the Edo Tensei technique. There's another piece of news. Yakashi Kabuto mentioned the person he was most concerned about previously. Orochimaru told me that Danzo might still have some tricks up his sleeve and told me to contact Danzo. I understand. Akihara Kagura was more curious about something else. Where is Lord Orochimaru? The Akatsuki organization actually drove Lord Orochimaru out. Is he now homeless? Orochimaru has gone to the land of rice fields. Yakashi Kabuto mentioned Orochimaru's whereabouts, adding, Orochimaru intends to spend a fortune to bribe the daimyo of the land of rice fields, so as to establish his own ninja village in the land of rice fields, seeking a true place to belong, secretly recruiting young talented ninja. He also intends to usurp your body. When Kabuto said this, he pushed up his glasses and stated, I will find another opportunity to return to his side, continue to learn his knowledge, and must also eliminate this hidden danger in the future. Kabuto, you're too extreme. Akihara Kagura shook his head, feeling Yakashi Kabuto was a bit extreme. Since Lord Orochimaru already knows about the breakdown of our relationship, yet he still wants to usurp my body, let him find an opportunity to try. If he doesn't try, how can that guy experience despair? Yakashi Kabuto felt that his idea of eliminating Orochimaru was much gentler than Akihara Kagura's attitude towards Orochimaru, shaking his head and saying, But there is also good news. At least Orochimaru knows our relationship has also broken down. He should not harm the dean anymore. Looking at Akihara Kagura, Kabuto continued, So now we only have one thing to do, which is to find a way to deal with Shimura Danzo, to find a way to kill him. How can you be even more extreme than me? Akihara Kagura frowned, very much disagreeing with Yakashi Kabuto's opinion, and put forward his own idea. Once Shimura Danzo is killed, the third Hokage will definitely suspect us. Those who have grudges against Danzo first, this kind of retaliatory method will inevitably affect us first. While Akihara Kagura was speaking, he gently clenched his fist. I have thought about it. Danzo is wholeheartedly for the sake of Konoha, so let him feel what it is like to be abandoned by Konoha. Let him become a rogue ninja of Konoha. Yakashi Kabuto was silent for a while. Although Akihara Kagura's method sounds somewhat merciful, Yakashi Kabuto still felt that his idea of killing Shimura Danzo was gentler. Shimura Danzo is almost 70 years old. He was even once the advisor to the Hokage of Konoha village. No matter how you look at it, he is a high-ranking member of Konoha, and yet he has to be forced to defect from Konoha. I think. Yakashi Kabuto looked at Akihara Kagura, who was very confident, and cautiously asked, compared to becoming a rogue ninja, Danzo might prefer to choose suicide, right? Isn't that great? Akihara Kagura spread his palms, continuing, if Danzo defects, then his matter will definitely have nothing to do with us. If Danzo commits suicide, then his matter will definitely have even less to do with us. In any case, we won't be involved. This, Yakashi Kabuto's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. That seems to be a bit off, doesn't it? Lord Kagura. A member of the Ambu came to the root base, conveying an order from Sarutobi Hiruzen to Akihara Kagura. The Hokage orders you to rush to the Hokage's office immediately. I'll go right away. Akihara Kagura dismissed this Ambu member with a wave of his hand. All right, then I'll go to the Hokage's office for a meeting first. Akihara Kagura adjusted his ninja forehead protector and instructed Yakashi Kabuto. There are some accounts from the root that I can't quite understand. You happen to help me with the budgeting and also bring back this month's funds for the Konoha orphanage. I won't make Yamanaka-fu run an extra trip for this. I understand, Kabuto sighed somewhat helplessly. Konoha village, inside the Hokage building. When Akihara Kagura arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the two Hokage advisors had already been there, with all three showing a somewhat solemn expression. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, has committed suicide, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced, delivering a piece of news that was somewhat expected. Akihara Kagura had anticipated this as well. Yagura had long harbored thoughts of suicide, and the blood mist policy enacted during his control by Uchiha Abaido had led to severe losses within the Mist Village. If it weren't for Konoha insisting on bringing him over as a guest for a while, he likely would have committed suicide earlier. Konoha's S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi, and an S-rank rogue ninja from the Mist Village, Mamachi Zabuza, infiltrated the Land of Water and battled Yagura. During the battle, Zabuza was killed by the Mizukage, and Uchiha Itachi once again used his Mangekyo Sharingan to control Yagura. Then, after that, the Mizukage chose to commit suicide. The Mist Village hopes to form a joint pursuit ninja team with Konoha to chase after Uchiha Abaido and Uchiha Itachi, the two S-rank rogue ninjas from Konoha, and the S-rank rogue ninja from the Mist Village, Hoshigaki Kisame. I actually agree with this idea. Regardless, the threat posed by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Abaido is too significant. Someone must track their whereabouts to prevent them from bringing further disaster to the ninja world. After Sarutobi Hiruzen raised this issue, his gaze shifted to Akihara Kagura and quickly moved away, as if he was afraid that Kagura might take on this mission voluntarily. However, Kagura absolutely cannot leave Konoha. Finding a suitable candidate will not be easy. Konoha had pursued the rogue ninja Uchiha Abaido for some time. At that time, the main members were Hadate Kakashi, Akihara Kagura, and Uchiha Itachi. Due to Kagura's actions, they nearly triggered the Fourth Great Ninja War. This is actually very dangerous. Akihara Kagura frowned, expressing his opinion. Whether it's Uchiha Abaido or Uchiha Itachi, both possess the Uchiha clan's top-tier Kekkei Genkai, the Mangekyo Sharingan. The wielders of the Mangekyo Sharingan have strange abilities, and even I cannot guarantee victory over them. The Mist Village might not have someone who can match them. To be honest, Akihara Kagura wanted to recommend Lord Danzo, but recommending Lord Danzo at this time might inevitably seem like sending him to his death. It's true, Koharu Yudate nodded, sighing. The Mist Village's eagerness for revenge is understandable, but sending innocent people is essentially sending them to their deaths. I plan to send Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested a candidate, continuing, Kakashi has always wanted to track down Uchiha Abaido's whereabouts. Moreover, he was once the leader of Uchiha Itachi's Ambu unit and has a certain understanding of Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually had this idea for a while because Uchiha Itachi was a spy for Konoha and would definitely not harm Hadate Kakashi. He might even provide Kakashi with secret information. I can go with Kakashi. The solution proposed by Akihara Kagura was immediately rejected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. No, that's not possible. Holding a smoking pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen made his decision unilaterally. I have already decided on this matter. Hamura Mitakado glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and frowned, saying, "If that's the case, won't the number of operatives in the Ambu decrease? Konoha has just gone through a turmoil. We can reallocate personnel from the route." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Akihara Kagura beside him. "I don't really have any objection." Akihara Kagura nodded, indicating no particular objections, and took the opportunity to apply some ointment to the conversation and introduce a topic. "But I don't know if Lord Danzo would have any opinions. The members of the route are more accustomed to working under Lord Danzo's leadership. After all, Lord Danzo is the founder of the route. How about involving Danzo as well?" Hamura Mitakado shared his thoughts, suggesting proactively, "Since we don't want to continue giving Danzo power within the village, why not let him pursue the rogue ninja? The ninjas of the route are his old subordinates and will surely follow his commands." Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into an abrupt silence. Normally, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't want Shimura Danzo to regain power and cause trouble, yet this situation seemed quite suitable for Shimura Danzo. Firstly, this matter deals with affairs outside the village. Secondly, Shimura Danzo knows that Uchiha Itachi is Konoha's spy. Moreover, hearing Akihara Kagura talk about the route, it seems the ninjas of the route have always been disobedient, yet they would follow Shimura Danzo's orders. "I'll think about it." Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to put this matter on hold. "Could it be like this?" Akihara Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, sharing his idea. "Once the joint pursuit ninja force between Konoha and Mist Village is established, there will definitely be a shortage of personnel. The route is essentially a training ground for the Ambu, so why not supplement the Ambu with a batch of ninjas from the route? Actually, those guys don't really listen to my commands either. Some of them are much older than me, only willing to follow Lord Danzo's commands." This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Indeed, many from the route had been thoroughly brainwashed and controlled by Shimura Danzo over the years, becoming his loyal followers, keen on serving Shimura Danzo even if the persuasion from the mountains couldn't convert them. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's indifference, Akihara Kagura resorted to his trump card. "Sometimes I think about simply killing them off since they're of no use anyway." "Don't be so extreme." Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly stopped Akihara Kagura, saying sternly, "You select a batch of personnel to send to the Ambu." At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly flashed. But then, wouldn't the route be short of personnel? Akihara Kagura finally realized the difficulty of dealing with this hawkage, whispering, "The route has its purpose. I am still young. I can slowly select some youngsters to train or those who want to protect Konoha in the shadows." Taking the opportunity, Akihara Kagura planted a seed. Before Lord Danzo retired, he left a group of children in the route being trained in extreme ways. I have sent some of these children to the orphanage and plan to gradually train some of the talented ones. The conspiracy lingering over the village hidden in the leaves has not yet dissipated. Once hidden in the darkness of the Konoha, Shimura Danzo, the mastermind behind many conspiracies, has become the center of an impending conspiracy. As the planner of this conspiracy, Akihara Kagura naturally did not simply want to lure Shimura Danzo out of hiding, but rather took the opportunity to stir up the ninja world to prevent it from becoming too peaceful. Firstly, if Shimura Danzo and the people from the Mist Village form a pursuit squad to chase after Uchiha Abaido and Uchiha Itachi, the Akatsuki organization will definitely notice. Even though the Akatsuki is powerful, they wouldn't dare to attack these pursuit squads rashly before their real plan is implemented, as this would immediately bring about retaliation from the two great ninja villages. At this time, Akihara Kagura becomes useful, able to take on a mission from the Akatsuki's higher-ups to help them deal with the pursuit squads. Secondly, taking advantage of Shimura Danzo's departure from the Konoha, Kagura creates accusations against Danzo of conducting illegal human experiments and stealing the Sharingan, using his informational advantage to cut off Danzo's communication with the Konoha's higher-ups, forcing Danzo to defect. As a former advisor to the hawkage, positioned above tens of thousands, Shimura Danzo's defection would undoubtedly cause a great shock, bringing significant trouble to the Konoha. This will definitely become a major concern for Sarutobi Hiruzen. The greater the troubles of the superiors, the more the subordinates' roles are appreciated. Lastly, Akihara Kagura can also use this opportunity to eliminate members from the route who are not loyal to him, and then secretly whitewash the surviving Uchiha he saves, thereby further controlling the route. By doing so, Akihara might even be able to go further in the future by establishing a training and placement model for the root and the Anbu, quietly eroding the Anbu to see if he can control Konoha's strongest military organization during peacetime. With one stone, at least 3 birds are hit. Why not throw this stone? As for the price, it's just making Danzo a rogue ninja. It's not like making Shimura Danzo commit suicide. Turning Danzo into a rogue ninja only damages a bit of his reputation. Shimura Danzo, this former superior, always liked to say that a ninja must sacrifice themselves, so letting him sacrifice a bit isn't a big deal, especially since Danzo is not a good person. Besides, Shimura Danzo has enemies all over the ninja world, and in the eyes of the major ninja villages and powerhouses, he has long been infamous, with hardly any reputation left to lose. This isn't exactly right. Strictly speaking, this situation is actually very beneficial for Shimura Danzo initially. Ever since the Uchiha clan incident was resolved and Danzo was dismissed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he has always been thinking about returning to a position of power within the Konoha. Now, this provides him with a great opportunity, allowing Shimura Danzo to come out of retirement to participate in forming a joint pursuit squad with the Mist and Konoha benefits everyone, so this action should be taken, and the sooner the better, at the Root's headquarters. After leaving the Hawkage building, Akihara sees Yakashi Kabuto still in the office earnestly helping with the budget and gives him a bit of guidance. Add a zero! Add a zero! Kabuto looks at Kagura with some confusion. That's right. After Kagura finished speaking, he added an extra 0 under the budget total for Yakashi Kabuto, causing Kabuto to immediately break out in a cold sweat. It seemed like just an extra 0. In reality, it overturned a morning's worth of Yakashi Kabuto's work. After finishing the work under Akihara Kagura's guidance, the discussion turned to the issue discussed today at the Hawkage Tower. The Mist Village proposed to form a joint pursuit ninja force with Konoha to track and investigate the information about Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obaido. Shimura Danzo is likely to go. Oh, Yakashi Kabuto frowned and said softly, "In that case, is Danzo going to regain control again? Will he threaten you?" "Let him be." Akihara Kagura shook his head and continued leisurely, "We don't need to worry at all. Shimura Danzo will soon get this news. Although he is no longer in the Hawkage Tower, both Hawkage advisors are his friends, and he will definitely be able to probe some information. The most important thing is, this time the third Hawkage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was also interested. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that Shimura Danzo was more suitable to be a member of the Mist Pursuit Ninja Force than Hideki Kakashi, mainly because Shimura Danzo knew of Uchiha Itachi's spy identity. Of course, Hideki Kakashi was not without merit. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well about the ninjas from Konoha, even if they became rogue ninjas, they might not be willing to completely sever their past ties. If Hideki Kakashi went to track Uchiha Obaido and Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obaido was Hideki Kakashi's former teammate, and Uchiha Itachi was a hidden spy of Konoha and also a former subordinate of Hideki Kakashi. These two candidates, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely consider them carefully. At Shimura Danzo's home, Shimura Danzo, the elder striving to return to power, had no choice but to stay at home, tending to his garden and drinking tea, even though there were some ninjas still loyal to him, but limited by the new leader's dominance, they dared not visit him. Fortunately, Shimura Danzo still had some friends. With more free time, Shimura Danzo would occasionally invite Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, two influential Hawkage advisors, to contact him and through them get a bit of news and seek an opportunity for his comeback. Just then, Hamura Mitokado brought some good news. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, after being controlled by Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan again, chose to commit suicide upon returning to the village. Mist Village hopes to form a joint pursuit ninja force with Konoha to jointly investigate the information about Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obaido. I recommended you to Hiruzen. Oh, Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed, and he quickly lowered his head, pretending to be indifferent. The monkey surely didn't agree. He's still holding a grudge against me for acting independently in the matter of the Uchiha clan, even though I was also considering Konoha and didn't want him to make a tough decision. Yes, after nodding, Hamura Mitokado continued, Akihara Kagura, that young guy, also strongly supports your comeback, even planning to hand over some of the ninjas who are still loyal to you within the root. Danzo, it seems your influence is still significant. HMPH, that brat. Shimura Danzo still disdained Akihara Kagura, coldly saying, "The brat has always been eyeing my position, eager to reform the root, but completely misunderstanding the significance of the root's existence within Konoha. Now he's come running back to me after hitting a wall. That is the root that was built over decades of hard work. How could the root's ninjas truly be loyal to him?" Shimura Danzo was very familiar with some underhanded tactics and did not hesitate to maliciously speculate about Akihara Kagura, certain that the kid still wanted to use the opportunity to kick out members of the root. After all, behind him was the Konoha orphanage, capable of selecting reserve forces from the orphanage. However, this matter was beneficial for Danzo, because this time would be an opportunity for his comeback. As long as he could make a comeback, he might have the chance to regain power in the future. Unfortunately, after taking a sip of tea, Shimura Danzo slowly put it down and sighed, "This year I am already over 60 years old. The dream of a ninja should be to die on the battlefield, not at home." "I understand what you mean." Hamura Mitakado looked at his old friend and said earnestly, "If you want to join the joint pursuit ninja force organized by Mist Village and Konoha, I can fully recommend you in front of Hiruzen. Your experience and qualifications are enough to serve as the captain of this pursuit ninja force. If it's the young Kakashi representing Konoha, and Mist Village sends someone with more qualifications, perhaps the captaincy of this pursuit ninja force might fall to a Mist Village ninja. If it's you, no one is more suitable than you to be the captain." This was also the reason Hamura Mitakado was willing to recommend Shimura Danzo. Although Sarutobi Hijon considered Hadate Kakashi also suitable, in the eyes of Hamura Mitakado and Koharu Udatain, Hadate Kakashi was ultimately too young. If Mist Village sent a more qualified candidate when the two villages discuss future leadership, this joint pursuit ninja force might be led by Mist Village. In that case, Mist Village ninja leading this pursuit ninja force would surely prioritize the interests of Mist Village, inevitably harming the interests of Konoha. Koharu Udatain and Hamura Mitakado, as consulting elders, always prioritize the interests of Konoha and do not want to see such a scenario happen. Just right, they also have a suitable candidate. They are old friends of Shimura Danzo, knowing well that their old friend is not content with obscurity. They simply took the opportunity to recommend him, also allowing Shimura Danzo the chance to return to the upper echelon. During this time, Sarutobi Hijon always thought that the ninja clans in the village would be dissatisfied with Shimura Danzo, allowing Shimura Danzo to take this opportunity to go out on missions and hide away. In fact, when the entire upper echelon of Konoha is united, things are still easy to accomplish, and Sarutobi Hijon is somewhat moved by Hamura Mitakado's persuasion, plus Akihara Kagura has no objections, even willing to provide support. No matter how you look at it, this matter is beneficial for Konoha. Shimura Danzo taking control of this joint pursuit ninja force is indeed more suitable than a Mist Village ninja serving as the captain of the pursuit ninja force, especially since among those they are pursuing includes a Konoha spy. At least Shimura Danzo serving as the captain of the pursuit ninja force would not cause harm by mistake. Then let Danzo represent Konoha. Sarutobi Hijon finally made a decisive decision and turned to look at Akihara Kagura. "Kagura, draw a group of ninjas from the root to serve as members of the joint pursuit ninja force." "Yes." Akihara Kagura had no objections and continued to suggest the impossible. "If needed, I can also join the pursuit ninja force." "No." Sarutobi Hijon rejected Akihara Kagura's idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to send Shimura Danzo on a mission to prevent him from staying in the village, continuing to act under the guise of the founder of the root and having further contact with Akihara Kagura. Root headquarters. Akihara Kagura summoned his 2 personal guards. During this time, Yamanaka Fu has been using the root's machinery to help Akihara Kagura attempt to free the root ninjas from Shimura Danzo's brainwashing control. However, besides the machinery, the ninjas of the root are more accustomed to being loyal to Danzo. Yamanaka Fu worried whether his work efficiency was not high enough, making Akihara Kagura, his superior, somewhat dissatisfied, or whether he doubted his loyalty to Shimura Danzo. "I am pondering a question." Akihara Kagura looked at Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torun, quietly asking, "If Lord Danzo betrays the root and the village to regain power, would you continue to be loyal to him?" "Of course, Lord Kagura." Aburame Torun kneeled on one knee on the ground. The people of the Aburame clan have always been smart. Even though their presence is low-key, they never stray on important matters. Yamanaka Fu quickly followed suit next to Aburame Torun. Although Yamanaka Fu is older than Aburame Torun, he knows the wisdom of Torun. The Yamanaka clan has always made it a point to maintain good relations with intelligent people. I did not ask you whether you are loyal to me. Akihara Kagura clasped his hands together, deeply looked at Aburame Torun. Torun, is there something wrong with your answer? Loyalty to Lord Kagura is loyalty to the root and the village. Aburame Torun did not deny his mistake, nor did he admit it. What about Lord Danzo? Akihara Kagura pressed further. Loyalty to Lord Kagura is loyalty to Lord Danzo. The words spoken by Aburame Torun did not seem to match his age at all, showing no signs of being uneducated. I feel the same way, Yamanaka Fu quickly followed up. Smart people always do smart things together. Akihara Kagura's mouth slightly smiled, complimenting his two subordinates, and spoke of serious matters. The Mist Village and Konoha are about to form a joint pursuit ninja force to chase after Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Abaido. Lord Danzo has been confirmed as Konoha's representative. He will draw a group of people from the root. That time, there will be many ninjas loyal to Lord Danzo who will choose to follow him. Aburame Torun, looking down and not at Akihara Kagura, took the initiative to say, Lord Kagura, do we need to kill those people? Torun, you are too extreme. Akihara Kagura shook his head, feeling that his subordinate was too extreme. In the future, you can be more gentle. At that time, you and Fu follow them, choosing to follow Lord Danzo. Help me monitor every move of Lord Danzo. With your strength, you will surely become close to Lord Danzo, even influence his decisions. Anyway, you have already learned how to undo the curse of tongue binding, so make up some other false curse. Yes, Aburame Torun nodded in agreement. As a smart person, Aburame Torun wouldn't ask why. It's normal for Akihara Kagura to have reservations about his old superior, Shimura Danzo, and to have him follow Danzo to monitor him. Yes! Yamanaka Fu quickly nodded in agreement. Considering himself not smart enough, Yamanaka Fu thought it was best to follow the lead of smart people without asking questions. I will send someone to contact you. Akihara Kagura gestured for them to leave. Oi, follow them from now on. Akihara Kagura quietly summoned White Zetsu Oi, instructing, if they show any signs of betrayal, tell me. If they don't, secretly protect their safety, conveniently monitor Shimura Danzo as well. I understand. White Zetsu Oi nodded, continuing, should we inform Abaido about the joint pursuit ninja force being formed by Konoha and the Mist Village, so he doesn't suspect us? Of course we should. Akihara Kagura's eyes darkened slightly, sighing lightly. Although Abaido hasn't been very good to us, he is still our superior. Shimura Danzo was highly efficient. After Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned him the task, Danzo immediately felt spirited and rushed to the root's base, demanding Akihara Kagura to transfer all root ninjas under his command. Lord Danzo, Akihara Kagura, displeased, frowned and said, this does not align with the outcomes of the Hawkage Tower meeting. I can only hand over a group of people to you. How about this? Looking at Shimura Danzo, Akihara Kagura took the initiative and suggested, as long as there are those willing to follow you, why not let them become your subordinates? Oh, Shimura Danzo, squinting his eyes and staring at Akihara Kagura, agreed nonchalantly. A brat who has not yet grown up cannot possess the charisma of a leader. I had intended to leave you some dignity, but later, try not to feel too humiliated. As expected. Just as Shimura Danzo had anticipated, Akihara Kagura summoned all root ninjas, letting them choose whether to stay with the root or join Shimura Danzo's command. Shimura Danzo's influence within the root still prevailed, and most ninjas chose to join him, which greatly pleased him. Yamanaka Fu! Akihara Kagura turned back to look at Yamanaka Fu behind him and asked, if I remember correctly, I had always tasked you with freeing Lord Danzo's control over the root ninjas. What exactly happened? Akihara Kagura looked deeply at Shimura Danzo and then at Yamanaka Fu. Yamanaka Fu, during this time you actually did nothing right. I'm sorry. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Yamanaka Fu's forehead. Yamanaka Fu felt that his brain wasn't quite up to task. It's still because everyone prefers to be loyal to Lord Danzo, isn't it? Aburame Torun volunteered to answer for Yamanaka Fu and asked softly, Lord Kagura, according to your agreement with Lord Danzo, can I and Fu also choose to join Lord Danzo's command? You want to join Lord Danzo's command too? Akihara Kagura's brow furrowed. Slowly extending his palm, a wooden spike emerged from his hand, seemingly with a hint of murderous intent. Torun, you are my personal guards. You should understand what being a personal guard means, right? They are also ninjas of the root. Shimura Danzo stood up, patted Akihara Kagura on the shoulder, signaling him to withdraw his murderous intent towards Aburem Torun. Don't be so extreme. According to our agreement, Torun and Fu should also be reassigned under my command. From today onwards, Shimura Danzo looked towards Yamanaka Fu and Aburem Torun, taking them under his wing and resolving their conflict with Akihara Kagura. Fu, Torun, you two are my personal guards now. After Shimura Danzo finished speaking, he coldly snorted. Kagura, I have already told you not to attempt any reforms within the root. Just because you became the head of the root does not mean you can replace the will I have established within it. Akihara Kagura surveyed everyone present, as if suppressing his anger. Forget it, I wanted to give you a chance to start over, but since you still wish to follow Danzo to become ghosts, then by all means go ahead, I don't need you anymore. Let's go. Shimura Danzo waved his hand, leading a group of people away in a majestic procession. After Shimura Danzo left, a figure emerged from the shadows behind Akihara Kagura, revealing itself to be Tendo Shisui, one of the 6 Paths puppets. Akihara Kagura had always hidden Shisui in the shadows, making him readily available to be summoned. This puppet, Shisui, was indeed the de facto leader of the surviving Uchiha clan members. Do you need me to do anything? Let's wait for now. Akihara Kagura slightly turned his head and waved his hand, saying, We should at least wait until Lord Danzo has left the Konoha village before we make our move. The formation of the Joint Pursuit Ninja Force was swift. The Mist Village harbored greater hatred towards Uchiha Obaido and Uchiha Itachi, and upon learning that the Konoha village had agreed to this matter, they immediately sent their envoys and representatives. Hazuki Mengetsu. He was the most capable candidate from the Mist Village. Even Hazuki Mengetsu and Akihara Kagura were of the same age. Despite his young age, Hazuki Mengetsu was a prodigy highly praised from a young age in the Mist Village. Born into the family of the second Mizukage, Hazuki Genjutsu, he mastered an extremely powerful water transformation technique and was also one of the new generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Since the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, committed suicide, the power in the Mist Village was transferred to the hands of the elder Genka. However, the Mist Village could not be without a Mizukage forever. Seizing this opportunity, Genkai sent Hazuki Mengetsu as the representative of the Mist Village to form a pursuit team, genuinely hoping that Hazuki Mengetsu could capture Uchiha Obaido and Uchiha Itachi, who had caused significant losses to the Mist Village. This would win the respect of the proud ninjas of the Mist Village for Hazuki Mengetsu, positioning him to succeed the Mizukage. The position of the next Mizukage candidate indeed held a high status, yet the representative sent by the Konoha village was the older generation ninja, Shimura Danzo, who had even served as an advisor to the Hokage of the Konoha village. Moreover, the Konoha village's strength was far greater than that of the Mist Village. Clearly, Shimura Danzo was the most suitable team leader. Hazuki Mengetsu was somewhat dissatisfied with this and raised his objection, revealing his sharp teeth as he spoke. Can't the Konoha send more powerful ninjas? The Mist Village wants to join forces with the Konoha to pursue Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obaido, hoping that the Konoha would send powerful ninjas. I thought Konoha would send your would-release ninjas. If the combat personnel sent by the Konoha were not Akihara Kagura, could this pursuit team really capture Uchiha Obaido and Uchiha Itachi? Not Akihara Kagura. Couldn't they send more powerful ninjas? At least someone of the caliber of Hajime Kakashi would do. Sending them an old man to act as the captain of the pursuit team, isn't that a bit unreliable? The Mist Village had other ideas. Sending the 13 or 14-year-old Hazuki Mengetsu as the representative of the Mist Ninja team, because he was the same age as Akihara Kagura, hoping that the two peers could interact more, thereby maintaining a friendly relationship between the Konoha and Mist villages in the future. Who would have thought the Konoha would send Shimura Danzo, this old fool? Shimura Danzo couldn't help but grip his cane tighter. This little brat from the Mist Village dared to mock him like this. Although Shimura Danzo knew his strength was not strong enough, couldn't he be given a chance? After all, he wasn't without his uses. With just a little effort, Uchiha Itachi would voluntarily offer his help. If it were Akihara Kagura, that kid, he would simply kill Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obaido outright. Besides, does Akihara Kagura know how to act for the sake of Konoha? Shimura Danzo squinted his eyes at Hazuki Mengetsu, deducing from Mengetsu's age alone that he must be a genius ninja from the Mist Village. He immediately planned to find an opportunity to secretly eliminate Hazuki Mengetsu after the operation began in order to weaken the future strength of the Mist Village. Only by weakening the Mist Village would they respect the alliance with Konoha more in the future. Such a method of acting for the sake of Konoha. Could Akihara Kagura, that brat, have thought of it? After all, it's a joint operation between two villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Shimura Danzo, finding an excuse for his old friend. Danzo has once served as an advisor to the Hokage. His experience in action is much richer than Kagura's, and Kagura is my assistant. I'm getting older, and many of Konoha's public affairs still depend on him. The most important thing is, if Akihara Kagura participates in the pursuit of Uchiha Abido, his way of doing things is too likely to provoke a great ninja war. Hazuki Mengetsu was not very satisfied but could not interfere with Konoha's decision. After all, the representative sent by Konoha was a high-ranking official, and he could only agree. After this pursuit ninja troop was assembled, there were about 11 teams and more than 40 people in total, all of whom were elite ninja of Chunin rank or above. Shimura Danzo did not plan to stay either. He left Konoha with a group of people and searched all over the ninja world to capture the 3S rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Abido, Uchiha Itachi, and Kisame Hashigaki. Let's go back! After seeing off Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen also breathed a sigh of relief. Now he no longer had to worry about Danzo causing any trouble in the village. It's a pity. The situation was far from as simple as Sarutobi Hiruzen thought. At the root's base, 12 people stood in front of Akihara Kagura. These people, with an average age of only 15 or 16, all wore an animal mask, revealing a pair of crimson eyes through the mask holes, and their bodies appeared to be exceptionally strong. Because they all had transplanted Hashirama cells, some people even had white Hashirama faces on their chests or shoulders. These 12 individuals were selected by Akihara Kagura from the survivors of the Uchiha clan, and their first mission was to infiltrate Shimura Danzo's residence. From today on, everyone is not allowed to deactivate their Sharingan. During this time, you must hide in Shimura Danzo's house, find Shimura Danzo's basement or any place where you can hide, and avoid being detected by anyone. Shisui will assist you in the shadows. If you encounter any difficulties, you can go to Shisui for help. Absolutely no one is allowed to appear on their own. When the day comes that you can appear, I will have Shisui notify you. Don't forget. Akihara Kagura looked at the group of masked subordinates in front of him and continued. The deceased clan members are still hoping for your revenge in the underworld, and the living clan members are still waiting in my genjutsu world of Tsukiyomi, waiting for you to carve out a path of survival for them in the real world. Yes, these Uchiha were taught by Shisui to be quite obedient. The mission of surviving in the world was carried by these 12 people on their shoulders. They absolutely could not act recklessly. Go! Akihara Kagura waved his hand. The group of Uchiha rushed out towards the exterior of the root base. Since all the root ninjas have left, Akihara Kagura also made all the other personnel of the root leave, leaving the entire root base empty. Akihara Kagura then released a group of Uchiha men, women, and children, all wearing masks to act as the logistics personnel for the root base. The surviving Uchiha had only two purposes. The first purpose was, naturally, to seek revenge against Uchiha Itachi and Shimura Danzo. The second purpose was the future inheritance of the Uchiha clan. This root base, always isolated from the village of Konoha and almost never visited by anyone, thus became the dwelling place for this group of Uchiha. Time flew by. Shimura Danzo was still searching for the traces of rogue ninjas outside. Konoha did not miss Danzo at all. Akihara Kagura's days were somewhat tedious and boring. Except for the usual meetings at the Hokage building, the rest of his time was spent visiting Karin and Naruto and also continuing his own physical training. During this time, it was not without good news. For example, under the tutelage of Mitarashi Anko, Karin had to graduate early to join the root, but she also successfully gained the approval of her teachers, and the teachers of the Ninja Academy would help her apply for early graduation. Konoha entered a period of peace. However, this peace seemed particularly false amidst the undercurrents swirling through the ninja world, and Akihara Kagura must do everything possible to enhance his combat power, with physical training being of utmost importance. To be honest, the physical techniques of Konoha's Jonin were generally good. Especially a Jonin renowned for his physical techniques, not only was his strength formidable, but his combat experience in physical techniques was also abundant. Surely he could teach Akihara Kagura a lot. However, now was not the time for them to meet. Inside a training ground in the village of Konoha, two figures were fighting fiercely in this training ground, using only physical techniques to duel until Akihara Kagura ended the battle by sending his opponent flying with a punch. Physical techniques are improving faster and faster. Shisui's body slowly floated and stopped beside Akihara Kagura. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, Shisui had almost polished his physical techniques, swordsmanship, genjutsu, and shuriken throwing to a considerable excellence, making him the perfect sparring partner for Akihara Kagura. "How long has Danzo been gone?" Akihara Kagura ignored Shisui's praise and asked casually. "Almost 2 months now." Shisui immediately gave the answer. 2 months, time really flies. Akihara Kagura wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered, "Forget it, the person I'm concerned about has already returned to Konoha. Let him discover the secrets in Danzo's house. If he discovers Danzo's secrets, he probably won't delve into more details." "Right." After saying this, Akihara Kagura added another instruction. "Be careful, send at least a squad of people. One person is not an opponent for that person." "Just right. I will be busy with something tomorrow." The Ninja Academy has submitted Karin's application for early graduation. Akihara Kagura gave his own reason in a soft voice. "Tomorrow morning, I will review Karin's graduation application with the third Hokage. In the evening, Kakashi, Naruto, and I, along with Enko, have planned to celebrate Karin's passing the graduation exam by going to a barbecue restaurant. Then just set the action to start when I go to the barbecue. It won't raise any suspicions." Morning, in the meeting room of the Hokage Tower. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the center, with Akihara Kagura by his side, and the 2 Hokage advisors, the elders, seated on either side of them. This was the current leadership of the Konoha village. "A student in the class, Karin, wants to apply for early graduation." Yumino Uruka stood in front of them, reporting on the situation of the outstanding students in the class. "According to our assessment, Karin has self-taught the triple technique and has achieved excellent grades. There are no teachers in the school who can further her knowledge." "That child!" Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, looked at the documents in his hands, which included a photo of a red-haired girl with glasses, and slowly nodded. "Actually, I had other plans, but since she doesn't want to stay in the ninja school, it would indeed be a waste of her talent to keep her there. What do you think, actually?" Sarutobi Hiruzen had already considered arrangements for Karin. He wanted to eventually assign Karin to the team of Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of the village, to teach her unique techniques used by the Uzumaki clan to subdue the Nine-Tails. In the event of Naruto's rampage, Karin could subdue him. However, Karin seemed reluctant. Uzumaki Naruto's behavior towards Karin was peculiar, perhaps because of their overly familiar relationship. He did not appear particularly keen on sticking with Karin, but rather showed interest in a girl with pink hair in the class. This puzzled Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was somewhat baffled as to why Uzumaki Naruto did not share his father's preference for red-haired girls. Nevertheless, regardless, having Karin graduate early was a good thing. Since she could not learn more in the ninja school, letting her graduate early to study the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques was beneficial. They would think of other plans for her later. Koharu Yutane had no objections, nodding. "Let Karin graduate with the others next year then. We're aware of her background. Her significance to the Konoha is profound. Let her graduate and leave directly." Akihara Kagura offered his opinion, continuing, "I was the one who rescued Karin. Her scouting abilities are outstanding. The route is currently short on personnel, so let's hand Karin over to me. I can also teach her the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques." "I have no objections." Hamura Mitakado nodded in agreement. "I also have no objections." Koharu Yutane hesitated for a moment but did not voice any concerns. Although Akihara Kagura was not Shimura Danzo, his words were similar to Danzo's, so handing Karin over to Kagura was acceptable. "Let's do that then." Sarutobi Hiruzen had no objections either, because he had already familiarized himself with Karin's story and knew she would highly depend on Akihara Kagura. Besides route, she probably wouldn't want to go anywhere else. "By the way," Yumino Uruka added somewhat apologetically, "there's another student in the class named Sai who also wants to apply for early graduation. He has already mastered many jutsu and even some unique secret techniques. The school can no longer teach him anything new." "Oh." Sarutobi Hiruzen became curious, looking at Akihara Kagura. "I remember this child is an orphan, right?" "Should be." Akihara Kagura shook his head, not particularly interested in Sai. "Other than providing funds to maintain the orphanage, I haven't visited the orphanage in a while." "I see." Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about the relationship between Akihara Kagura and the orphanage, and couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at Akihara Kagura. "However, I guess this child also wants to go to the route, right? Let him go to Ambu." Akihara Kagura, not greedy at all, took the initiative to say, "I have not heard that Yakushi Kabuto and the head of Yakushi Nano specifically mentioned him. He is not outstanding, just mastering a bit of secret techniques. Letting this child graduate normally is also okay." "Then do as you say." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. As long as Akihara Kagura is not like Shimura Danza, who wants to recruit people into his own ranks whenever there is a shortage of manpower, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mind these. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was happy too soon. "There's also Uchiha Sasuke also wants to graduate early." Yumino Uruka looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Akihara Kagura and cautiously continued, "Uchiha Sasuke's physical skills and shuriken throwing techniques are quite excellent. This child can be handed over to me." Akihara Kagura immediately became interested, spreading his palms and saying, "I have been wanting him to come to the root for a long time. I'll find an opportunity to send him to reunite with his clan." "Huh!" Yumino Uruka was startled. "Rejected." Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe on the table and ordered with an unpleasant face, "Let Uchiha Sasuke continue to attend school as usual." Yumino Uruka saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's face not looking good and quickly swallowed the rest of his words. In fact, another child in the class named Uzumaki Naruto also wanted to graduate, but that child's grades were far from meeting the standards for early graduation application. "Let it be." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand to signal Yumino Uruka to leave and started lecturing Akihara Kagura beside him. "Kagura, Uchiha Sasuke is innocent. You must treat all the children in the village equally, not because he is Uchiha Itachi's brother." "I understand." Akihara Kagura leaned back in his chair, sharing his thoughts. "Then I'll train him well and let him take revenge on Uchiha Itachi. Is that okay? Just let him attend school and live a peaceful life." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, once again rejecting Akihara Kagura's proposal to allow Uchiha Sasuke to graduate early and join the root. The meeting ended quickly. In the evening, Hate Kakashi and Akihara Kagura went to the ninja school to pick up Karin and Uzumaki Naruto and then went to the Konoha barbecue restaurant where Mitarashi Enko was waiting for them. "I knew Karin would pass." Mitarashi Enko slapped Karin on the shoulder, turned her head to look at Akihara Kagura and said, "I kept my promise to give Karin extra lessons. Why didn't I pass?" Uzumaki Naruto, eating barbecue, still muttered, somewhat dissatisfied, "Because you even used the transformation technique incorrectly." Mitarashi Enko slapped Uzumaki Naruto's head, giggling and saying, "Karin graduated, so I don't have to give you extra lessons anymore. Hey, no more tutoring." Uzumaki Naruto looked at Mitarashi Enko, somewhat surprised. "Of course." Mitarashi Enko nodded, incessantly eating sweets. "Actually, I accepted the invitation just to teach Karin, who joined the class late. It just so happened to include you, a little devil with poor academic performance." "I see." Uzumaki Naruto's chopsticks suddenly paused, and his eyes immediately filled with a hint of gloom, like a little beast that had been abandoned. In fact, Uzumaki Naruto had guessed this day would come. When Naruto spoke about having a home tutor who could give them extra lessons, the other children in the class looked at him with either envy or sympathy. However, his friend Shikamaru felt Naruto was very lucky. Shikamaru was very aware of the expensive price of a home tutor, which Naruto could not afford with his living expenses. Everything that happened in these years. For Uzumaki Naruto, it all seemed like a dream. Even though he nearly died from an assassination attempt by Uchiha Obaido, his life turned out to be fortunate as he met many people who did not discriminate against him, his classmates and neighbors like Karin, as well as Hade Kakashi, Akihara Kagura, and Mitarashi Enko. Sometimes, Uzumaki Naruto felt like they were all a family. Uzumaki Naruto felt he and Karin were like siblings. They often had arguments and disputes. Karin, the sister, would indulge him, teach him not to waste money, and even take him out to eat when he had no money. Hate Kakashi was like a head of the family who couldn't earn money outside, often showing a poor appearance, liking to let his colleague Tenzo pay for meals. Akihara Kagura was an outstanding elder brother, rarely able to return home, always busy outside, always appearing as the pride of heaven, and the villagers referred to Akihara Kagura as a hero. Mitarashi Enko was the family's most temperamental elder sister, extremely irritable but sometimes very kind to them. All of this truly seemed like a dream. Now, this dream had ended, but indeed, this was always a beautiful dream that was bound to end eventually. All of this had nothing to do with him. What he had received was already enough. He still had to live well even if he was left alone in the future. Uzumaki Naruto immediately picked up his positive spirit again, grabbed his chopsticks, quickly picked up some grilled meat and stuffed it into his mouth. However, someone noticed. Akihara Kagura glanced at Mitarashi Enko. Mitarashi Enko quickly noticed something was off with Uzumaki Naruto. Even though Naruto recovered quickly, the sense of abandonment and loneliness was still visible to her. That loneliness and solitude. Wasn't this the same feeling when she was abandoned by Orochimaru? "I can continue to tutor you," she said. Mitarashi Enko picked up her chopsticks and tapped Naruto's chopsticks, revealing a cruel smile. "After you graduate, you'll have to use the money you earn from missions to pay off the tutoring fees you owe me over the years." "No problem." Uzumaki Naruto became excited once again. Even though Naruto knew the tutoring fees might be expensive, for him, who aspired to become the Hokage, paying off these tutoring fees would definitely be manageable. "What a naive kid," Hade Kakashi sighed softly. "Captain Kakashi." Akihara Kagura placed a piece of grilled meat on Hade Kakashi's plate. This action set off alarm bells in Hade Kakashi's heart. His heart began to beat rapidly, fearing that Akihara Kagura would pose another difficult question to him. "If you have something to say, just say it. No need to be so polite." Hade Kakashi looked at the grilled meat on his plate, swallowing his saliva, not because he was craving it, but because he knew this piece of meat must be very expensive. Since getting to know Akihara Kagura, Hade Kakashi had come to understand his character well. Once he starts being polite, it surely means trouble. For example, the first time Akihara Kagura was polite to him in a ramen shop, calling him Kakashi-senpai, he almost messed up the Chunin exam by impersonating his identity. And later on, Akihara Kagura started calling him captain and began to kidnap the Mizukage and the Tsuchikage, making his heart as a captain tense enough to be rushed to the emergency room. Now, he even offered him a piece of grilled meat. "It's nothing much." Akihara Kagura poured a cup of pear juice for Hade Kakashi and took the initiative to say, "I plan to ask you to help me practice taijutsu." "Your taijutsu is already very good." Hade Kakashi was ready to refuse immediately. Knowing how much stamina Akihara Kagura had, he couldn't withstand battling with his all day. However, Hade Kakashi thought of a good friend who had returned to the village from a mission yesterday and offered a suggestion. "I can introduce someone to you. That guy is probably the most diligent in practicing taijutsu in Konoha." Night fell. The streets of Konoha village. A man dressed in green tights and a Konoha village green vest was walking on the street with his hands, utterly indifferent to the strange looks from passers-by, nor caring about the sweat on his forehead, simply counting numbers to himself. "Only 13 more laps to complete 500 laps. If it's not possible with both hands, then I'll walk 500 laps around the Konoha village with one hand." "Crazy! Why walk like that? Is this guy really a ninja from the village?" Amid the pointing and whispering of a group of villagers, the man in tights continued to walk on his hands unwaveringly, gasping for breath from exhaustion but still not giving up. "The proud azure beast of the Konoha never gives up." After clenching his fist, the man in tights punched the ground hard, and his speed immediately increased by a lot. Until late at night, the man in tights finally completed his training. Gasping for breath and planning to rest against the wall at the edge of the village, he saw 4 figures leaping into the Konoha village, immediately realizing they might be enemies infiltrating the village. Despite his own physical exhaustion, the man in tights still managed to muster the strength and will to fight, following the 4 figures as he jumped in. However, when the man in the green tights jumped in, he was immediately surrounded by the 4 individuals, and he also saw the 4 masked people. Their eyes were the crimson red of the Sharingan. "It's people from the Uchiha clan." The man in green tights breathed a sigh of relief internally, remembering that the people from the Uchiha clan were companions in the village. "Sorry, I thought you were." The next moment, the man in green tights remembered something, and cold sweat began to drip down his face. "Wait, if my memory serves me right, didn't all the people from the Uchiha clan die a few months ago? Are you spirits coming for revenge?" The 4 masked individuals looked at each other and nodded in confirmation that it was indeed the man in green tights, then charged directly at him. Wooden spikes appeared in their palms, and the 4 masked individuals swung the wooden spikes in their hands, stabbing at the man in green tights. "Don't blame us. If there's anyone to blame, it's you for seeing something you shouldn't have. Leaf Whirlwind, Great Leaf Whirlwind, Strong Fist Leaf Whirlwind." The body in the green spandex suit agilely dodged a wooden spike, kicked 2 enemies flying with his feet, then spun in the air to kick another person away, and with a consecutive spinning kick sent the last one flying. Not the ghost of Uchiha. The heart of this muscular man was still beating rapidly. When he was forced to counterattack and kick his enemies, he realized all of them were alive. They can still use wood release. The group of enemies wearing masks then looked at each other again, whispering among themselves, "This guy's taijutsu is really tricky. Use genjutsu. Can we not defeat even a Jonin?" After they finished their conversation, every one of them stared straight at Might Guy, the 4 pairs of Sharingan eyes enough to ensure that any enemy would fall for at least one person's genjutsu. However, the man in the green spandex suit suddenly bowed his head, refusing to look into anyone's eyes, just staring at the feet of his enemies. Seeing that this guy dared not meet their gaze, the 4 masked enemies decided to rush him at once, hoping to take the opportunity to finish him off. Yet, the man in the green spandex suit leaped up, performing a powerful spinning kick, sending the attacking enemies flying once again. The 4 were swept away in an instant, showing a hint of astonishment before suddenly realizing why Shisui had warned them to be wary of the target's combat ability. "I've had experience dealing with the Sharingan before." The corner of the man in the green spandex suit's mouth flashed a smug smile. "Without overcoming the Sharingan, one cannot defeat that guy Kakashi. Just by focusing on the enemy's foot movements, you can predict their entire body's movements." However, these enemies possessed more than just the Sharingan. As the 4 simultaneously extended their palms, a vine and tree roots emerged from their bodies, reaching for the man in the green spandex suit. It really is the wood release. The battle scene immediately intensified. Even with the green spandex suit man's rich combat experience and astonishing taijutsu, he inevitably fell into a hard fight at this moment. The Konoha village barbecue shop. Akihara Kagura and Hade Kakashi had just left. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the edge of the Konoha village, clearly indicating a battle was underway. Hade Kakashi and Akihara Kagura exchanged glances in an instant. "Anko, take the 2 kids back!" Akihara Kagura ordered, then leaped toward the direction of the battle, with Hade Kakashi following close behind. When they arrived, they saw 4 masked ninjas with red eyes and a man in a green spandex suit engaged in an intense fight. Other Konoha ninjas attracted by the noise also gathered around the battlefield, discussing fervently. "Guy!" Hade Kakashi looked at the man in the green spandex suit with some surprise, as this man was the taijutsu expert he had planned to introduce to Akihara Kagura. Might Guy, the most diligent ninja in Konoha's training, Might Guy, even though he had been promoted to a Jonin of the village, still continued his physical training regardless of winter or summer. When Hade Kakashi saw Might Guy's enemies, his eyes involuntarily widened. How could they possibly have the Sharingan? How is this possible? Wasn't the Uchiha clan exterminated by Itachi a few months ago? They also have wood release. Hade Kakashi also saw the vines growing out of the masked ninja's sleeves, and he involuntarily turned his head towards the direction of Akihara Kagura. No need for further speculation. Hade Kakashi immediately understood what was going on with these people. He touched the corners of his eyes and said softly, "Are these the products of human experiments? Let's capture them first." Akihara Kagura raised his palm, and thicker vines sprouted from the ground, directly capturing these masked enemies. After Akihara Kagura dealt with the enemies, he turned back to look at Hade Kakashi, Might Guy, and a group of Konoha ninjas, seemingly with a reluctant intention to bring his palms together. "Kagura!" Hade Kakashi knew Akihara Kagura very well and broke out in a cold sweat. "You wouldn't extremely intend to kill everyone to silence them, would you?" All the ninjas present were startled. Although they were unclear about the dark secrets involved, it definitely wasn't something minor. These people possessed the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, and the first Hokage would release. Clearly, they harbored a huge secret. "It's you, my old superior, who understands me." Akihara Kagura sighed deeply and said to Hade Kakashi, "Captain Kakashi, if I kill everyone present, can you keep this secret? Don't say such frightening things." Cold sweat ran down Hade Kakashi's face. "I am the leader of the Root." Akihara Kagura looked at Hade Kakashi and said softly, "The will of the Root is to protect Konoha in the shadows. We all guessed why this happened. You also know this matter absolutely must not be leaked." While Akihara Kagura was speaking, trying to bring his palms together, Hade Kakashi suddenly grabbed his wrist. "Everyone, tonight's matter must not be leaked." Hade Kakashi looked at the people present and immediately issued the order with his identity as the captain of the Anbu, fearing Akihara Kagura might impulsively want to kill directly. "Kakashi!" Akihara Kagura stared intently at Hade Kakashi, solemnly warning, "We all know who did this. Do you realize the severe consequences if this gets out?" "I know." Hade Kakashi stared back at Akihara Kagura, earnestly suggesting, "It's best to report this to the third Hokage first, and ask the Hokage to make a decision." Hade Kakashi continued, looking into Akihara Kagura's eyes. "Kagura, you should know some truths can't be hidden forever. Do you acknowledge this?" Akihara Kagura fell silent. However, Akihara Kagura did not admit it, but instead turned to Hade Kakashi. "I need to take these people to the root for detention. This matter should be handled by the Anbu. This can only be taken care of by the root. Is there anyone left in the root? As long as I am here, the root exists. I'm worried you might do something wrong." Hade Kakashi looked into Akihara Kagura's eyes, sighed, and said, "Kagura, let's leave this matter to the third Hokage to handle. But I need to take these people back to the root first." Akihara Kagura glanced at the few people wearing masks and whispered, "There might be more of them in the village. We must block the news as soon as possible." "Did you get involved?" Hade Kakashi stared intently at Akihara Kagura. Why would Akihara Kagura know about this? Was he involved in this matter? Was he colluding with Shimura Danzo? Without a doubt. This was definitely done by Shimura Danzo. Hade Kakashi also knew that these people were surely Shimura Danzo's subordinates. They had transplanted the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and also the cells of the first Hokage. Inside Konoha, only Shimura Danzo would do such a thing. What worried Hade Kakashi more was whether Akihara Kagura was involved, because he had already considered Akihara Kagura a good friend. "Let's detain these people for now." Akihara Kagura did not answer Hade Kakashi, softly saying, "Since you insist on involving the Anbu, then you guys detain the others. I'll take these masked guys to the root, as they were originally supposed to belong to the root." But Hade Kakashi was still worried. "Let's deal with this matter quickly." Akihara Kagura, controlling the vines, tied up several masked people and flew towards the root's base. "I'll come to find you later. Tonight's matter won't be so easily resolved, and there are probably still many such people hiding in the village." "Wait!" Hade Kakashi wanted to stop Akihara Kagura. However, a single sentence from Akihara Kagura made Hade Kakashi stop in his tracks. "Kakashi, you should know, regardless of how the third Hokage decides whether these masked guys live or die, it should be the root's responsibility, right?" Hade Kakashi immediately paused and started calling out to everyone. "Everyone present, follow me to the Anbu for a moment. Don't worry, it's just for a confidentiality registration." Akihara Kagura was right. These masked people, possessing the Sharingan and able to use wood release, were all products of human experimentation and could not possibly stand in the light. Whether the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, decides to kill these products of human experimentation or keep them to serve the Konoha, it would definitely be most appropriate for the root to handle this matter. "Hey, Kakashi, what's going on?" My guy was still nervous and cautiously asked. "Who exactly are those guys? Did I cause trouble?" "Don't worry, it's nothing." Hade Kakashi quickly spoke up to calm Mike Guy and took the opportunity to ask what had happened tonight, learning the events of the evening from Mike Guy's account. This was a coincidence. After finally finishing his training, Mike Guy encountered several individuals attempting to sneak into the village. Thinking they were enemies, he intended to confront them, but they irrationally sought to silence him. Such a style! Indeed, it seemed characteristic of Shimura Danzo's followers. When Hade Kakashi brought these onlooking innocent Konoha ninjas to the ANBU to be temporarily detained, Akihara Kagura came to the ANBU and found Hade Kakashi. A scroll was tossed into Hade Kakashi's hands. As Hade Kakashi opened the scroll, his expression turned grim upon seeing the transfer order written on it. "I wasn't involved in this, but I know it was Lord Danzo's doing." Akihara Kagura shook his head, no longer hiding from Hade Kakashi why he had guessed this. "On the night of the clan's annihilation, I became the head of the root, and Lord Danzo came to the root base. The ANBU should know about this, right?" Hade Kakashi nodded. "Before I took office, Lord Danzo led root members to the Konoha police force building and collected over 100 Sharingan eyes. They chose not to destroy them. I dislike Uchiha Itachi and the Uchiha clan, and causally ordered them to destroy these Sharingan eyes. Lord Danzo might not have realized I would succeed as the head of the root, and directly wrote an order to transfer those Sharingan eyes out of the root." Akihara Kagura glanced at Hade Kakashi, continuing. "After I took office, I intended to destroy them while Lord Danzo was away, but realizing I might not follow the order, he rushed to the root base and personally took away those Sharingan eyes." Hade Kakashi was silent, at a loss for words. "Captain Kakashi, just like I was once under your command, besides the matters with Orochimaru, Lord Danzo was actually not bad to me. Besides, the Uchiha clan has already been annihilated. It's just a minor matter and I didn't stop him." Akihara Kagura spoke as if it were indeed a trivial matter, which was very much in his style. "Lord Danzo said, everything is for the sake of Konoha, and when the time is right, he will report to the third Hokage." Hate Kakashi immediately knew that Akihara Kagura had been deceived by Danzo, because Shimura Danzo liked to act covertly and never thought about reporting to the third Hokage. Hate Kakashi sighed softly, advising, "You really didn't need to hide this for Shimura Danzo. This is not a minor issue. Shimura Danzo used those Sharingan eyes for unauthorized human experiments, even creating ninjas with both Wood Release and Sharingan dual Kekkei Genkai. Perhaps." Hate Kakashi had more to say but didn't. These experiments, if continued, actually held more potential than Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura only had the Wood Release Kekkei Genkai, while those experimental subjects possessed the top ninja world's Kekkei Genkai of both Sharingan and Wood Release. Shimura Danzo, conducting unauthorized human experiments, even using the Sharingan eyes that must be destroyed as materials to covertly cultivate these ninjas, definitely had his schemes. Hate Kakashi did not hesitate to suspect Shimura Danzo with the worst intention. If these experimental products produced someone stronger than Akihara Kagura, Shimura Danzo would surely use them to eliminate Akihara Kagura, a candidate for Hokage. Fortunately, tonight Might Guy coincidentally discovered all this. If this matter had remained hidden, Shimura Danzo's plot would have eventually succeeded. Even if no one as powerful as Akihara Kagura appeared, those laboratory-produced dual Kekkei Genkai monsters with just a bit of training would be a force capable of overturning Konoha. "Let's go, start with searching the village." Akihara Kagura sighed, not wanting to continue this topic, and said, "There must be others hiding." Lord Danzo initially transferred 143 Sharingan eyes from the root. There must be other successful experiments. No doubt. Shimura Danzo's home was the focus of the investigation. Fortunately, this time it was led by Akihara Kagura. Otherwise, Hate Kakashi would have had to seek permission from Sarutobi Hiruzen to conduct the investigation with the Anbu, which might have been too late. Akihara Kagura and Hate Kakashi led the Anbu to blockade the area, capturing 2 Wood Release ninja with Sharingan and finding some remnants of Hashirama cells. "Do you have any other bases in Konoha?" Akihara Kagura grasped a masked Wood Release ninja and softly asked, "Including the 4 people we've captured, there are 8 of you here, totaling 12 people, 24 Sharingan. These numbers don't add up. There must be others, right?" "I don't know." The masked ninja stubbornly shook his head. Akihara Kagura looked at this stubborn individual unbothered. "It's okay if you don't want to speak. The Root's logistics team is interrogating your comrades. If you are a subordinate of Lord Danzo, you should be aware of the Root's methods. They should confess soon." "We really don't know." The Wood Release ninja shook his head again, gritting his teeth. "We are a total of 71 people. 3 of our teams are stationed in the village, 1 monitoring the Hokage building, 1 watching the route, and 1 responsible for relaying messages. The rest were taken away by Lord Danzo." "How many people?" Hate Kakashi was startled by this number. The success rate of the Wood Release and Sharingan experiment was too high. Hate Kakashi, along with Tenzo and Akihara Kagura, who are friends, knew the success rate of the Hashirama cell transplantation experiment was very low, with Tenzo's one time being only 1 in 60. However, Hate Kakashi had already seen Shimura Danzo's orders. Shimura Danzo had transferred a total of 143 Sharingan from the root, and 71 people who had received Sharingan and Hashirama cell transplants survived, making the success rate almost 100%. Besides the 3 teams here, 12 people. Shimura Danzo still had 59 people with him. Hate Kakashi's heart tightened. He could guess that the combination of Wood Release and Sharingan must have created powerful dual Kekkei Genkai ninja. This number was almost equal to the number of Anbu, even stronger in combat power. Shimura Danzo, who had retired, was holding a force capable of contending with, even suppressing the Anbu. What this meant? It meant that if Shimura Danzo wanted to revolt in Konoha, the Anbu could not suppress him. He could immediately replace the Anbu's duties with these people. "Is there anything else you haven't said?" Akihara Kagura pressed the Wood Release ninja's head, continuing to question. "How do you usually contact Lord Danzo?" The Wood Release ninja spoke again. "The 71 of us don't contact anyone else, only Lord Danzo. According to the distance between Lord Danzo and Konoha, we ensure Lord Danzo is informed of the village's news in the shortest time." "No." Hate Kakashi immediately realized the severity of the issue and turned to Akihara Kagura. "We must report to Lord Hokage immediately." "Let's go." Akihara Kagura nodded, gesturing. "Take these people to the root. Anyway, it's me who will do the deed when it's time to kill them." "Maybe. There's no need to kill them." Hate Kakashi twitched, feeling it would be a pity to kill these people. In the home of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old man was sleeping very peacefully. Since the Konoha village entered a period of peace, Sarutobi Hiruzen's sleep quality has been very good. The only problem that troubled him was his successor, Akihara Kagura. However, there was no need to rush this matter. He still had a few years left. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was sleeping soundly, a series of urgent knocks came from outside his door. A group of Anbu gathered at his doorstep, disturbing his sleep. "Lord Hawkage, there's trouble." Not just trouble, but a major incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the sofa in his pajamas, holding the evidence against Shimura Danzo, an order for the acquisition of 143 Sharingan. "Danzo, that guy!" Hiruzen's palm clenched the order tightly. As a Hawkage, Hiruzen had always maintained a calm and rational demeanor, akin to an iceberg that remains unflustered by collapse. At this moment, however, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, shocked by the number. Hiruzen quickly contemplated in his mind, looking towards Akihara Kagura and Hade Kakashi, not pursuing faults but first inquiring about the outcomes. "Tonight, in the village, you found 12 ninjas with both Sharingan and would release Kekkei Genkai. Where are all these people now?" "They're in the route." Looking at the Hawkage, Akihara Kagura casually suggested, "These guys would release abilities aren't that great, and their Sharingan only has 3 Tamo. Since they've already confessed, there's no point in keeping them alive. I'll go back and kill them later." "Don't be so extreme." Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly shook his head. "Just having a 3 Tamo Sharingan is powerful enough, not to mention with the assistance of would release Kekkei Genkai. That's at least the combat power of 12 Jonin. How could they be easily killed?" "What should we do then?" Akihara Kagura frowned, continuing, "Let's keep them in the route for now. At least it's more secretive there. Keeping them in the Anbu, or as ninjas in the village, would be more troublesome, right? Shouldn't we keep this a secret? I've seen that many who found out can't accept it. This must not be leaked." Sarutobi Hiruzen was very clear on how severe the repercussions of leaking this information could be. The ninja clans of Konoha still remember the village's high command's extermination of the Uchiha clan. Now, to turn around and find that Konoha's former higher-up, Shimura Danzo, was conducting human experiments with the Uchiha clan's Sharingan would likely cause unrest among all the ninja clans of Konoha. Shimura Danzo, that bastard, hiding such matters from him. If Danzo had communicated with him, at least they could have discussed how to keep the secret. Now, however, many ninjas in the village had seen it, of course. Hiruzen also harbored some resentment towards Danzo. The fusion experiments of wood release and Sharingan were predicted to produce more wood release ninjas, and Danzo surely had foreseen this, yet he chose to hide this information. As a Hawkage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to destroy all the Sharingan collected from the Uchiha clan's corpses by the Anbu. Now, even if he wanted to restart the human experiments, it was impossible. Moreover, he had to clean up after Danzo. "Control those in the know, you've done well." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. As the Hawkage, it wasn't right to kill fellow villagers just to keep a secret. He could only gesture to Hade Kakashi, order those in the know to absolutely not disclose any information. There's no need to harm them for this. As for those with dual Kekkei Genkai, they can only stay in the route for now. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze toward Akihara Kagura, saying, "You must be careful to keep this secret. Absolutely no one should know about this." According to Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts, the future Hawkage successor must be Akihara Kagura, and it would also be acceptable to keep those people in the route. "And for those in the know, just kill them." Akihara Kagura bluntly stated a harsh truth. However, in front of his subordinates, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't agree with Akihara Kagura's methods and even had to educate, "You can't always be so extreme. The ninjas in the village are all comrades who have been trained, and they will surely keep secrets." After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he brought up his most concerning matter. "You just mentioned that Danzo has 59. "Yes." Hade Kakashi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and nodded, saying, "If we deduce from the number of Sharingan, this number is accurate. Danzo took away the remaining 59 ninja with double Kekkei Genkai when he left the village." Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel more furious upon hearing this, deducing from these numbers that the compatibility between the Sharingan and would release Kekkei Genkai is 100%. That bastard Danzo must have had sufficient experimental data to support this. Sigh! Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Now he was worried that Danzo, holding a powerful force, might harbor ambitions of power and disobedience, especially since Danzo held many cards in his hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to issue an order first. "Now, send someone to convey the order to Danzo to recall Danzo back to the village." As for disarming the forces around Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen the elder fell into his old weakness of leniency, worried that disarming Danzo might provoke his resistance, causing harm to Konoha's interests. If possible, Sarutobi Hiruzen still wanted to resolve this peacefully. If Danzo was willing to obey the orders and even allow his 59-person double Kekkei Genkai ninja force to serve Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen even thought of removing Akihara Kagura's position as the leader of the route, trying to retain Kagura's candidacy for Hokage. Of course, it all depends on the quality of Danzo's specimen. Even if the quality of Danzo's specimens does not reach Akihara Kagura's level, even if only the combat power of a group of elite Jonin, Sarutobi Hiruzen was willing to agree to some conditions for Danzo, even letting Danzo reassume the role of Hokage's assistant and route leader if necessary. By the way, Lord Hokage, Hade Kakashi remembered the matter of the wood-release ninja's confession. Those double Kekkei Genkai ninja were almost continuously in contact with Danzo. If Danzo receives the message later, he might have guessed that the village found out about his illegal human experiments. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt a headache. After some thought, he still said, "Anyway, send someone to summon Danzo back to the village first." As long as Danzo is willing to return after knowing the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt he could still control Danzo. Probably no one in Konoha understands Danzo better than Sarutobi Hiruzen. He knew his old friend's weaknesses very well. Although Danzo controls a force not inferior to the Anbu, as long as he negotiates well with Danzo, giving in a bit more, they should be able to resolve peacefully. Really, Konoha seems never to be at peace. Just when the conflict between the upper echelons of Konoha and the Uchiha clan was barely resolved, Danzo caused trouble again, making everything not as severe as Danzo's issue. A force equivalent to the Anbu. There might even emerge more genius ninjas. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not without advantages. Within the ranks of the double Kekkei Genkai ninja under Shimura Danzo, it is unclear if any possessed talents surpassing those of Akihara Kagura. After all, Akihara Kagura is merely an experimental subject of Hashirama cells. Those individuals possess both wood release and the Sharingan, two of the top Kekkei Genkai. However, it is believed that none surpass the capabilities of Akihara Kagura. Sarutobi Hiruzen expended considerable effort in nurturing Akihara Kagura. Merely having Jirya teach the Sage Mode is not something Shimura Danzo could replicate. The wood-release techniques left by Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, could be significantly empowered with the Sage Mode. "Everyone, please leave!" Sarutobi Hiruzen took up his pipe, took a deep draw, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. "I need to think this over." Sarutobi Hiruzen needs to ponder how to peacefully resolve this issue, how to strategize against Shimura Danzo, and how to eventually coerce Danzo into relinquishing that power. Shimura Danzo still commands 59 double Kekkei Genkai ninja, signifying 59 elite Jonin. This means the strength of Konoha could be further enhanced. And then, how to accommodate Akihara Kagura? After all, if Shimura Danzo is willing to resolve this peacefully, the first demand would surely be to regain control of the route, and the second might be to refuse Akihara Kagura as a candidate for Hokage, which could prove to be problematic. After all, Konoha has more wood-release ninja. They even have the Sharingan, another top-tier Kekkei Genkai. Akihara Kagura's uniqueness in wood release and his genius status is no longer exclusive. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was in turmoil, his thoughts sprawling. Once Shimura Danzo hands over the double Kekkei Genkai ninja, Konoha's strength will indeed increase, but if Konoha becomes too powerful, who could be the future Hokage capable of keeping them in check? Of course, this is not without a solution. The difficulty of learning Sage Mode is immense, and those double Kekkei Genkai ninja might not be able to master Sage Mode. The current Hokage candidate, Akihara Kagura, remains ahead and powerful, perhaps capable of keeping them in check. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts gradually became clear. As the Hokage, he must consider the long-term interests of Konoha, not just focus on the people in Shimura Danzo's hands. First, sacrifice Kagura's interests. Let Danzo gradually hand over the double Kekkei Genkai ninja, weakening Shimura Danzo's forces. Then sacrifice his promise to Danzo, placing the most powerful Kagura back in the position of Hokage candidate. However, who should meet with Shimura Danzo? If Akihara Kagura were to go, inevitable conflicts between him and Danzo would arise. Besides Akihara Kagura, does Konoha have anyone more influential? After some thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to summon Hamura Mitokado. Let's have an old friend make a visit. It's impossible to completely hide Danzo's affairs from him. Within the Konoha village, turmoil was unending. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Hamura Mitokado overnight. Hiruzen laid out the situation to Hamura, hoping he could persuade their old friend Shimura Danzo, who was outside the village, not to cause trouble with the power he wielded and to seek a peaceful resolution if possible. "I will talk to him," Hamura promised, aware of the severity of the issue. Despite being a perennial peacemaker, he was confident. "Danzo and we have been friends for many years. He might have taken extreme measures, but everything he does is for the sake of Konoha." Hamura, looking at Hiruzen, seriously suggested, "Before I summon Danzo back, why don't you strip Akihara Kagura of his position as the head of the root and announce that he is no longer a candidate for Hokage, and let him enter the Anbu?" Hiruzen immediately shook his head. He thought Hamura was politically naive. This was not the time for political maneuvering and games. One must be firm yet not overly weak. Why strip Akihara Kagura of his position at this time? Wouldn't this be openly yielding to Shimura Danzo? What leverage would they have in negotiations with Shimura Danzo then? Most importantly, was Hamura too concerned about Danzo, his old friend, believing everyone would compromise politically, forgetting that Akihara Kagura was the village's strongest asset? Though Kagura lacked the Sharingan, his talent in wood release made him a prodigious genius, perhaps unmatched even by Danzo's subordinates. Hiruzen was already worried about how to relieve Kagura of his duties without alienating him. After all, regardless of how many people Danzo had, Kagura seemed the most suitable successor to the Hokage from the current perspective. "Enough," Hiruzen sighed, instructing. "For now, you must hurry over tonight, lest Danzo takes any rash actions." "Okay," Hamura agreed. At the root's base, the underground base remained shrouded in darkness. Akihara Kagura sat on the railing in a corridor of the base, quietly staring into the abyss of the root's base, surrounded by 12 masked Uchihas. These were the actors for tonight. Kagura had these people discovered by the Anbu, leading up to Shimura Danzo's doorstep, thus casting irremovable stains on Danzo. "Change into your masks," Kagura commanded without looking up. Yes, the 12 Uchihas obeyed Kagura's order, instantly moving aside to change their masks, then returned to their dorms in the root without hesitation. As the Uchihas were changing masks, White Zetsuoi's body slowly emerged from the ground, softly reporting the information he had gathered. "My true form has found me and informed me of several things. First, Shimura Danzo discovered the Akatsuki. However, Danzo wanted to contact the leader of Rain Village, Hanzo, to continue pursuing Akatsuki, but Hanzo disagreed and instead informed Nagato. Nagato intended to kill Danzo, but to avoid raising Konoha's alertness and hatred, Abaido intercepted the plan. Young man, Uchiha Abaido and Nagato hope you can handle Shimura Danzo's investigation of Akatsuki to prevent Danzo from uncovering anything." "What a hassle!" Kagura rubbed his forehead but nodded in agreement. "I've solved this kind of trouble for them many times." System prompt. New mission, Nagato. Resolve the issue of Shimura Danzo and the pursuit squad's investigation of Akatsuki. System prompt. New mission, Uchiha Abaido. Resolve the issue of Shimura Danzo and the pursuit squad's investigation of Akatsuki. Honestly, these kinds of missions had become all too familiar. Akihara Kagura had previously solved the problems of Hideki Kakashi, Jirya, and others investigating Akatsuki, and now he was to solve the investigation led by Shimura Danzo. Akihara Kagura was merely speaking rhetorically. Deep down, he didn't hold any significant resentment. After all, the instances when the Akatsuki organization was investigated were largely due to his own actions. It was only fitting that he dealt with the problems he created. However, this time, Shimura Danzo's ability to track down the Akatsuki organization wasn't caused by Akihara Kagura. "It was me who led them to it." White Zetsuoi looked at Akihara Kagura with a playful smile and whispered, "The Akatsuki organization has recruited several new members, but it seems they don't respect you enough. There's even one guy who really hates you, so I thought of causing them a little trouble." "Don't let them find out." Akihara Kagura frowned. "It's okay." White Zetsuoi shook his head, not caring about it at all, even looking for praise. "Didn't you say Orochimaru covets your body? I pinned all this on Orochimaru." Akihara Kagura had no choice but to give White Zetsuoi a thumbs up. "There's another matter." White Zetsuoi looked at Akihara Kagura, providing an important piece of information. "Shimura Danzo is looking for an opportunity to target Hazuki Mengetsu of the Mist Village." Akihara Kagura was familiar with Shimura Danzo's way of thinking. That his old superior wanted to do this was not at all surprising to him. Shimura Danzo wanting to target Hazuki Mengetsu was actually beneficial for Akihara Kagura, as it presented an opportunity to frame Shimura Danzo. "Lord Danzo is my former superior." Kihara Kagura sighed inwardly and signaled for 12 Uchihas to come over, saying, "Since this is something Lord Danzo wishes to do, I must help him. Follow Oi!" "Yes!" The 12 Uchihas promptly bowed and agreed. Although Akihara Kagura verbally expressed his intention to help Danzo, this help seemed to add another crime to Danzo's name, which they were more than willing to commit to. "This is—" White Zetsuoi looked at their eyes beneath the masks, surprised. "Why do they all have the Sharingan?" Akihara Kagura introduced to White Zetsuoi, "These are our new subordinates, experimental products left by Lord Danzo, possessing both wood release and the Sharingan. They don't have names, calling them anything is fine. I'll slowly tell you more about this. Take them and help Lord Danzo." After speaking, Akihara Kagura asked White Zetsuoi, "How are Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torun performing? Any signs of betrayal?" "No." White Zetsuoi shook his head, continuing, "That kid named Torun is smart. Yamanaka Fu, though older, is a bit dumber." "That's good." Akihara Kagura gestured to them and said, "Off you go. The envoy sent by the third Hokage to meet Lord Danzo has already departed. Make sure this matter is taken care of promptly." "Yes," the 12 Uchihas quickly nodded. "Then I'll take them along." Bones sprouted from White Zetsuoi's body as he cheerfully said, "Conveniently, I possess 2 Kekkei Genkai as well. Don't reveal them carelessly." Akihara Kagura sighed, patted White Zetsuoi's shoulder, and solemnly instructed him, "Don't rush anything. Let them go see Lord Danzo first. Inform Lord Danzo that the third Hokage secretly utilized Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan to cultivate a double Kekkei Genkai experiment. However, to avoid criticism from the ninja clans in the village, let Lord Danzo bear the blame for conducting illegal human experiments and return to the village as soon as possible to face punishment." "Shimura Danzo won't agree, will he?" "It doesn't matter whether he agrees or not, just inform him. Then you go inform Torun and Fu to help Lord Danzo instigate a conflict between the Konoha and Mist Ninjas, then help in the assassination of the Mist Ninjas and the envoy from the Konoha, Hamura Mitakado, making Lord Danzo bear the blame for tearing up the alliance between the Konoha and the Mist." "I understand what you mean." White Zetsuoi, quite intelligent, nodded quickly and then gestured to the group of Uchihas. "Follow me. I'll lead you to perform a great play." The Uchihas could only follow. The Uchihas didn't know what kind of monster this White Zetsu really was. However, they knew that Akihara Kagura would lead them to revenge, knew that their surviving clan members were saved by Kagura's orders to Shisui, and also knew that the survivors were in Kagura's hands, waiting for them to carve out a path to live anew in the ninja world. On the other hand, in the land of Rain Village, Shimura Danzo, braving a torrential downpour, personally led a small team to meet with Hanzo of the Salamander, hoping to renew the alliance they once had. However, they didn't even see Hanzo's face. "The Akatsuki organization hasn't been annihilated yet." Shimura Danzo, frowning, could only reluctantly leave with his team, returning to the joint pursuit force camp of the Konoha and Mist villages. Ever since Shimura Danzo started investigating Uchiha Abido and Uchiha Itachi, he hadn't found much information, only to finally learn that they had joined the Akatsuki organization, becoming members of it. As someone who had once participated in the annihilation of the Akatsuki organization, Danzo immediately thought of his old ally, Hanzo of the Salamander, and came to the Rain Village to meet and renew their former alliance with Hanzo. Unfortunately, not only did he not get to meet Hanzo, but he also faced hostility from many Rain ninjas. After some time, Danzo discovered that nominally the Akatsuki organization had been eradicated by Hanzo. Could it be that he received false information to verify the truth? Danzo even led a team to dig up a grave at the former base of the Akatsuki organization, supposedly burying the body of the organization's leader, only to find the grave empty. Where has the Akatsuki organization been annihilated? Was Hanzo just deceiving himself? Danzo had no choice but to keep requesting meetings, continuously being rejected, and could only go back to the camp on his own, planning to continue considering his strategy. However, the ninjas of the Mist Village raised objections. Hazuki Mengetsu, the leader of the Mist Ninjas, immediately went to Shimura Danzo's resting tent and asked, "Lord Danzo, when can we finally find their whereabouts? It's been over 2 months. We can't keep coming up empty-handed, can we?" "Where did we come up empty-handed?" Shimura Danzo squinted at Hazuki Mengetsu and questioned, "Haven't we already found out that Uchiha Abido, Uchiha Itachi, and Kisame Hashigaki have all joined the Akatsuki organization? Where is the Akatsuki organization? The whole land of Rain knows that the Akatsuki organization has been annihilated." "The Akatsuki organization has not been annihilated. I, along with Hanzo of the Salamander, had once surrounded and attempted to annihilate the Akatsuki organization years ago." That organization was not destroyed at that time and has already continued to take root and sprout. Hanzo is just deceiving himself. Shimura Danzo, holding his cane, firmly believed in his judgment, and the many pieces of evidence he found also proved that the Akatsuki organization had not been annihilated. Shimura Danzo also inquired about the whereabouts of Orochimaru, learning that Orochimaru had once joined the Akatsuki organization and had proactively sent someone to contact Orochimaru in the land of rice fields. We just want to know when we can find the Akatsuki organization. Hazuki Mengetsu revealed a sharp fang, softly pressing on, Lord Danzo, we have been out for more than 2 months now, and many are growing restless. The ninjas of the mist crave blood. They need a battle now. I will find out soon, Shimura Danzo declared, pounding his cane on the ground. If this were in the Konoha village, no subordinate would ever dare to question his orders. Not even Akihara Kagura dared. This brat named Hazuki Mengetsu really had a death wish. I'll be leaving first. Hazuki Mengetsu took an apple from Danzo's table and left the tent, leaving only a message. I hope Lord Danzo can give us an answer soon. Don't worry. Shimura Danzo coldly watched him leave, harboring his own thoughts. As soon as the specific information about the Akatsuki from Orochimaru arrives, Shimura Danzo plans to let these mist ninjas and the Akatsuki both suffer losses, secretly taking Hazuki Mengetsu's life. Is there any news from the village? Shimura Danzo inquired with his 2 personal guards. No new orders yet, Yamanaka Fu cautiously responded. Burem Torun added, we're deep in enemy territory in the land of rain. The village might not even know our whereabouts. Should we send someone to check in the village? You arrange for someone, Shimura Danzo waved them off. Yes, Burem Torun nodded. As they left the tent, they encountered a group wearing the standard attire of the Root Division, all masked, each with a pair of Sharingan eyes. This is the Sharingan. Take us to see Lord Danzo. The leader of the group coldly glanced at Burem Torun and Yamanaka Fu, seemingly aware he was one of Akihara Kagura's men, and said softly, this is also Lord Kagura's order. Yes, Burem Torun nodded. Inside Shimura Danzo's tent. What is this about? Shimura Danzo, the old man, was startled to see this group of Sharingan ninjas, questioning who they were, as these Sharingan users also had wooden spikes on their backs, obviously harboring a huge secret. These individuals were dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas with both wood release and Sharingan. When did such ninjas appear in the village? Without waiting for Shimura Danzo's question, these Sharingan ninjas arrogantly spoke up, as if they were the rebirth of the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzo, we are a secret ninja force directly under the Hokage, specially here to notify you. By the order of the 3rd Hokage, Shimura Danzo has been covertly using the 1st Hokage cells and the Uchiha clan's Sharingan to illegally cultivate dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas. This has been exposed. To avoid causing unrest in the village, Shimura Danzo must take responsibility for the illegal experiments and return to the village to face punishment immediately. What? Shimura Danzo looked at these masked, red-eyed individuals, his eyebrows involuntarily furrowing. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand what's going on. What a joke! What situation is this? I don't know anything. How am I suddenly forced to return to the village to face punishment? Shimura Danzo, looking at these Sharingan users with wooden spikes on their backs, felt a chill in his heart. Could these dual Kekkei Genkai individuals be experimental subjects secretly created by Sarutobi Hiruzen? That monkey wants to make him return to the Konoha to take the fall. Shimura Danzo was somewhat angry. After much difficulty, he finally got a chance to make a comeback, diligently searching for traces of the Akatsuki organization outside and even contemplating weakening the Mist Village's strength to help Konoha. But then, to be treated like this by Sarutobi Hiruzen, to be inexplicably burdened with a false accusation. Even if it was something Shimura Danzo himself had done, he didn't want to bear the blame, let alone for something he hadn't done at all. He had to go back and confront Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo glanced at his personal guard, Yamanaka Fu, and ordered in a deep voice, Fu, send the order down. We're going back to Konoha immediately. Yes, Yamanaka Fu turned to leave. They don't need to go back. This masked ninja with a dual Kekkei Genkai stopped him, commanding loudly, you still belong to the Joint Pursuit Unit. Continue tracking Uchiha Abido and Uchiha Itachi. The Hokage's orders are to only bring Shimura Danzo back. Shimura Danzo's forehead twitches. Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't allow his subordinates to return with him. Did this mean he was to be without any subordinates by his side and also never think of making a comeback to seize power again? Did that monkey bastard think of this in advance when he allowed him to make a comeback, just to frame him at this time? That bastard, daring to treat him like this. And that monkey bastard conducting human experiments without telling him. Even if he had been informed about it, letting him participate, Shimura Danzo would have felt better, perhaps even having a chance to gain that power. Shimura Danzo stared hard at the group of masked ninja with dual Kekkei Genkai in front of him, all dressed in the unique uniforms of the Anbu and Root, all possessing the Sharingan he desperately desired and the wood release he dreamed of. "Let's go, Shimura Danzo!" The leading ninja with a dual Kekkei Genkai was not polite, coldly stating, "Anyway, once you return to the village, you won't live much longer." Shimura Danzo's expression immediately became even uglier. "I'll go back with you." This old man, looking at a group of fiercely staring ninja with dual Kekkei Genkai, could only follow them and leave first, but before leaving, he made a sign to Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torun beside him. "Torun, Fu, you two continue to stay in the pursuit unit." "Yes." Aburame Torun and Yamanaka Fu bowed their heads. As the group of ninja with dual Kekkei Genkai left with Shimura Danzo, the last person in the team suddenly stayed behind, not looking at Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torun, speaking to himself. "According to Lord Kagura's orders, you will take Danzo from us. Let Danzo attack the Mist Ninja, hide him away, and in a few days, Konoha will issue a warrant for Danzo." "Yes," Aburame Torun nodded. Yamanaka Fu followed Aburame Torun's lead and nodded. After this group of people escorted Shimura Danzo away, Aburame Torun calmly said, "Lord Kagura ordered us to rescue Lord Danzo, and Lord Danzo was also hinting for us to save him. It seems everything is within Lord Kagura's expectations. I'll go and gather some people." Yamanaka Fu nodded, not quite understanding, but since he and Aburame Torun were united, all he had to do was follow Aburame Torun's instruction. On the way, Shimura Danzo was being escorted back to Konoha. This old man still stubbornly dawdled, slowing down his return pace, also attempting to extract information from these dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas. Unfortunately, these dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas ignored Danzo completely, and there were even some with bad tempers. Once they saw Danzo slow down, they would directly bind his arms, just like the now disbanded Konoha police force used to escort prisoners. This was a complete disgrace to Danzo, since Danzo became the Hokage's advisor, even after being dismissed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? "Are we not being polite enough to him?" One of the dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas seemed a bit uneasy. Shimura Danzo was once the village's Hokage advisor, after all, a high-ranking official in the village. No need to be too polite to him. However, another dual Kekkei Genkai ninja immediately responded, disdainfully saying, "After all, he's just the scapegoat found by Lord Hokage for us. If he doesn't take the blame, how can we appear in the village openly?" This dual Kekkei Genkai ninja added, "After bringing him back for interrogation, he will be executed on the spot to prevent this old guy from talking nonsense. Sacrificing his life for the village to gain stronger power can also be considered his sacrifice for Konoha." Monkey. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo wanted to curse, squinting his eyes. However, did these guys really think they could bring him back to Konoha? Shimura Danzo observed the people present. There were 12 in total, all with wooden spikes growing on their backs and Sharingan in their eye sockets, all dual Kekkei Genkai users, presumably not weak in combat. Now, Shimura Danzo could only hope that Aburame Torun and Yamanaka Fu would bring people to rescue him soon. Once these two subordinates rescued him, he would immediately lead people back to Konoha in secret, first trying to contact Uchiha and change the blame Sarutobi Hiruzen had placed on him. At noon, this squad was resting by the river in the Land of Rain. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough! A group of wind release ninjas combined their wind release ninjutsu. This powerful wind release technique instantly blew everyone away, throwing this squad into chaos. Aburame Torun and Yamanaka Fu immediately led a group of former Root ninjas to surround them, launching a sudden assault on this squad. This squad of dual Kekkei Genkai users seemed unable to react in time. Just as they were regrouping, they found that the enemy who had launched the surprise attack had already taken the opportunity to rescue Shimura Danzo. "Lord Danzo!" Aburame Torun cut the ropes binding Shimura Danzo's wrists with a single strike. "Well done, Torun!" Shimura Danzo, moving his somewhat stiff wrists, took the cane handed over by Yamanaka Fu and ordered in a deep voice, "Kill all these arrogant bastards!" "Yes!" Aburame Torun quickly accepted Shimura Danzo's order. However, the battle did not go as well as expected. Even though Shimura Danzo's subordinates were elite ninjas, they were far from being a match for this group of dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas. "Are you defying Lord Hokage's orders, planning to desert and rebel?" The leader of the dual Kekkei Genkai ninja spoke in a cold voice, issuing the order without hesitation. "Shimura Danzo intends to betray and flee. Kill him on sight without mercy." A group of dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas charged forward like wolves and tigers. One of them, wearing a mask, had his left hand transform into a vine to bind an enemy, while his right hand grew a wooden spike, stabbing into the enemy's chest. Wood release, piercing spike technique. The speed of the others was just as formidable. In an instant, one of them immobilized an enemy with an illusion technique, while another swiftly plunged a wooden spike into the heart of this immobilized enemy. This group of dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas in their first battle had already adapted to the battlefield carnage as if they had experienced chaotic battles before. Indeed, this group of dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas had considerable combat experience. In the limited Tsukuyomi world provided by Akihara Kagiura, these dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas accumulated a wealth of combat experience in the illusionary world, where they encountered enemies under Shimura Danzo's command most frequently. "Take root, fool, let's retreat!" Shortly after the battle began, Shimura Danzo realized his forces were quickly collapsing and could only issue a frustrated order to retreat, leaving others to cover their escape. These guys! Shimura Danzo could only flee the battlefield first. Aburame Torun followed closely behind Shimura Danzo, calmly suggesting, "We'll attack the mist ninjas as Konoha and use the mist to fight them." Good! Shimura Danzo had no psychological burden regarding such actions. Whether it was the pursuing dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas or the nominally allied mist ninjas, Shimura Danzo felt no fondness towards them, and having them fight each other suited his wishes. Shimura Danzo glanced back at his followers. He hadn't brought many people when leaving the Konoha village, and many were killed in the initial encounter. Others were left behind by Danzo to delay the dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas, preventing them from pursuing him. At this moment, only his personal guards Aburame Torun and Yamanaka Fu were left by Shimura Danzo's side, the old man feeling a sense of nostalgia. In fact, Shimura Danzo's forces had changed several times, with everyone being wiped out during the first attempt to surround the Akatsuki organization, leaving only Danzo to escape. Attempting to steal Uchiha Shisui's Kato Matsukami Sharingan led to the annihilation of a group of root ninjas due to Danzo's greed. Now, to escape, Shimura Danzo felt that his forces were probably going to be killed by the dual Kekkei Genkai successors. However, this time wasn't as bad. With Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torun, his personal guards, still by his side, if anything happened to Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torun, Shimura Danzo might really be on his own. "Fu, lure out the ninjas of the mist to fight those people." Shimura Danzo planned to use Yamanaka Fu as bait and then said to Aburame Torun, "While they're occupied with the mist ninjas, Torun and I will sneak back into the Konoha." "Yes!" Yamanaka Fu vanished on the spot. "Lord Danzo." Aburame Torun looked at Shimura Danzo, quietly advising, "This time the one wanting to sacrifice Lord Danzo is the Hokage. Returning to Konoha now might be dangerous. The actions of those people might trigger a war between the Mist and Konoha. By the time the war breaks out, the Hokage might no longer wish to sacrifice Lord Danzo." Shimura Danzo fell silent. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to push him out to take the fall and die. If he only took Aburame Torun back to Konoha at this time, even if Hamura Mitakado and Koharu Yuditane were willing to help, there was no guarantee that they could persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he didn't want to sacrifice, Sarutobi Hiruzen only needed to order Akihara Kagiura to take action directly, and he and Aburame Torun were definitely not Akihara Kagiura's opponents. They could only wait to die. At that time. Wait, Akihara Kagiura. Shimura Danzo suddenly remembered that he still held leverage over Akihara Kagiura, even though Akihara Kagiura also held leverage over him. But if the two of them could counterbalance each other, perhaps he could still get Akihara Kagiura to help him. Torun! Shimura Danzo was very clear on how to use others, especially in the internal strife of Konoha. Find a way to sneak back to Konoha, meet Akihara Kagiura, and tell Akihara Kagiura that I want to meet with him, willing to help him fully ascend to the position of Hokage. If Akihara Kagiura wants to hand you over to Sarutobi Hiruzen, then tell Akihara Kagiura that Sarutobi Hiruzen is conducting human experiments in secret, has already successfully created a group of ninjas with both wood release and Sharingan, and might not be willing to let him become the Hokage anymore. Tell Akihara Kagiura that brat, even if he becomes the Hokage with Sarutobi Hiruzen's support, he can't control the power of Konoha and is ultimately just a puppet being manipulated and used by Sarutobi from behind. I can help him overthrow the monkey. Shimura Danzo, when saying this, clenched his cane tightly, wanting to use it to firm his will. I can help him truly gain the power of the Hokage. Yes! Aburame Torun could only quickly lower his head. Although he didn't know why Lord Danzo thought Lord Kagura would help him, it seemed like there was nothing detrimental to Lord Kagura in this matter. What is this? A mouse asking the cat that mocks it for help. However, Aburame Torun didn't quite believe that Lord Kagura would still help. Although Lord Danzo had reached this point today, it was all with Lord Kagura's help. Shimura Danzo, watching Aburame Torun leave, was still a bit nervous inside. He pinned his hopes on Akihara Kagura because he still had leverage over Akihara Kagura. Shimura Danzo had never thought of defecting, just hoping that he could return to Konoha, and took a deep breath saying, "Monkey, it's you who forced me into a corner. Don't blame me for dragging you down with me if I have to fight to the death." On the other hand, Yamanaka Fu did not disappoint Danzo's expectations. Knowing that the group of ninjas with dual Kekkei Genkai were their own people, he simply went directly to notify them, letting them attack the Mist Ninja camp as planned. "We understand." The group of dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas immediately agreed. Hiding underground, White Zetsu Oi emerged, turning into Shimura Danzo's appearance, even holding a cane in his hand as if it was real. Cough, cough, cough. Standing among these people, White Zetsu Oi coughed a few times before continuing. "From now on, your time pretending to be Sarutobi Hiruzen's subordinates is over. Now you must pretend to be Shimura Danzo's subordinates. Always remember your identity." "Yes." The 12 Uchihas could only nod their heads. "Hello, everyone, I'm late to upload again, but there's a reason for that. I have new fanfic and it's out now. Name, Killing Makes You Stronger synopsis. Human, mutants, vampires. Kill, there's really nothing we can see about that kind of synopsis, and I don't why I did that. But anyway, the MC is in Marvel, early Marvel. He had time to grow, kill, and get stronger. It's fast-paced and not like this fanfic where stories comes here and there. It's genuinely a god-tier fanfic, no cap, no lie, that's all, thank you." Land of Rain, the Mist Ninja camp. Hazuki Mengetsu and a group of Mist Ninjas were still discussing why the Konoha ninjas left the joint pursuit force without so much as a greeting. "At least they could have informed us. It doesn't matter, Danzo and his followers aren't much of a force anyway. So, if it's just us left, do we continue to pursue the group of rogue ninjas led by Uchiha Abaido? We still don't have detailed intelligence. Those guys from the Konoha didn't even leave us with any information before they left." "Forget it. It doesn't matter if they've left. The Land of Rain is always raining. This is the environment suited for our combat. We'll slowly investigate the Akatsuki organization here while questioning Konoha's breach of promise." While they were still chatting, a sudden cry of attack came from outside. The camp was clearly under attack. Hazuki Mengetsu immediately led a group of Mist Ninjas out and saw Shimura Danzo at the entrance, with a group of Konoha ninjas attacking the camp, all possessing the Sharingan and even capable of using wood release. Hazuki Mengetsu quickly drew his twin sword's Haramekari, swiping a Konoha ninja aside, saving one of his subordinates. "Shimura Danzo, what is going on?" Hazuki Mengetsu glared at Shimura Danzo. "Are the Konoha ninjas attacking us to break the alliance between the Konoha and the Mist? I didn't want to do this." Shimura Danzo seemed to sigh but quickly showed a scornful smile, saying to Hazuki Mengetsu, "However, I'm worried that a civil war is about to break out in Konoha, and we have to start a war between our two villages." Shimura Danzo calmly leaned on his cane, squinting his eyes, and spoke a philosophy of life. When an organization faces a greater threat, internal conflicts will be eliminated. For the peace within the Konoha, you have to be sacrificed. Hazuki Mengetsu was furious, showing his sharp teeth. "You want to start a war? Do you think the Konoha can really defeat the Mist Ninjas who survived the Blood Mist?" "Yes." Shimura Danzo nodded calmly, saying, "In fact, now Konoha only needs to send the young Akihara Kagura over, and he alone would be enough to crush the Land of Water." Hazuki Mengetsu gritted his teeth. This bastard actually makes sense. Just Akihara Kagura, the wood-release ninja alone, and the Mist can't handle him. Now it seems Konoha has many more wood-release ninjas. Mist ninjas love war, but they don't like losing. Mist ninjas love killing, but they don't like being killed. Mist ninjas love blood, but they don't like their own blood being spilled. "Let's retreat, Mengetsu." A Mist squad leader came to Hazuki Mengetsu's side, softly requesting, "The enemy's attack was too sudden, we must retreat immediately. If Shimura Danzo wants to start a war, we'll break through first and report today's events to the third Hokage of the Konoha, asking them to punish Shimura Danzo." "Let's go!" Hazuki Mengetsu could only nod. This Mist squad leader was a strategist assigned to him by the village elders, worried that he might not handle things thoroughly. Hazuki Mengetsu highly valued his wisdom. Once the Konoha and the Mist truly start a war, the current Mist village is far from being a match for the Konoha. Just as Shimura Danzo said, just one Akihara Kagura is enough. Hazuki Mengetsu led the other hidden Mist ninjas to quickly retreat. In the unclear situation, he dared not rashly divide his forces, lest spreading out their strength would lead to being surrounded and attacked by the enemy. Collective retreat! Everyone retreat quickly. A group of Mist ninjas rapidly fled the camp. That Shimura Danzo, who had been standing at the entrance, raised his palm and gently waved. "Pursue them, we must not let them leave." "Yes, Lord Danzo," a group of masked ninja with dual Kekkei Genkai shouted vigorously. According to their plan, this group of dual Kekkei Genkai ninja, led by the Shimura Danzo impersonated by White Zetsuoi, drove the Mist ninjas to join with the real Konoha envoy, Hamura Mitakado. On the other side, Hamura Mitakado was also traveling at high speed. Sarutobi Hiruzen had informed him about the severity of the situation, and Hamura Mitakado, worried about what Shimura Danzo might do, quickly made his way towards the land of rain. To ensure Hamura Mitakado's safety and to get the news as soon as possible, Sarutobi Hiruzen even dispatched his own Hawkage Guard platoon to protect Hamura Mitakado. Once Hamura Mitakado confirmed the negotiation results with Shimura Danzo, he could return to Konoha to report as soon as possible. As a result, Hamura Mitakado encountered a group of Mist ninjas being pursued and saw a group of double Kekkei Genkai ninjas in Konoha uniforms chasing the Mist ninjas. The old man was somewhat confused about the situation. "What exactly is going on, Lord Hamura Mitakado?" Upon seeing Hamura Mitakado, Hazuki Mengetsu, without caring which side he was on, questioned while being cautious. "Does Shimura Danzo want to provoke a war between Konoha and Mist Village? Is this the decision of all Konoha's higher-ups?" "Of course not." Hamura Mitakado was startled. What exactly was Shimura Danzo up to? Concealing unauthorized experiments from them and having a group of powerful private armed forces, why would he still want to provoke a war between two villages? The group of double Kekkei Genkai ninjas who were chasing the Mist ninjas also stopped, observing Hazuki Mengetsu's team and Hamura Mitakado's team as if they were discussing something. "Where is Danzo?" Looking at the group of double Kekkei Genkai ninjas, Hamura Mitakado understood that these guys were the troops Shimura Danzo had secretly hidden and coldly said, "I am here to see Danzo on orders from the Hawkage himself. Stop this senseless battle." The group of double Kekkei Genkai ninjas hesitated. However, someone in charge soon arrived. Shimura Danzo, leaning on a cane, walked out amidst a group of people. "Danzo!" When Hamura Mitakado saw Shimura Danzo, his mood immediately relaxed. "Stop this pointless fight. Why attack the Mist ninjas? Do you want to start a war? Only war can save Konoha." Shimura Danzo shook his head, squinting his eyes. "Everything I do is for Konoha. Now is the time when we must start a war." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Hamura Mitakado frowned deeply. Konoha had already ended wars with the outside world and internal conflicts within the village. Now, if Danzo and Hiruzen could come to an agreement, a long period of peace and tranquility would welcome them. "The monkey already knows what I've done." Shimura Danzo looked at Hamura Mitakado and coldly said, "However, I do not wish to engage in conflict with him. I do not want Konoha's strength to be wasted in internal strife, so a war must be started to prevent anyone from blaming me. Monkey sent me to negotiate with you." Hamura Mitakado roughly understood Shimura Danzo's thoughts, knowing that Shimura Danzo was worried that his unauthorized human experiments would bring retaliation, and proactively persuaded. "Danzo, you don't need to go to such extremes. What you've done this time is beneficial for Konoha. The monkey isn't blaming you. Let's talk this over. It has already happened, but now I have a better solution." Shimura Danzo interrupted Hamura Mitakado, his squinted eyes slowly opening, coldly saying, "For the village, everything can be sacrificed. Ninjas must learn to sacrifice themselves. Now is the time for your sacrifice." "Me?" Hamura Mitakado frowned with confusion. Shimura Danzo coldly began to fabricate his story. "The Mist ninjas killed Konoha's Hawkage advisor, Lord Hamura Mitakado, in an attempt to provoke a war between Konoha and the Mist village. Both I and Hiruzen are your friends. We definitely will not stand by and watch your sacrifice." Hamura Mitakado's face immediately turned ugly, staring hard at Shimura Danzo. "Danzo, you want to kill me? Your sacrifice is valuable." Shimura Danzo looked at Hamura Mitakado and began persuading him. The death of someone with such an important identity will inevitably lead to a war between Konoha and the Mist village. Konoha is bound to win this war, and the conflict between me and the monkey will be resolved in the midst of this war. All of this requires only your sacrifice. For Konoha, please make this sacrifice. "You!" Hamura Mitakado was furious inside. The idea of Shimura Danzo was quite rational indeed. As long as he, the Hokage advisor, died, Konoha would have no choice but to go to war with the Mist Village. Regardless of how many disagreements there were between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, they would have to be resolved during the war. Moreover, Konoha had a good chance of winning this war. The only one who needed to be sacrificed was himself, the Hokage's advisor. Honestly, Hamura Mitokado was not afraid to sacrifice himself. However, dying as part of this scheme was particularly suffocating for him. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, Hamura Mitokado tried to appeal to reason and emotion. Danzo, we have been old friends for 60 years. For Konoha, anything can be sacrificed. Shimura Danzo shut down Hamura Mitokado with a single sentence, even bluntly saying, "Whenever the monkey and I had conflicts, you always stood on his side. This time, it's simpler to eliminate you, cutting off one of the monkey's arms. Kill him." Shimura Danzo raised his palm, his somewhat aged voice mixed with an undeniable power. "No one present is allowed to leave alive." Hamura Mitokado was completely shocked by Shimura Danzo's ruthlessness. Killing him and framing the Mist Village to start a war between Konoha and the Mist, while also eliminating himself, who had always stood by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because they had always been old friends, Hamura Mitokado always believed that Danzo's extreme actions were for the sake of Konoha. He never thought that one day Shimura Danzo's extremity would fall upon him, his old friend. This kind of dark and extreme method. Hamura Mitokado shook his head in disbelief, trembling slightly. "Danzo, you've truly gone mad." Shimura Danzo simply lowered his hand calmly. "Lord Danzo's order, kill everyone present." Seeing his gesture, the group of dual Kekkei Genkai ninja, as if having received the command, rushed to kill, intending to eliminate Hamura Mitokado along with them. Hamura Mitokado, being targeted, had no choice but to meet up with the Mist Ninjas and escape towards Konoha. "Your Konoha is really interesting." Hazuki Mengetsu mocked Hamura Mitokado while escaping with the Mist Ninjas. "We always thought the era of the Blood Mist was dark enough, but we never realized that Konoha hid its darkness well too." Hamura Mitokado felt a burning shame. After Shimura Danzo lost power, he had been wholeheartedly helping Danzo to regain control. He never expected Danzo to want him dead. "First, let's escape." Hamura Mitokado was too embarrassed to look at Hazuki Mengetsu, only mentioning their escape plan. "As long as we escape to the border of the Land of Fire, Konoha has outposts there. We need to be faster or once caught by him." "Never mind. Let's not talk about this." Hazuki Mengetsu glanced at Hamura Mitokado and then at the group of dual Kekkei Genkai ninja chasing them. "Those guys are not easy to deal with. Their stamina is unimaginably strong, and they will catch up and kill us sooner or later." Indeed, the stamina of a wood-release ninja is substantial. Hamura Mitokado mentioned feeling even more embarrassed and quickly shared a useful piece of information. However, they possess the Sharingan but do not have the Uchiha clan's bloodline, unable to deactivate the Sharingan, which continuously drains their stamina. They have at least 3 groups of people. Hazuki Mengetsu brought up an important piece of information again. "We have not yet clarified their exact numbers, but there are at least 3 groups of them. The masks of the people chasing us these past few days have all been different, which means it should be 3 groups taking turns to pursue us." "Ah!" Hamura Mitokado held more specific numbers in his hand, but also hesitated to reveal them. "It seems Danzo has quite a few successful experiments in his possession." "That!" The captain of the Hokage Guard, Shiranui Genma, landed beside Hamura Mitokado, a senbon in his mouth. "If we can find a safe place, we can use the Flying Thunder God formation to send someone back to the border outpost to deliver the message. As long as someone from the outpost rushes back to Konoha, the reinforcements should be able to rush back immediately." A member of the Hokage Guard, Reido Namiashi, also took the initiative to say, "The village's Kagura is also a practitioner of the Flying Thunder God technique. If he can come to support us, Kagura is also currently the strongest combat power in the village, right?" Hamura Mitokado considered the feasibility of this plan. "However, it will take a little time." Another member of the Hokage Guard, Iwashi Tatami, added softly, "Even if he can't make it." Iwashi Tatami adjusted his sunglasses and outlined the worst-case scenario. "We can still send the message back to avoid a war between the 2 countries. We can hold them off for a while." Hazuki Mengetsu, holding his twin swords Hurame-kari, spoke. "If you're setting up the Flying Thunder God formation, how long will it take? Can you make it in time?" "It will be ready soon." Shiranui Genma, with the senbon in his mouth, nodded. "Then it's up to you guys." Hazuki Mengetsu could only place his hope on these members of the Hokage Guard as he quickly turned to face the oncoming pursuit of the dual Kekkei Genkai ninja squad. This is the land of rain, extremely suitable for water-release ninja battles. Hazuki Mengetsu raised his hand, and countless raindrops fell on him, converging into a giant water figure, blocking all the pursuing enemies. This group of dual Kekkei Genkai ninja, undaunted, quickly sprouted vines from their arms, tying up the water figure's limbs like ropes, absorbing the water figure's chakra. However, just a little bit of time was enough. The Hokage Guard completed setting up the Flying Thunder God formation and used it to send away the fastest ninja, hoping he could bring back good news. Inside the Konoha village, Akihara Kagura was still quietly waiting for news at the root base. While White Zetsu Oi was having fun impersonating Shimura Danzo, Aburame Torun came with the real orders from Shimura Danzo, bringing the message that Danzo hoped for a meeting. Did Yamanaka Fu return to be by Lord Danzo's side? After hearing Aburame Torun's report, Akihara Kagura sighed deeply. When did Lord Danzo fall to such a state, with only you two bodyguards left by his side? Yes. Aburame Torun knelt on one knee before Akina Kagura, not daring to dwell on this topic too much. After all, he couldn't say that Danzo's dire situation was all because Lord Kagura helped him, right? Moreover, the only two bodyguards were spies Akihara Kagura had placed with him. Then let's meet. Akihara Kagura slowly brought his palms together, exhaling slowly and said, First, take Lord Danzo to the border between the land of fire and the land of rice fields. I will use the Flying Thunder God technique to hurry over there as soon as possible. He can't stay here any longer. I'll find him a place to stay. It just so happens to let him help me negotiate with Lord Orochimaru. Lord Danzo seems not too willing to leave Konoha. Aburame Torun spoke softly about Danzo Shimura's thoughts. Try to persuade him. Akihara Kagura shook his head, seemingly with some helplessness, and said, I don't want Lord Danzo to become a rogue ninja either, but there's no other way. Perhaps tonight, someone will send back to Konoha the good deeds Lord Danzo has done. Tomorrow early in the morning, when I go to the Hokage Tower for the meeting, I will try my best to prevent Lord Danzo from being put on the Leaf's wanted list. Go back and tell Lord Danzo first. Now, the third Hokage power and prestige in the village are very high. Even if we raise any objections, they will be suppressed. If we really want to do something, we must have an opportunity with a large scene, so that the Hokage must be wary of not acting rashly. At that time, let everyone in the ninja world know the true face of the Hokage, and that will clear Lord Danzo's name. This world has both darkness and light. If someone is defamed, naturally, someone else will clear their name. Night. Hiruzen's house. Since Hamura Mitokado left with the Hokage Guard platoon, this elderly man has not had a good night's sleep for several days, constantly worrying about the outcome. Quickly, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer needed to worry, because a message came from the Land of Fire's outpost. Shimura Danzo, leading his ninja, attacked the ninja of the Mist Village. After being discovered by the advisor Hamura Mitokado, he attempted to kill the advisor and frame the Mist Village, sparking a full-blown war between the two villages. The situation was urgent, requiring immediate support. Go call Kagura! Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily issued his command. If possible, Sarutobi Hiruzen still hoped to have a proper talk with Shimura Danzo, but when push came to shove, he was not averse to taking decisive action. The first order, immediately command Akihara Kagura to rush to the Land of Rain, to rescue advisor Hamura Mitokado and the allied forces of the Mist Village. The second order, assemble all the Ambu to join me on the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. Yes! Hate Kakashi immediately realized the severity of the situation and rushed to the Ambu base to inform Akihara Kagura, hoping for swift action. I understand, I'll be right there. Akihara Kagura was always clear and decisive in executing orders from his superiors. System prompt. New mission Sarutobi Hiruzen, rescue advisor Hamura Mitokado and the allied forces of the Mist Village. As the strongest force of Konoha, Akihara Kagura's performance did not disappoint. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he traveled overnight to the Land of Rain. Land of Rain. Hamura Mitokado and Hazuki Mengetsu were still fleeing. When Hazuki Mengetsu felt they could no longer escape, he hoped Hamura Mitokado would lead the members of the Konoha Hokage Guard platoon to turn back and fight. To prevent Hazuki Mengetsu's naive idea, Hamura Mitokado had to inform him that Shimura Danzo had 59 ninja with both wood release and sharing a daunting number. The entire Mist Village only had one Terumi-mei with 2 Kekkei Genkai, yet they were not considered strong boil release and lava release. The ninja of the Mist Village had witnessed Terumime's strength, yet Shimura Danzo had so many under his command. Danzo! Hamura Mitokado was not merely fleeing. Even on the run, he continued to try to persuade. Your crimes have been presented to Hiruzen. Continuing like this is pointless. You should surrender now. I understand Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo was unconcerned and even had his reasoning. If I don't kill you, Hiruzen might have to break with me for your sake. I might even have to defect from Konoha. Shimura Danzo saying this brought up another possibility. Only if I kill you, Hiruzen might make a different choice. For Konoha, everything is a price worth sacrificing. Over the years, I've made many people sacrifice, and Hiruzen is well aware of this, and later, didn't he choose to accept it? Shimura Danzo, leading this group of ninja with dual Kekkei Genkai, was closely following behind Hamura Mitokado and Hazuki Mengetsu, seemingly determined to stop them. However, a sudden change occurred. A kunai was shot at Shimura Danzo. A figure appeared in front of Shimura Danzo along with the kunai. Shimura Danzo's figure swiftly retreated. All the double Kekkei Genkai ninja instantly stopped in their tracks. Hamura Mitokado, Hazuki Mengetsu, and others also noticed the arrival of someone on the battlefield. They quickly turned to look, and this glance immediately relaxed their hearts. The newcomer was Akihara Kagiura. This was Konoha's strongest combat force, and arguably the strongest person in the ninja world at present, especially among those Konoha ninjas who had witnessed Senjutsu, true several thousand hands. Kagiura! A wave of joy rose in Hamura Mitokado's heart. However, before Hamura Mitokado could revel in his joy, Shimura Danzo was the first to speak. Kagiura, Hamura Mitokado has colluded with the Mist Ninja, betraying Konoha's intelligence. What you need to do now is to kill Hamura Mitokado and this group of Mist Ninja, then lead the Konoha army to flatten the land of water and Mist Village. War and slaughter are what you love most, right? Hamura Mitokado was startled once again. The Konoha higher-ups all knew that Akihara Kagiura's actions were extreme. Shimura Danzo, that bastard, actually used such a method to lure and deceive Akihara Kagiura. Kagiura! Hamura Mitokado quickly tried to attract Akihara Kagiura's attention and loudly said, "Do not believe Danzo's rumors. Danzo has committed a heinous crime." Akihara Kagiura furrowed his brows and softly said, "The third Hokage order was for me to rescue advisor Hamura Mitokado and the Mist Pursuit Ninja." After saying this, Akihara Kagiura then looked towards Shimura Danzo. "By the way, Lord Danzo, we all already know about your experiments with the Sharingan and Hashirama cells. It seems the people behind you are other successful experimental subjects. It was all for the sake of Konoha. It was all for the sake of Konoha." Shimura Danzo's eyebrows twitched and he squinted his eyes. "Forget it, there's another side to this matter that can't be explained in a moment." Leading a group of ninja with dual Kekkei Genkai, Shimura Danzo quickly turned to leave, but before leaving, he left a sentence. "Let's stop here for today. Everything I did today was for the sake of Konoha. We'll settle this after we all return to the village." A group of ninja with dual Kekkei Genkai glanced back at Akihara Kagiura, seemingly afraid of any action from Kagiura, and followed Shimura Danzo with a wary eye as they left the area. "Isn't it?" Hazuki Mengetsu was somewhat surprised at this scene and asked in astonishment, "Is that Shimura Danzo going back to Konoha? Won't he defect? This kind of thing. It's really incomprehensible. Shimura Danzo, intending to kill the village's advising elders, still doesn't defect and wants to return to Konoha. Does he think everything will end once he returns to Konoha? Impossible! Danzo will definitely not defect." Hamura Mitokado shook his head, deeply convinced of this matter. Even though Shimura Danzo wanted to kill Hamura Mitokado never thought that Shimura Danzo would betray Konoha. He believed that Shimura Danzo would definitely return to Konoha. However, perhaps Konoha was about to face an internal power struggle. However, Hamura Mitokado was soon proven wrong. When Sarutobi Hiruzen personally led the Ambu to greet them and even comforted them, they began to search for Shimura Danzo, wanting to confront him. However, they did not find Shimura Danzo's whereabouts. Instead, rumors of Danzo's defection gradually emerged in the ninja world. Inside the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing this news, was initially in disbelief. He looked incredulously at the Ambu who came to report the news. "You're saying Danzo has defected?" "Yes." The Ambu ninja had to relay this message to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "There's news of Lord Danzo's defection from the ninja world, and even rumors of Lord Danzo making contact with ninja villages of other enemy nations." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if his brain had been struck by lightning. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane also found this difficult to accept. As longtime friends, with a relationship spanning 60 years, they could imagine Danzo committing various crimes, but they never thought Danzo would defect from Konoha. However, rumors in the ninja world were detailed and vivid. There were even claims that Shimura Danzo had established a new ninja village, alleging collusion between Danzo and Orochimaru, and that Danzo had sided with the Cloud Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding a smoking pipe in his hand, found it hard to believe, yet Konoha had not received any communication from Danzo himself for some time. Sarutobi Hiruzen's feelings were especially complex. He always thought the efforts of Jiraiya to capture Orochimaru and Hideki Kakashi to track Uchiha Obaido were somewhat naively heartbreaking. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen could now empathize with those feelings. He had been serving well as the Hokage and was nearing retirement age, almost 70 years old. His comrade had defected. The feeling of betrayal by his comrade, who had taken the wrong path, was indeed painful, making him wish to immediately bring the person back. Without a word, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to don his armor, his aged face showing a trace of determination as he coldly addressed the two Hokage advisors. "Handle the village affairs with Kagura during this period. I must retrieve Danzo. Hiruzen, don't be rash. Monkey, don't be rash." The two Hokage advisors quickly intercepted Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Jiraiya pursued Orochimaru, it was understandable, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Hokage of the village. It was unreasonable for a Hokage to abandon administrative duties to chase after Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking at the two advisors, said gravely, "You should understand the severe consequences if Danzo becomes a rogue ninja." Indeed, the consequences would be extremely severe. Shimura Danzo held many secrets. The list of Konoha's intelligence personnel, information on Konoha's Anbu members, information on all of Konoha's ninjas, information on all the major ninja clans in Konoha. Danzo knew them like the back of his hand. To put it bluntly, if Danzo were to defect, it would be an unprecedented blow to Konoha. Just by betraying some of Konoha's intelligence, Konoha would suffer significant losses. If he were to betray all of Konoha's intelligence, Konoha would decline like never before. Shimura Danzo was no small figure. He had once been in the position of advisor to the Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not keep many things from Danzo. He had participated in the meetings of Konoha's higher-ups. "Hiruzen, you are the Hokage of Konoha." Koharu Udatane was very aware of the consequences of Danzo's defection, yet still felt compelled to persuade. A village's cage should not be moved lightly. In the past, even when the Ninja World War was at its most difficult moments, weren't you still stationed in the village? Yes. Hamura Mitokado also started to persuade, then proactively said, "However, knowing Danzo's character, he wouldn't submit to others. It's unlikely he would defect to another ninja village." Even though Danzo often acted in despicable ways, he had high aspirations, even coming close to becoming the Hokage of Konoha at one point. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen wavering, Koharu Udatane continued to advise, "You're also getting on in years, and your physical strength isn't what it used to be. How could you possibly go after Danzo now?" Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Indeed, he no longer had the strength to pursue Danzo. Shimura Danzo has also aged. Why then does he still choose to defect? First, let the Anbu investigate the news about Danzo. Koharu Udatane quickly seized the opportunity to propose a feasible idea. Once Danzo's whereabouts are discovered, we can assemble a large force to surround him and bring him back. The Root can also participate. Akihara Kagura shook his head, also offering his suggestion. Though the Roar only consists of Karin and 3 squads of ninjas, Karin possesses powerful sensory abilities. Agreed. Hamura Mitokado also quickly nodded in agreement, then thought of Danzo's character. Even if Danzo defects at this time, he will surely want to return to Konoha in the future. We should be cautious to avoid any schemes Danzo might have. Should we issue a wanted order? Koharu Udatane raised a critical question. Should we issue it? Hamura Mitokado frowned, posing his own question. If by chance a ninja from the village encounters him, how should they confront him? Last time Danzo deceived me and Kagura, making us think he would soon lead a team back to the village. Let's issue it. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down, sitting at his desk with a grim expression. If Danzo truly chooses to defect, then we must swiftly find his whereabouts and kill him as soon as possible to ensure he cannot endanger Konoha. If he hasn't defected, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the time, continuing in a cold voice. A according to the rules established within the village. Leaving the village without reporting to the Hokage and not returning for a long time is considered defection and should be listed as a rogue ninja to be pursued. After all, whether we issue a wanted order or not, the ninja world already considers Danzo to have become a rogue ninja of Konoha. Delaying the issuance of a wanted order might even invite ridicule from enemy countries. Let's issue it then. Shimura Danzo, listed at the top of the S-Class Rogue Ninja Wanted list. Anyone who sees Danzo should kill him on sight. Both the Anbu and the Root should prioritize the pursuit of Danzo. It can only be this way. Hamura Maitakado sighed deeply. Akihara Kagura furrowed his brows, seemingly unhappy. Initially, it was Lord Danzo who rescued me from Orochimaru's laboratory, allowing me to enter the Root and guiding me to protect the village's will from the shadows. I never thought that today we would issue a wanted order for Lord Danzo. It's really unexpected. Perhaps it's the unpredictability of life. Shimura Danzo, who personally led Akihara Kagura into Konoha, ended up being driven out of the village by Konoha, and it was even Akihara Kagura, whom he personally brought into Konoha, who drove him out. Kagura! Sarutobi Hiruzen, unaware of Akihara Kagura's true thoughts and thinking Kagura still cared about Danzo, immediately reprimanded and educated Kagura sternly. The next time you see Danzo, you must not show him any mercy. Kill him immediately in the fastest way possible, atop the Hokage Rock. Sarutobi Hiruzen increasingly spent more time here. Konoha would never lack for ninja who defect, nor would it ever be without those who, due to their own bonds, leave Konoha and suffer for it. This time it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, who felt the weight. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but become increasingly anxious. Fearing that Shimura Danzo might commit a grave mistake, worrying that Danzo might sacrifice Konoha's interests for his own, concerned that he might one day have to kill Danzo, disregarding their past camaraderie. Standing atop the Hokage Rock, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered the struggle between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, remembering how the first Hokage had decisively acted against Uchiha Madara. Lord Hokage! Hatake Kakashi knelt on one knee behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, softly saying, "The warrant for his arrest has been made public." Good, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. The official news from Konoha was uncabutoptedly credible. All of Konoha and even the ninja world received the news that Shimura Danzo had become a rogue ninja of Konoha. This news didn't much affect the ordinary villagers, but it was uncabutoptedly shocking for the elite ninja of Konoha. Since many things within Konoha could not be completely covered up, Sarutobi Hiruzen simply made public the 3 charges against Shimura Danzo, taking the opportunity to quell the resentment within the village. The first charge, Shimura Danzo, in conspiracy with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obaido, harmed the Uchiha clan, secretly scheming to acquire the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. This was undeniable, because Shimura Danzo indeed committed this act. Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer wished to conceal it for Danzo. The second charge, Shimura Danzo conducted unauthorized human experiments related to the Sharingan, aiming to obtain more powerful Kekkei Genkai. Due to the significant impact of Hashirama cells, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to omit this charge to avoid further disputes, although the higher-ups of Konoha Ninja were largely aware of it. The third charge, Shimura Danzo led his men in an unauthorized attack on the ninja of the Mist Village, intending to provoke a war between Konoha and Mist Village. This was acknowledged by the Mist Village. After all, the Mist Village was an ally of Konoha, and it was necessary to consider the feelings of an ally. This act indeed angered Sarutobi Hiruzen greatly. He had always treated allies with a conciliatory policy, and Shimura Danzo's actions were uncabutoptedly contrary to the policies of the Hokage's office. These charges were enough to infuriate the people of Konoha. Over the years, Shimura Danzo had always within the Root, his name not very prominent in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions also made Shimura Danzo thoroughly infamous in Konoha. In a sweets shop, a group of ninjas were still discussing Shimura Danzo. Mike Guy, looking at the wanted poster in the handbook, felt some regrets. I had once applied to join Lord Danzo's Anbu. That's the Root. Genma Shiranui, with a senbon in his mouth, muttered indifferently. Well, it doesn't matter now. Danzo has defected and the harm he has brought is too great. He must be killed. But it won't be easy to kill that guy. He has many subordinates. He still has to be eliminated. He has killed so many people. Even wanting to provoke a war, how could this be allowed? A group of Konoha ninja having afternoon tea immediately became passionately agitated. Most of these Konoha ninja had never really seen Shimura Danzo, nor understood the story between Konoha's high-level officials and the Uchiha. but they still considered the Uchiha as comrades, especially resenting people like Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Itachi. Some resent. Naturally, there are those who regret. At the root's base, this base no longer had any of Shimura Danzo's subordinates. The only trace left by Shimura Danzo might be that he was the founder of the root, and perhaps once the guide for the current leader of the root, Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura still sat on the corridor railing, gazing into the dark abyss of the root's base, seemingly mourning Shimura Danzo's defection in silence and also lamenting the rewards he had received. System prompt: rescue Hamura Mitakado and the allied forces Mist Village, Sarutobi Hizen. Mission completed. Reward: 5 elements unseal. 5 elements unseal can utilize the generating interactions among the 5 elements to break the 5 element seal, allowing the recipient to regain the ability to use ninjutsu. This reward is not entirely useless. Akihara Kagura once received the 5-element seal from Jiraiya, which can seal the chakra of a Jinchuriki, and it seems it can also seal the chakra of others. Now, he has acquired the means of the 5 elements unseal from Sarutobi Hizen. This is normal. Sarutobi Hizen carries many and various techniques. However, Akihara Kagura, having been with Jiraiya, has already learned many fire release techniques in another way. Since becoming a high-level figure in Konoha, Akihara Kagura could learn any ninjutsu directly, and he was free to learn any techniques, except for forbidden ones. Having a method to unseal sealing techniques is better than nothing. Compared to the rewards from Sarutobi Hizen, the rewards from Nagato and Uchiha Obaido are somewhat peculiar. Since both Nagato and Akihara Kagura possess the Rinnegan temporarily, and both are disciples of Jiraiya, the techniques Akihara Kagura knows are not significantly less than those Nagato knows. Their abilities are quite similar, and there's no special ability to gain, except for the abilities of the Uzumaki lineage. Seems there's no other reward to offer him. System prompt: solve the problem of Shimura Danzo and the pursuit squad investigating the Akatsuki organization. Nagato: reward, chakra level enhancement. System prompt: the host can synthesize chakra of up to SSSS level. Chakra can still be enhanced. Akihara Kagura immediately felt a surge in life force. This means that the more his abilities resemble those of his superiors, the less treasure the superiors can burst out, and once there's no treasure, it's time to start exploding with big ores. System prompt: solve the problem of Shimura Danzo and the pursuit squad investigating the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Obaido. Mission completed. Reward: Great Fire Annihilation knowledge. Great Fire Annihilation, B-rank fire release ninjutsu by condensing fire attribute chakra, can spit out flames as vast as the sea, extremely powerful in might and range. It's Uchiha Obaido, however, who keeps uncovering new coins, not telling how much of Uchiha Madara's inheritance he has received. It's evident. Uchiha Obaido hasn't learned this technique, but he possesses the knowledge of it, meaning that completing missions from a superior could likely lead to acquiring the superior's knowledge. Akihara Kagura immediately learned Great Fire Annihilation using the Ninja Professor trait, a formidable fire release ninjutsu that is rare to come by. Most importantly, Akihara Kagura has vaguely discovered some tricks. If he could deplete all of Uchiha Madara's inheritance from Uchiha Obaido, what big technique could he burst out if Uchiha Madara became his superior in the future? Even though joining a superior's ranks and gaining traits from this superior is already powerful, some superiors indeed possess quite rich minds. Lord Kagura, everyone is here. As Akihara Kagura was contemplating, a young girl's voice emerged beside him. The little girl, Karin, stood next to Akihara Kagura, dressed in a gray Anbu ninja uniform. This little girl entered the route directly after graduating from the ninja school ahead of time. Yakashi Kabuto stood behind Karin, still wearing the glasses given to him by the dean, his mouth curving into a playful smile, seemingly quite pleased to see Shimura Danzo's defection, as he and Yakashi Nano were nearly forced to defect by Shimura Danzo. White Zetsu Oi body floated on a wooden pillar, his mouth wide open, very proud of the role he played in Danzo's defection event. The 12 Uchihas still wore masks, their sharing and never closed, standing quietly in the corridor, making it impossible to discern their expressions. People are gathered, so let's introduce everyone. Everyone present is one of us. Akihara Kagura spoke calmly. Apart from Oi, everyone here should already know each other. Oi acts on my behalf outside, Karin will be my assistant from now on, and Kabuto's identity goes without saying. Turning back, Akihara Kagura glanced at White Zetsu Oi and then at the 12 Uchihas. Thanks to all of you, Lord Danzo could take a break from his busy duties in Konoha. Hehe, this is quite fun, White Zetsuoi responded with a laugh. For White Zetsu, who enjoys observing, White Zetsuoi is particularly fond of the novel stories that occur in the ninja world, especially since this story was completed with his help. The 12 Uchihas remained silent. Their identity as Uchihas meant they could not speak to Akihara Kagura as freely as White Zetsuoi could, and they dared not make any mistakes at any time, for they had no way out, with the Uchiha clan having nowhere to turn. These 12 Uchihas, after undergoing training in a limited Tsukuyomi world and first acquiring the 3 Tamo Sharingan and extensive combat experience, were then used by Akihara Kagura through genetic modification technology to transplant Hashirama's cells, successfully awakening wood release, becoming dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas. However, this was a novel experience for them. This group of Uchihas was fully involved in the process of framing Shimura Danzo. It must be said, this was a textbook case of making something out of nothing. First, Akihara Kagura secretly assisted Shimura Danzo's comeback, taking advantage of the need for manpower during Danzo's return to successfully place 2 spies, Aburame Torun and Yamanaka Fu, under Danzo's command, ready to influence him at any time. Second, after Danzo left Konoha, a team of dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas took advantage of the end of Might Guy's training session to forge an incident where they sneaked into Konoha and were discovered by Might Guy, leading to a conflict and fight that attracted the attention of many in Konoha, allowing the existence of the dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas to be discovered by Konoha. Third, Akihara Kagura used the evidence left in his hands by Shimura Danzo, the order for 143 Sharingan, to directly blame the dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas on Danzo, taking Hadate Kakashi to investigate Danzo's home, finding 2 teams of people, and confirming Danzo's Kakashi to investigate Danzo's home, finding 2 teams of people, and confirming Danzo's conspiracy to accumulate loyal soldiers. Fourth, all dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas, under the cover of Akihara Kagura's interrogation, deliberately claimed that Danzo had another 59 dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas, causing Hiruzen and the Konoha higher-ups to be alert and leading Hiruzen to send envoys to negotiate with Danzo. Fifth, these dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas then pretended to be Hiruzen's envoys to capture Danzo, specifically framing Danzo to force him to hope for his subordinates to rescue him. As a result, a major battle occurred, and except for the 2 spies, Aburame Torun and Yamanaka Fu, all of Danzo's other subordinates died. Sixth, these dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas, taking advantage of Danzo's shortage of manpower, pursued Danzo, forcing him to use the spy Aburame Torun's strategy, trying to instigate a major battle between the Mist ninjas and the dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas. Seventh, White Zetsuoi opportunistically led this group of dual Kekkei Genkai ninjas, posing as Danzo, initiating fights under Danzo's name to chase Mist Village ninjas, framing Danzo with the crime of initiating a war, even attacking the Hokage's advisors. White getting deceived by Aburame Torun and Yamanaka Fu, making Danzo believe he was carrying the blame for Hiruzen. Once returning to the village, he would be dealt with. Eighth, White Zetsuoi spread rumors everywhere that Danzo was too afraid to return to the village and chose to defect, forcing the Konoha leadership to issue a warrant for Danzo, definitively branding him as a rogue ninja in name. Finally, someone needed to conclude, making Danzo himself admit to defecting. The crimes published by Konoha include those committed by Danzo himself and those Danzo thought he was framed for. Anyway, he surely knew he couldn't refute them. Oi! Akihara Kagura began to instruct Oi, go and ask Abaido if there's anything else I can help with. Okay, White Zetsuoi quickly disappeared. Kabuto! Akihara Kagura looked at Yakashi Kabuto and said, let's go to the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rice Fields together to meet Danzo. Okay. Yakashi Kabuto adjusted his glasses and spoke softly. Danzo is now like a dog that has lost its home. Not killing him, are you planning to let him join forces with Orochimaru? Where else could he go except to Orochimaru? Akihara Kagura spread his hands with a somewhat merciful heart. An old man has been driven out of Konoha by an old friend. We should at least find a place for the elderly to live, right? I'm not on good terms with Orochimaru. Now that Lord Danzo has been driven out of the village by us, Orochimaru wants to get information about Konoha. He must go through me. Just right, we ask Lord Danzo to mediate for us, letting them know my indispensability. Only I can be their future reliance on mastering Konoha. At the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rice Fields. Shimura Danzo, along with Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torun, took refuge in a small town here, having received the news that Konoha had labeled Shimura Danzo as an S-rank rogue ninja. For an entire day, Shimura Danzo was unable to eat. Shimura Danzo had never imagined that he would one day be expelled from Konoha. He had spent almost his entire life in Konoha and dedicated his life to the village. Shimura Danzo believed that the most tragic ending to his life would perhaps be dying for Konoha, leaving his name on the village's memorial stone, thinking that the most gratifying end for him would be to work hard for Konoha and have his statue placed on the Hokage Rock in the village. But then, he suddenly became a rogue ninja. Who would have thought that at nearly 70 years old, he would become a rogue ninja? This was simply humiliating. Shimura Danzo could not accept this fact in any way. He wanted to go back and tell Shimura Danzo could not accept this fact in any way. He wanted to go back and tell everyone that this was all a conspiracy by Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, Akihara Kagura sent a message through Aburame Torun, indicating that everything in Konoha was under Sarutobi Hiruzen's control. If he returned, he would only become a scapegoat. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Shimura Danzo did not want anyone to come in, and he spoke with a gloomy face. "Didn't I say I wanted to be alone for a while today? Lord Kagura is here." Shimura Danzo sighed, a glimmer of hope igniting in his heart. "Let Kagura in, everyone else stay outside." When Akihara Kagura came in, he saw that Shimura Danzo's spirit didn't seem quite right, as if he had aged several years. What exactly is going on? Shimura Danzo looked up at Akihara Kagura, anger flashing across his face. "Akihara Kagura, how could I become a rogue ninja of Konoha? What exactly is going on? Shouldn't this be a question for Lord Danzo? The situation is too serious. Even I have no solution." It was an order personally issued by the third Hokage. Akihara Kagura sat opposite Shimura Danzo, softly saying, "I originally applied to the third Hokage to handle all matters secretly, forbidding anyone from leaking information, waiting for Lord Danzo to return before discussing. But the third Hokage insisted on issuing a wanted order." "Monkey!" Shimura Danzo clenched his fists tightly, full of hatred. "That bastard pinned everything on me." Shimura Danzo fiercely looked at Akihara Kagura, sternly saying, "Akihara Kagura, you should know I don't have the Sharingan. All the Sharingan in the route have been destroyed. Now in the ninja world, only Uchiha Abaido and Hiruzen have the Sharingan. But the evidence is substantial." Akihara Kagura frowned slightly, calmly saying, "Because some ninjas with both Wood Release and Sharingan were discovered in the village. I also saw when dining with Kakashi, the village had discovered several ninjas with dual Kekkei Genkai." Akihara Kagura, staring intently at Shimura Danzo, continued, "The most troublesome thing is, Lord Danzo led some ninjas with dual Kekkei Genkai to attack Advisor Hamura Mitakado and the ninja from the mist. This has caused too severe an impact, although I did not have a conflict with Lord Danzo at that time." "What are you talking about?" Shimura Danzo looked at Akihara Kagura with a face full of shock and disbelief. "I have not done these things. I have been staying here ever since receiving your message. I have never left. When did I lead people to attack Hamura Mitakado?" "What?" Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo with some surprise. "Lord Danzo, didn't we just meet in the Land of Rain a few days ago? How could it have been me? Besides, those people were all under the monkey's command." Shimura Danzo was always aware that those ninjas with Kekkei Genkai were under Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, and he almost immediately figured everything out. Hiruzen wanted to take this opportunity to pin the blame on him. Shimura Danzo clenched his teeth with resentment, saying, "It's that monkey trying to frame me deliberately. I will admit to what I have done, but I will never admit to what I haven't done." But Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo and reminded him, "Advisor Hamura Mitakado also thinks it was you. Everyone thinks you did it. Otherwise, the two advisors wouldn't have agreed to the third Hokage issuing a warrant for your arrest. Both advisors hoped to solve this internally." Shimura Danzo felt an indescribable sense of grievance and pain in his heart. This old man, who always liked to wrong others, was tasting the bitterness of being wronged for the first time. This taste of being wronged was almost too much for the nearly 70-year-old man to bear. No one wanted things to come to this. Akihara Kagura quickly comforted Shimura Danzo with his wisdom from a past life and even poured him a cup of tea. "However, I do have a plan. Kakashi and I have captured 12 ninja with Kekkei Genkai in the village. Interrogate them immediately." Shimura Danzo grasped at this lifeline as if it were a straw. But Akihara Kagura hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Shimura Danzo and gently reminded him, "The results of the interrogation will lead back to the experiments you oversaw." "All right, Akihara Kagura's expression turned solemn, and he continued softly, "Even if it really was you, it doesn't matter. We were going to resolve this issue anyway." "It wasn't me." Shimura Danzo firmly refused to admit to it, even providing his strong evidence. "You destroyed all the Sharingan in the Foundation. I guarantee I have no Sharingan. Only Monkey controls the Sharingan. Only his Ambu could collect Sharingan from the Uchiha clan lands." "But," Akihara Kagura looked at Shimura Danzo and reminded him again, "the Ambu have always claimed they were ordered to destroy the Sharingan long ago." This unwarranted accusation. Shimura Danzo had no choice but to accept it, because Sarutobi Hiruzen had blocked all paths of escape. However, Akihara Kagura was a man of integrity, offering Shimura Danzo a way out. Even if they were secretly hoarding Sharingan, what for? The Sharingan isn't that strong, is it? Maybe the Sharingan isn't strong enough. Shimura Danzo immediately felt he had grasped the truth, staring intently at Akihara Kagura. "But you are strong enough. The wood-release ninja are powerful enough." Shimura Danzo pieced together the truth, finding a reason for Sarutobi Hiruzen. "It must be because of your success, because your wood release is powerful, that monkey bastard started thinking again about using the first Hawkage cell. Coincidentally, he obtained a batch of Sharingan material on the night of the massacre, which accidentally led to the success of his experiments. But Monkey doesn't want this to be discovered. All this time, whatever inconvenient task there was, I would do it. He never dared to let me control the power of wood release, taking you and Tenzo away from my route right from the start. However, this was accidentally discovered. That monkey bastard made me take the blame for him in the world of illusion as in reality." Akihara Kagura marveled at Shimura Danzo's meticulous logic, that he could uncover such a truth. However, once Shimura Danzo began to harbor suspicions towards the people of Konoha, his thought processes became incredibly divergent. He even considered another possibility. Perhaps Hiruzen was silently controlled by Uchiha Abaido. Uchiha Abaido took away the Kato Matsukami Mangekai Sharingan that I had taken from Shisui and secretly controlled Monkey. Hasn't he already taken control over the Mizukage of the Mist Village before? Akihara Kagura thought this line of thinking was not incorrect. If they could pin this blame on Uchiha Abaido, it would also be an excellent choice for him. Lord Danzo. Akihara Kagura admitted that both of Shimura Danzo's theories made sense, but they had to recognize one fact. No matter how much evidence you have, even if the third Hawkage was truly controlled by Uchiha Abaido or was conducting experiments privately, everyone would still blame you because at that moment the Hawkage laid all your evidence before everyone. Unless, in front of everyone, you confront the Hawkage, expose what the Hawkage has done, let everyone know you are innocent and the Hawkage is the one who has erred. Only then you might have a chance to return to Konoha and refute the Hawkage warrant for your arrest. Good! Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth. Sarutobi Hiruzen exposed all his dark deeds, even using them as evidence for his warrant. Why shouldn't he seek revenge against Sarutobi Hiruzen? Moreover, once this defection incident broke out, how could he possibly become the Hawkage with this incriminating evidence coming to light? No matter what, let's first evade the Hawkage's pursuit. Akihara Kagura persuaded Shimura Danzo to consider the bigger picture and added fuel to the fire on the mountain. The Hawkage announced in the meeting that capturing you should be the priority for the village's ninjas. Shimura Danzo immediately felt a surge of hatred. Every defector from Konoha harbors hatred towards their bonds, and Shimura Danzo's hatred was even more intense than Uchiha Abaido's. However, after his hatred, Shimura Danzo had to face a tragic fact. "I do not wish to abandon Konoha, so where can I go now?" Shimura Danzo glanced at Akihara Kagura and asked, "You have brought me to the land of rice fields. Do you intend for me to seek refuge with Orochimaru?" "Not seeking refuge, just temporarily residing." Akihara Kagura shook his head and continued, "It so happens that there has been some unpleasantness between Orochimaru and myself. He has always wanted to use the living corpse reincarnation to take over my body. I hope Lord Danzo can help mediate, ideally making Orochimaru realize we are now equals as allies." As Akihara Kagura reached this point, he smiled at Shimura Danzo, saying, "Just like how I am now with Lord Danzo." Shimura Danzo knew this had already become a fact, because Akihara Kagura's status and strength were above his, even holding a more advantageous position in this alliance, but his heart still felt somewhat uncomfortable. "It was I who brought you back to Konoha." Shimura Danzo recalled his first encounter with Akihara Kagura. "So?" Akihara Kagura smiled warmly at the elder before him, extending his hand in friendship. I will definitely help Lord Danzo return to the village." The heart of Shimura Danzo was greatly relieved, and he nodded in agreement to Akihara Kagura's request. "Then I shall talk to Orochimaru for you. Then I would trouble Lord Danzo to stay in the land of rice fields to monitor our alliance with Lord Orochimaru to prevent him from constantly causing trouble for us." Akihara Kagura found the turn of events truly wondrous. Initially, Orochimaru had sent him to Konoha to monitor the alliance with Shimura Danzo, and now Akihara Kagura was asking Shimura Danzo to monitor his alliance with Orochimaru. However, this arrangement was beneficial for Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru could now personally monitor his alliance with Shimura Danzo. Of course, there were also certain disadvantages for Orochimaru, because too many in the ninja world wanted to kill Danzo, the Land of Rain, the base of the Akatsuki organization. When Nagato and Konan learned that Shimura Danzo had defected from Konoha and became an S-rank rogue ninja, they immediately saw it as a great opportunity for revenge. Uchiha Itachi also saw it as a good opportunity, because killing Shimura Danzo to avenge Uchiha Shisui also meant eliminating one of the most dangerous S-rank rogue ninjas to Konoha. Most importantly, Uchiha Itachi still believed that Shimura Danzo possessed the Uchiha Shisui Mangekyo Sharingan, especially since Danzo had been secretly experimenting with the Sharingan he acquired on the night of the Uchiha clan massacre. Kakuzu, the Akatsuki member who loved making money, brought even more useful news. The price for the corpse of the S-rank rogue ninja, Shimura Danzo, has shot up to 190 million ryo in just a few days, and there's even a rumor that a living person would double the price. Could this person become a member of my team? Is that wanting Danzo to become a member of your team? The members of the Akatsuki didn't want to burst Kakuzu's bubble. "Kakuzu, we have found a more suitable newcomer for you." Tendo Pain refused Kakuzu's proposal, softly saying, "This newcomer possesses the ability of immortality, more suited to be your new teammate. As for Danzo, he is better off as a corpse to be exchanged for money." "All right, then." Kakuzu then nodded in satisfaction. Tendo Pain added, "However, this matter is of great importance. Konan and I will go with you." "We can also," Uchiha Itachi offered. With the death of Biwa Juzo, Uchiha Itachi got a new teammate, Kisame Hashigaki, the S-rank rogue ninja from the Mist Village, who grinned, showing off his shark-like teeth. "Mr. Itachi, do you have plans for hunting Danzo? Aren't you allies?" Uchiha Itachi was interrupted before he could speak. "Let's go together." The Sasori of the Red Sand volunteered. However, Sasori's new teammate, Deidara with his blonde ponytail, opposed discontentedly. Hey, Sasori, I have no interest in that Shimura Danzo. When can we move out to kill that bastard Akihara Kagura?" Tendo Pain immediately felt a headache coming on. Would letting this Deidara know that Akihara Kagura is one of their own really end up turning the Akatsuki base upside down? And has this newcomer Deidara always been this confident? Sasori glanced at Deidara and kindly advised, "If you want to die now, don't drag the Akatsuki down with you." Deidara, one of the new members of the Akatsuki organization. This guy wasn't too happy before joining Akatsuki. It was because Deidara's teacher, the third Tsuchiki Janoki, had become senile and was always nagging him to learn dust release, saying that someone from the Konoha, Akihara Kagura, had mastered it after being told only once. Akihara Kagura really brought about a deep misfortune. From a young age, Deidara had been a model child in others' eyes, originally meant to be a praised genius, but now he could hardly raise his head from the scolding of the third Tsuchiki Janoki. At 12, Deidara still had some playful spirit, wanting to fiddle with his clay art every day, which Anoki took as a lack of seriousness in learning dust release. New grudges and old hatreds. Moreover, Deidara was still a child. Deidara felt he always lived in the shadow of Akihara Kagura. Fortunately, people from the Akatsuki organization came to recruit Deidara. These kind-hearted individuals in their cloud-patterned black robes beat up Deidara, wanting to free him from the torment of learning. The one responsible for beating Deidara, Uchiha Itachi, even took the initiative to tell Deidara that the person Deidara hated, the child Akihara Kagura, was also an enemy of the Akatsuki. Naturally, Deidara immediately felt a lot of goodwill towards the Akatsuki. Now that Deidara has joined the Akatsuki, he always had his artistic freedom. What he wanted to do most now was to fight Akihara Kagura. His art has long since improved beyond comparison. "This is not seeking death." Deidara, holding his clay art in hand, had a face full of pride. "With this one move I can kill that Akihara Kagura." Uchiha Itachi cast a doubtful glance at Deidara. Why did this guy, who was easily defeated by his own genjutsu, still think so highly of himself, believing he could defeat Akihara Kagura? Cough, cough, cough! Conan coughed softly with her fist to her mouth, interrupting Deidara's words. All right, there's no rush with Akihara Kagura. If you want to fight Akihara Kagura in the future, there might be plenty of opportunities. Now we're discussing pursuing Danzo. Right, Pain quickly changed the subject. Let's get moving then. Kakuzu was most concerned about this matter, saying solemnly, let's find Danzo quickly. His corpse is worth at least half a year of our income. The land of rice field. A small diner. Shimura Danzo still had no idea that a group of S-rank rogue ninjas from the Akatsuki organization had set their sights on him. After being consoled by Akihara Kagura, the old man was finally able to eat. Let's eat first. One should still eat. Akihara Kagura took the initiative to order an extra bowl of rice for Shimura Danzo, persuading him. When I was training with teacher Jirya, we met an S-rank rogue ninja from the Waterfall village who was almost 90 years old. Hurry up and eat. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but glare at Akihara Kagura, mentioning their next destination. After we finish eating, we'll head to the Sound Village. The Sound Village, a new ninja village that appeared in the land of rice fields. Orochimaru was able to establish his own Sound Village by bribing the daimyo of the land of rice fields, using the village's status as cover to recruit talent extensively. Akihara Kagura had long guessed that many would pursue Shimura Danzo in the ninja world, taking him to the Sound Village. On one hand, to have a good talk with Orochimaru, and on the other, hoping Orochimaru could help Shimura Danzo live longer, to avoid him being killed off unexpectedly. When Akihara Kagura and Shimura Danzo arrived at the Sound Village, a group of odd-looking kids stopped them, appearing unapproachable. Among these kids, some had 6 arms, some were fat and chubby, and some even had 2 upper bodies. The most normal among them was a little girl with red hair. Where is Orochimaru? Shimura Danzo looked at this group of oddly shaped little guys and issued an order as if he was not a rogue ninja, but still a high-ranking member of Konoha village. Indeed, Shimura Danzo had that privilege. Having a combat power like Akihara Kagura by one's side allows one to speak down to anyone with authority. Obviously, the youngsters from the Sound Village were not respectful. Ha! A young man with 6 arms looked at Shimura Danzo and Akihara Kagura with a face full of scorn. What are you, daring to disturb Lord Orochimaru? Shut up, Kidamaru. Fortunately, a cold young man with white hair and green eyes intervened to stop their behavior and came forward to welcome Akihara Kagura and Shimura Danzo. With the intervention of the white-haired young man, the group immediately quieted down, quickly scattered, and hid in the distance to secretly watch everything. Lord Orochimaru is already aware of your arrival. This white-haired young man stood at the entrance of the Sound Village, looking somewhat pale as if he was seriously ill. Please follow me, Lord Orochimaru is waiting for you. Compared to the other oddly shaped youngsters, this white-haired young man looked more normal and was also more polite. This white-haired young man's name was Kimimaro of the Kaguya clan. Kimimaro came from the Kaguya clan, which took over the land of grass by annihilating many grass ninjas who had done too much evil, only to be killed carelessly by others. Although the Kaguya clan had combat power, they had no idea how a ninja village should be developed. Orochimaru secretly targeted the Kaguya clan. With just a little help, Orochimaru made the Kaguya clan his pawns. Many small ninja clans, for the sake of their family's continuation, served Orochimaru either actively or passively. The Kaguya clan offered Kimimaro, the most talented young man of their clan, to Orochimaru, hoping Orochimaru could save his life. Because the Kaguya clan's Shikatsumiyaku Keke Genkai carried a fatal inherited disease, this illness was particularly severe in Kimimaro, and the people of the Kaguya clan could not bear to watch the young man die miserably, so they simply offered him to Orochimaru. Compared to others in the Sound Village, Kimimaro came from a true prestigious ninja. Compared to others in the Sound Village, Kimimaro came from a true prestigious ninja clan. Not only was his strength extraordinary, but his upbringing and manners were also very good. Kimimaro became one of Orochimaru's favorite youngsters and learned many past stories from Orochimaru during their time together. For instance, Kimimaro actually knew Akihara Kagura. Orochimaru's favorite work was named Akihara Kagura, whose strength was 1,000 times greater than his own, and his cunning and wisdom far surpassed all the youngsters in the Sound Village. You know me. Akihara Kagura saw through Kimimaro's thoughts at a glance. Kimimaro did not hide his thoughts, leading the way while softly saying, "Lord Orochimaru mentioned that you are his favorite and greatest creation, having received power from him but choosing to betray him, refusing to become his vessel. Being able to become Lord Orochimaru's vessel should be a matter of pride for us." "You make a good point." Akihara Kagura listened to Kimimaro's words and seriously nodded. "In a little while, I'll ask Lord Orochimaru if he is willing to reincarnate into my body." Kimimaro was surprised. This guy was actually so persuadable. Akihara Kagura spread his palms and then clenched them into a fist. "If he agrees to reincarnate into my body, I'll just crush him to death." Kimimaro's forehead twitched. If it weren't for Orochimaru's explicit warning not to conflict with Akihara Kagura, and his acknowledgement that he was no match for Akihara Kagura, even to the extent of being 100 times weaker, Kimimaro would have considered fighting him. "I see you're ill, and perhaps your mind is too." Akihara Kagura patted Kimimaro on the shoulder. "When you're about to die, come find me. If there's still a spot available, I'll turn your corpse into a preserved puppet." Kimimaro knew he was ill, but felt that Akihara Kagura was also not well. He no longer wanted to continue communicating with Akihara Kagura and directly led them to Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru was still busy in his laboratory. After all, his Sound Village was a newly established ninja village, and Orochimaru was worried about potential enemies, so he spread his small white snakes around to monitor, fearing someone might come to attack. As a result, the little white snake reported the arrival of Shimura Danzo and Akihara Kagura. If it were just Akihara Kagura, Orochimaru might have been worried that Kagura had come to cause trouble. However, bringing Shimura Danzo, an S-class rogue ninja, over probably meant they weren't here to pick a fight, but to discuss something important instead. When Akihara Kagura entered the laboratory, he felt a massive and abundant natural energy within the experiment. Suddenly, a figure, large and wild like a beast, charged at him. Kagura kicked the figure away and, using a vine, tied it up in its place. He then saw clearly what the figure was: a monster with orange hair. "Did Jugo go berserk again?" Kimimaro approached the orange-haired monster with a worried expression. What was strange was that when Kimimaro reached the monster, possibly due to him or someone drawing energy from the monster, the creature slowly calmed down, transforming into a tall young man. "Kagura, I must thank you for stepping in." A voice reached Akihara Kagura's ears. Orochimaru appeared from the side of an experimental table, his face covered with black curse marks filled with natural energy, which were rapidly hiding away. Clearly, his experiment was related to natural energy. Orochimaru, that guy? He had definitely set his sights on the power of Sage Mode. However, Orochimaru couldn't precisely sense natural energy and could only indirectly absorb some through people naturally attuned to it, like the orange-haired tall young man Jugo, who suddenly went berserk in the laboratory. "Kimimaro!" Lying weakly on the ground, Jugo pulled over a white-haired young man and whispered in his ear, "Kimimaro, you should leave quickly. I can sense that guy is very dangerous. Orochimaru might not be his match. Leave here quickly." At that moment, Jugo could clearly feel the rich natural energy gathered around him spontaneously rushing towards Akihara Kagura's body. "I was never a match for Kagura to begin with." Orochimaru heard Jugo's words, didn't care about Jugo's rudeness at all, and came out with a smile, softly instructing, "Kimimaro, take Jugo down first. Lord Danzo, Kagura-kun, and I have some important matters to discuss." "Yes." Kimimaro immediately left with Jugo. When only the three of them were left in the laboratory, Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue. "Kagura, I've heard some news from Yakashi Kabuto. You seem not to want to become my vessel. I still want to confirm this." "Sorry, I really had no choice." Akihara Kagura spread his palms and sighed deeply. "Mainly because I need to save Konoha, to save the ninja world. I can only give up merging with you." Orochimaru's eyes twitched. It was one thing for this damn kid to be unwilling, but why bring up so much unnecessary talk at this time? However, Kagura took the initiative to speak again. "I will provide you with a body you like Uchiha Itachi you mentioned before. Although his strength is not as great as mine, he is much stronger than others." "Oh!" Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, remembering being stabbed by Uchiha Itachi in the Tsukuyomi for 3 days and nights. He snorted coldly. "Uchiha Itachi? His body can be used to pass the time." Compared to Akihara Kagura, Uchiha Itachi's strength wasn't as overwhelming, but it still made Orochimaru somewhat envious. "All right, let's get down to business then." Akihara Kagura raised his hand towards Shimura Danzo, whispering, "If you're paying attention to the ninja world, you would know Lord Danzo has become an S-class rogue ninja from Konoha. We've discussed, and Lord Danzo doesn't want to go to another great ninja village. He plans to stay here for a while and then look for an opportunity to return to Konoha to overthrow the reign of the third Hokage and help me become the Hokage." Our alliance still stands, right? Shimura Danzo coldly stared at Orochimaru. Of course. Orochimaru nodded with a smile and agreed, actively welcoming. This is an honor for me and the Sound Village. In the future, we can return to our homeland together. Orochimaru did not disdain Shimura Danzo for being an S-rank rogue ninja. The Sound Village was a fledgling ninja village, and having someone like Shimura Danzo, who had served as an advisor to the Hokage in Konoha, join and help was indeed a great fortune. At the very least, Shimura Danzo's strength was not considered low. Moreover, Shimura Danzo also brought with him two capable ninjas, Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torun. Of course, this was under the assumption that Orochimaru was not aware that the Akatsuki members had already mobilized collectively, even organizing a team-building event to pursue Shimura Danzo. Akihara Kagura also knew some news. I'll go back to Konoha first to avoid anyone looking for me in the route. Akihara Kagura nodded and took the initiative to remind Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo. By the way, I've heard some news that the Akatsuki might come after you. Both of you be careful. Don't worry, Orochimaru grinned, thinking Akihara Kagura was being overly anxious. I've talked with the Akatsuki. As long as I don't leak their information, they won't bother me. Oh, Akihara Kagura seemed somewhat relieved, waving his hand. Then I'll be off first. If you two survive, you can send someone to meet me at the route. Heh. Orochimaru watched Akihara Kagura leave with a smile. After Akihara Kagura left, Orochimaru's gaze narrowed slightly. He was still somewhat reluctant to give up on Akihara Kagura's body. However, Orochimaru soon lost the mood to think so much about it. A small white snake from the outskirts of the Sound Village quickly came to report to Orochimaru about a major event. A group of people wearing black robes with red clouds was rushing towards the Sound Village, and the Akatsuki had chosen it as the location for their first team-building event. Pain and Konan personally led the team. Sasori, Deidara, Kakuzu, Uchiha Itachi, and Kisame Hashigaki followed closely behind. This group of Akatsuki members together was even enough to launch an attack on a major ninja village. Now coming to the Sound Village collectively, perhaps they wanted to use this small village for practice. Jugo, take everyone and leave first. Orochimaru deeply felt the hardships of starting a business. This time, his newly established Sound Village might face a devastating blow. At the border of the land of rice fields, Akihara Kagura had not actually left yet. In fact, Akihara Kagura was still having lunch in a small town on the border of the land of rice fields. Yakashi Kabuto, who had been brought from Konoha by Akihara Kagura, was right by his side, and White Zetsu, who had returned from the Akatsuki, stayed by Akihara Kagura's side without bringing back any mission. First, watch Orochimaru and Danzo escape from the Akatsuki's pursuit. As Akihara Kagura spoke, he casually took a pear juice from Yakashi Kabuto's hand and drank it all in one go, looking very busy. As for Kabuto, go see Lord Orochimaru and tell him that you originally wanted to report to him about the Akatsuki attacking the Sound Village. It was I who deliberately imprisoned you and concealed the news of the Akatsuki's attack on the Sound Village, wanting to give Lord Orochimaru a lesson to be more obedient in the alliance. White Zetsu, go ask Nagato if he needs our help to eliminate Lord Danzo. Make sure to clarify this important mission. Now, as a high-ranking official of Konoha, I can let Lord Danzo experience the cruelty of society. At this point, if the Akatsuki kills Danzo, it's just to vent their anger, a mere formality. Letting Danzo and Orochimaru live in constant fear is enough. I've gradually moved away from the stage of liking killing. Such methods are ultimately too inferior, unable to let Lord Danzo feel the pain from the world. Kagura's methods have finally become gentler. Yakashi Kabuto handed Akihara Kagura a napkin, smiling and praising him. Ah! White Zetsu tilted his head. Was Yakashi Kabuto being sarcastic? Inside the Sound Village, Orochimaru stood atop the highest building in the Sound Village, watching over the village he had just established, which was about to face a calamitous disaster. Shimura Danzo and Kimimaro, along with all the villagers, had left, leaving only Orochimaru behind. He planned to confront the Akatsuki organization once more. Orochimaru glanced at the materials beside him. In front of him were 2 bottles of Hashirama's cells and a bound rogue ninja. As soon as the Akatsuki members arrived, Orochimaru intended to inject 1 bottle of Hashirama's cells into the rogue ninja, instantly maximizing the rogue ninja's vitality. Then, he would use this dying rogue ninja, injected with Hashirama's cells, as a powerful sacrifice to perform the Edo Tensei, bringing back to life the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, due to the immature state of the Edo Tensei, this first Hokage would inevitably be uncontrollable, and even his power could not be determined. However, Orochimaru had no other option. He did not consider himself a match for the S-ranked rogue ninjas of the Akatsuki, and it was too late to seek help from the indifferent Akihara Kagiura. He could only gamble and try. If he failed, it would not hinder his escape. The sky was dark and oppressive. A group of people wearing black robes with cloud patterns appeared in Orochimaru's sight. On the ground stood Pain, along with members of the Akatsuki organization, while in the sky, Deidara rode a giant clay bird circling above. The moment these S-ranked rogue ninjas of the Akatsuki appeared, they exerted a strong psychological pressure, each possessing the power to destroy this small ninja village. "Hey, let's feel the essence of art first!" Deidara in the sky chuckled and shouted, flicking his wrist to release white claybirds. These claybirds flapped their wings and flew towards Orochimaru, the brat from the rock village. Orochimaru swiftly threw out a series of snakes that continuously bit the claybirds, followed by a series of explosions. Bodies of snakes fell to the ground. "Deidara, don't be impulsive!" Sasori looked up at his teammate, seeing Deidara's disobedience, and could only turn to Pain. "Pain, let's take action then." "All right." Pain nodded slightly and commanded, "Go kill Orochimaru, find Shimura Danzo." The next moment, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki, among others, rushed out, not even interested in a conversation, Orochimaru watched the approaching crowd with a venomous gaze, not holding back any longer. He took out a syringe of Hashirama's cells and forcefully injected it into the rogue ninja sacrifice in front of him. The overwhelming assimilative power of Hashirama's cells was far beyond what the rogue ninja could endure. In an instant, the rogue ninja's body began to be massively devoured by Hashirama's cells. Even half of his face sprouted a swollen mass of white substance. Without a doubt, at this moment the rogue ninja's life energy was at its most powerful. Yet at this moment, the rogue ninja's life was also coming to an end. "Ninjutsu, Edo Tensei!" Orochimaru swiftly raised his palm and slammed it down on the ground, another bottle of Hashirama's cells quickly acting as a catalyst, turning into a mass of ashes absorbed by the dying rogue ninja, whose breathing also ceased in that instant. A black curse mark appeared on the sacrifice's body. His appearance quickly began to change. A man with black, long hair wearing red armor appeared on the high platform of the Sound Village. His body suddenly erupted in a burst of chakra, so tangible it seemed material, causing his body to show cracks of disintegration in an instant. Any ninja who had seen his portrait or even his true face could not help but murmur his name, Hashirama, the first Hokage. Is the sacrifice unable to inherit the power of the first Hokage? Is the sacrifice unable to inherit the power of the first Hokage? Orochimaru, watching the man standing before him, frowned in thought. It seems that the reason for the imperfect revival is due to the sacrifice, but this time it appears we've successfully summoned the soul. Just a bit more power causes the body of the Edo Tensei to disintegrate. Perhaps this reanimated body won't last long, or maybe the jutsu is not yet perfect, but it should hold up for this situation, right? This was Orochimaru's first attempt at reviving the first Hokage, Hashirama. Orochimaru had guessed how powerful Hashirama truly was from the performance of Akihara Kagiura, his fingers slightly raised, wanting to try controlling Hashirama. It was evident. Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead, but still couldn't control Hashirama's actions, gaining a bit of experimental experience. If the resurrected souls are too powerful, controlling their minds is difficult, and finding the right sacrifice is not easy. Next time I perform the Edo Tensei, I need to reduce the quality of the sacrifice, cut down the power the resurrected souls can carry, and lower the chakra concentration limit of the reanimated. Although the power is likely much reduced, reanimated beings are immortal and their chakra is infinite. That alone is enough to be invincible. While Orochimaru was rapidly thinking through the lessons from this Edo Tensei, a shadow appeared before him. Hashirama, the first Hokage, looking at Orochimaru kneeling on the ground in the casting pose, tilted his head curiously. "Hello, can you hear me? What is this jutsu? Did it resurrect me from the underworld? Why not speak? Why use this jutsu? Do you know this jutsu disturbs the peace of the deceased? What year is it now? Are you a ninja of Konoha?" Orochimaru felt the first Hokage's soul was a bit talkative. Thinking for a second, Orochimaru replied, "This jutsu was invented by the second Hokage, Tabarama. I am a ninja born in the Konoha." After a moment of thought, remembering his old friend, Orochimaru calmly added, "Lord First Hokage, I am a comrade of Tsunade, surrounded by a group of rogue ninjas. I had no choice but to summon you, hoping you could help me deal with these enemies." "A friend of Tsunade's?" Hashirama stroked his chin, raising his head pretentiously in thought. "From your appearance, Tsunade must have grown up." "Yes." As Orochimaru reminisced with the first Hokage, he glanced at the approaching Akatsuki organization and quietly reminded, "Lord First Hokage, could we discuss reminiscences later? The enemies attacking us are approaching." "Is that so? Are the enemies strong?" Hashirama turned curiously, looking towards the group of figures in dark clouds and black robes charging towards the high platform, frowning in thought again. "Indeed, the times have changed. They seem powerful, but I do not recognize them." Hashirama scanned the approaching members of the Akatsuki, passing over individuals like Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki, until he saw Kakuzu and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. After so much time had passed, to still encounter someone he had met during his lifetime excited Hashirama suddenly. "Hey, you! Aren't you from the Waterfall Village?" When Kakuzu looked up and saw Hashirama, his face immediately showed shock, even seeing Hashirama greeting him friendly. That is. Kakuzu's forehead also began to show a trace of cold sweat, looking incredulously at the person standing on the platform greeting them. The long-forgotten fear gradually revived. What on earth is going on? Have I lived too long becoming senile? Otherwise, why would I see the first Hokage, Hashirama? It looks somewhat familiar. Uchiha Itachi raised his head, looking at the figure in red armor. "That's Hashirama!" Kakuzu's figure suddenly stopped. After confirming he had not mistaken the person, all 5 of his hearts started beating simultaneously, devoid of the old man's calmness. "The first Hokage, Hashirama!" Kakuzu stared fixedly at Hashirama on the platform, gripping his fists tightly. "I won't mistake him!" The black hair, that naive and foolish look, yet a terrifying power hides within. The first Hokage of Konoha, Hashirama. Kakuzu's heart trembled involuntarily as a psychological shadow emerged bit by bit. But how could Hashirama possibly be here? The people present all stopped in their tracks. The members of the Akatsuki immediately felt a heavy pressure. Merely the mention of that name was enough to deter them from making a move easily, especially since, during this time, there was also frequent mention of Akihara Kagura helping the first Hokage and boasting about wood release, making everyone believe Hashirama could not be easily dealt with. Fortunately, having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. Everyone on the ground involuntarily looked towards Kakuzu, hoping to get some insights or information about the first Hokage Hashirama from this elder. "Don't look at me!" Kakuzu, somewhat embarrassed and angry, looked displeased at his companions, who were also S-class rogue ninja. "I don't know how strong he really is. Weren't you only a bit inferior to him? At this moment, someone even brought up Kakuzu's past boasts. "Shut up!" Kakuzu coldly interrupted his companions' inquiries. Just as Kakuzu maintained his stoic expression, Hashirama on the platform seriously defended Kakuzu for a moment. "That guy from the Waterfall Village is indeed very strong. It's not easy for such a small village to produce such a powerful ninja." Kakuzu's feelings immediately became complicated. Although Hashirama was praising him, even making excuses for Kakuzu, Kakuzu could not feel happy at all. Because Kakuzu had personally witnessed how strong a wood-release ninja like Akihara Kagura was, Hashirama had clearly looked down on him. Hashirama looked at Kakuzu, somewhat sentimental. "I didn't expect to return to the world of the living and still see familiar faces from my lifetime. It seems not much time has passed. Are there any people from our era still alive in the Waterfall Village?" "No." Kakuzu responded curtly, not wanting to reminisce at all, just glaring at Hashirama in the sky. "Why on earth is this guy here? It must be that forbidden jutsu researched by Orochimaru." While the Sasori of the Red Sand was talking, he carefully planned to retreat. The ability to resurrect the dead as his puppets, this forbidden technique, seems to have been used to revive Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konoha. This time, it seems we might have a hard time dealing with it. "Don't be afraid, Sasori." Deidara, a man who feared nothing on heaven or earth, took the lead, riding the clay bird under his feet and charging forward. "Just an old guy who's long been dead." "Deidara, don't take it lightly." Pain looked at Deidara and solemnly warned. "The first Hokage, Hashirama, was hailed as the god of ninja, stronger than any other we have encountered, including Akihara Kagura." Just from Akihara Kagura alone, one could see how powerful the first Hokage really was. Pain suddenly felt a bit uneasy. "Then I'm even more excited." A string of small clay birds appeared in Deidara's palm, which turned into clay doves the size of real pigeons the moment they fell from his hand, flying towards the high platform where the first Hokage was. "A jutsu that can turn into birds!" Hashirama looked on with some curiosity, not feeling any imminent danger, appearing somewhat naive. However, this naivety seemed foolish in Deidara's eyes, who laughed out angrily. "To dare underestimate my art, then taste my art! This idiot!" Orochimaru watched the incoming claybirds, feeling that this summon might have been a mistake. How could this first Hokage be so foolish, not possessing the aura of Konoha's founder, appearing as a complete novice to the ways of the world? Orochimaru did not care about Hashirama's safety at all. His body quickly transformed into a swarm of snakes and disappeared from the spot. Orochimaru didn't want to stay here facing the group from the Akatsuki organization, nor did he want to accompany Hashirama in his fearless stance towards death, as he did not possess the undying body of those resurrected by the Edo Tensei. Moreover, this Edo Tensei was a failure. It seems that reviving the first Hokage might not resolve the Akatsuki organization, just enough to delay the Akatsuki members here. Orochimaru only hoped that, before he left far away, this first Hokage could delay them a bit longer before his resurrected body collapsed. "Art is an explosion! Ha!" Deidara's shout echoed through the Sound Village. Following Deidara's shout, the group of clay birds exploded instantly, turning the entire high platform into ruins. Hashirama's arms were blown off, and his body fell from the collapsing high platform, rolling on the ground in a disheveled manner. Such a disgrace, inevitably damaging the image of this first Hokage. Deidara, looking at Hashirama's severed arm, couldn't help but laugh contemptuously. What god of ninja looks completely unsightly? The members of the Akatsuki gradually relaxed. As they approached Hashirama, the first Hokage, the figure of the Sasori of the Red Sand, stood still, ready to leave the place at any moment, not far from the Sound Village. Akihara Kagura and Yakashi Kabuto were standing there, watching the battle. The first Hokage, just like this. Kabuto still watched the first Hokage, who showed no signs of fighting, with some confusion. After all, he is resurrected by the Edo Tensei. As a ninja of Konoha, Akihara Kagura definitely wanted to speak up for this first Hokage, softly saying, "The body limited by the Edo Tensei restricts his combat power too much, but Orochimaru's choice of sacrifice this time is not bad, at least allowing him to warm up a bit." While Akihara Kagura was speaking, he felt the power surging inside him because the moment the first Hokage was resurrected, the system popped up with a series of prompts. Many characteristics and skills related to wood release were merging into one characteristic. System prompt. You have a new superior, first Hokage, rewarded with a newcomer welcome pack, unlocking new characteristics. God of Ninja, the total amount of chakra synthesized in the host body has greatly God of Ninja. The total amount of chakra synthesized in the host body has greatly increased. The host's life energy has greatly increased. The host's recovery ability has greatly improved. Markless self-healing and wood release Kekkei Genkai and characteristics merged. The first Hokage is very strong. Akihara Kagura could fully appreciate the strength of the first Hokage, Hashirama, and softly said, "It seems Orochimaru has dodged a bullet. Kabuto, go see him." Apart from Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, no one in the ninja world could understand the strength of Hashirama more than Akihara Kagura. This is Akihara Kagura's new boss. This system isn't bad. A resurrected boss is still a boss. This time I should really thank Orochimaru. If it weren't for Orochimaru, Akihara Kagura wouldn't have thought it possible to find a new boss, let alone gain even more powerful strength. Akihara Kagura glanced at his system page. The total amount of chakra he could gather had been raised to 5S class, which should be the limit for a normal ninja. Besides, the chakra was also at his command like an extension of his body. The abundant chakra and the combination of the Rinnegan, provisional, allowed Akihara Kagura to feel that he could easily execute ninja techniques. Many techniques only require the chakra to flow in the body in the way the technique is executed, simplified by a hand sign or even without the need for hand signs, directly releasing the technique, which also greatly enhanced the power of the techniques. For example, the Chidori obtained from Kakashi. For example, the Water Dragon Bullet technique obtained from the third Hokage, and so on. As for wood release, Akihara Kagura could easily use wood release with a clap of his hands. Akihara Kagura finally became a proper ninja who doesn't need to use hand signs. Inside the Sound Village, Hashirama's arm was quickly regenerating, as all those resurrected through the Edo Tensei possess undying bodies. Even if their bodies are shattered, they can quickly regenerate. However, Hashirama, as a beneficiary of the undying body through Edo Tensei, subconsciously felt somewhat unaccustomed. "I didn't expect this body to be so frail. It can't even withstand this small amount of technique power." "You are mocking my art." Deidara quickly swooped down riding a clay giant bird. "No, no!" Hashirama quickly waved his hand, still showing politeness in the face of the enemy. This first Hokage would never mock others for being weak. After all, there was no one stronger than him in the ninja world during his lifetime. His body is regenerating. Uchiha Itachi looked at Hashirama with some unease. The next moment, Uchiha Itachi's eyes instantly turned a deep red, staring intently at the body of Hashirama reanimated through the Edo Tensei. This chakra! Hey, Sharingan! Hashirama turned to Uchiha Itachi, immediately becoming somewhat curious about him. Konoha's forehead protector, you're a member of Madara's clan and also a ninja of the Konoha, right? Why are you mixing with ninjas from other villages? This first Hokage is really too talkative. Kisame Hashigaki swung his Samehada giant sword at Hashirama. However, Hashirama dodged the Samehada giant sword, kicking Kisame Hashigaki in the chest and sending him flying. This first Hokage, Taijutsu, was also quite formidable. Shinra Tensei, a huge repulsive force, instantly sent Hashirama flying. Hey, these eyes! Hashirama was sent flying backward, his arms crossed, looking towards the eyes of pain with a mix of surprise and curiosity. However, before he could say anything more, a group of Akatsuki members charged at him again. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Hashirama quickly brought his palms together. Vines and tree roots burst from the ground, turning the battlefield into a forest in an vines and tree roots burst from the ground, turning the battlefield into a forest in an instant. All members of the Akatsuki were swiftly pursued by the vines within the trees. Be careful! Uchiha Itachi, avoiding the attacks of the vines and tree roots in the forest, softly warned his teammates, do not stay in the same place for more than a second. After 5 calm seconds, Pain suddenly lifted his palm. Leave this place to me, I'll clear the battlefield. Shinra Tensei, a more powerful repulsive force, exploded from him as the center, flipping the entire forest. The small sound village was instantly turned into ruins. Damn it! Orochimaru, escaping to a distance, clenched his teeth in hatred. The village he had painstakingly funded and built was reduced to ruins. However, Orochimaru couldn't afford to dwell on these minor issues. He needed to leave quickly, find a way to hide, and seek a base where the Akatsuki could not find him. Fortunately, his plan was not a total failure. Even though Hashirama, the first Hokage, was a fool, he still bought Orochimaru some time to escape and allowed him to obtain the experimental data for the Edo Tensei. These fools! Orochimaru looked back at the Sound Village, where the battle was intensifying again, and coldly swore, when I use the living corpse reincarnation to capture Akihara Kagura and obtain his body, your luck will run out. One first Hokage might not be enough. Then add a second Hokage. Orochimaru was confident because his hands were full of treasures. However, when Orochimaru arrived at one of his bases, he saw Yakashi Kabuto there, who brought him delayed news. I received early notice of the Akatsuki's movement and planned to report to Lord Orochimaru, but I was imprisoned by Kagura, who wanted to use me to kill by proxy. That brat! Orochimaru felt even worse. Akihara Kagura, that damn brat, had sent Shimura Danzo to his Sound Village, pretending to be allies for now, but behind the scenes he was plotting against his so-called ally, even though Orochimaru himself intended to harm Akihara Kagura. Never mind! Orochimaru couldn't continue to pursue Akihara Kagura's fault and even had to reassure Kabuto. Kabuto, although I received the news a bit late, I still appreciate the information you brought. At least now I know Kagura had ill intentions in our alliance. The battle in the Sound Village soon ended. Hashirama, reanimated through the Edo Tensei, couldn't use more power than his reanimated body allowed. Plus, the quality of the sacrifice was not up to par, causing his reanimated body to quickly dissipate. The Akatsuki fought a big battle but couldn't find Orochimaru or Shimura Danzo's whereabouts. However, they didn't give up and intensified their search for Shimura Danzo. Obviously, their struggle would last a long time. In the future, Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo would have to constantly evade the Akatsuki's pursuit, occasionally facing a team of Akatsuki members. For this reason, Orochimaru had no choice but to ask for Akihara Kagura's assistance, requesting through Yakashi Kabuto for Akihara Kagura's help in deploying Konoha's manpower to encircle and suppress the Akatsuki organization to give them a bit of breathing space. System prompt. New work task Orochimaru to assist Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo in evading the pursuit of the Akatsuki organization. This task couldn't be easier to resolve. Akihara Kagura sent White Zetsuoi to find Nagato and soon brought back good news. Nagato, upon hearing Akihara Kagura's plan, also promptly issued a new mission. System prompt, new work task Nagato, to make Shimura Danzo feel the pain of this world. As expected of him, indeed, he would issue such peculiar missions. The Akatsuki organization also did not give up on the plan to pursue Orochimaru. However, the Akatsuki organization would not spend all their time on pursuing Orochimaru. They also needed to continue gathering funds and recruiting personnel. If the members of the Akatsuki organization once again discovered the whereabouts of Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo, they would naturally mobilize to pursue them, but it would no longer be their top priority. Although Nagato also wished for the Akatsuki organization to organize a daily pursuit of Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo as a team-building activity, the organization's war weapon plan was the top priority. As for Orochimaru's side, Akihara Kagura was not vague about it. Akihara Kagura only needed to order his Asura Path, the Sasori of the Red Sand, to pursue Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo. With the Sasori of the Red Sand holding them back, Deidara alone wouldn't be able to do much, allowing Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo to escape. This was a mission of cyclic mining. If it weren't for Akihara Kagura's decent character, plus the time needed for White Zetsu Oi to travel back and forth, Akihara Kagura would really want to make these into daily tasks. After helping Orochimaru escape from the Akatsuki organization's pursuit for the first time, Akihara Kagura directly mined a large ore and obtained the latest results of Orochimaru's research. Curse Mark Technique. Using natural energy to form a curse mark, which can freely bind. Curse Mark Technique. Using natural energy to form a curse mark, which can freely bind the target's movements, control the target's body, or grant the target strength. Even if the target's chakra is exhausted, the curse mark can still provide chakra to the target. This technique was extremely useful for Akihara Kagura, because the members under Akihara Kagura's command, such as Tendo Shisui, Asura Path Sasori, and Animal Path Hens, needed him to provide chakra to use techniques. Conveniently, the curse mark technique could convert natural energy into the practitioner's chakra. By applying the curse mark on their chakra receivers, it could provide them with abundant chakra. Akihara Kagura was very interested in this technique. Upon acquiring the curse mark technique, he immediately found a way to apply the curse mark enhancement on all under his command. Karin was the first to receive a curse mark. The little girl had 2 marks on her wrists, one a small, slightly blackened leaf-shaped mark, which was the curse mark applied by Akihara Kagura. The color of the other mark was slightly lighter, Akihara Kagura's Flying Thunder God mark, to facilitate Akihara Kagura's ability to rescue her anytime she was in danger. This curse mark. Karin curiously examined the curse mark on her wrist. The group of curse marks was Akihara Kagura's tamed natural energy. Unlike Orochimaru's curse marks, which were as hot as flames, they spread like flowing water on her arm, immediately making her feel empowered. Adamantine sealing chains. 4 chains burst from behind Karin. At her age, she could usually release only 1 chain. The curse mark enhancement allowed her strength to increase at least 4-fold. Not bad. Akihara Kagura looked at Karin with satisfaction, patting her little head. Practice well. Try to learn Sage Mode on your own. In a few years, when the adamantine sealing chains on your back can reach the standard of sealing-tailed beasts, I'll let you participate in the Chunin exams. Did I hear that Lord Kagura participated in the Chunin exams alone? Will I, like Lord Kagura, participate alone? Do you want to make friends, Karin? Koharu quickly shook her head. Let's see how it goes. After pondering for a moment, Akihara Kagura spoke. If appropriate, I can have a genin from the village accompany you to the Chunin exam. I heard that genin is quite good at cooking, very strong as well, and Kabuto needs to continuously participate in the Chunin exams. It's time to eliminate Orochimaru's 2 spies and have him join your team to help. Akihara Kagura felt like the little girl he had saved had become like a daughter to him, being raised in his care, although Karin's personality was quite good. However, Karin was only seemingly nice on the surface. In front of Akihara Kagura, this little girl was gentle, but behind his back, she gradually became like what Akihara Kagura used to be in the Root, and the Uchihas in Root listened to her. Akihara Kagura waved at Karin, sitting in front of the office desk flipping through the intel within the Konoha village like his predecessor. All right, Karin, go to the training ground and practice well and call those guys from A, B, C in for me. Yes. As Karin left, she saw 12 Uchihas. She was particularly annoyed by the one named A because the name A was said to be Akihara Kagura's name when he joined the Root. Don't think that having the dual Kekkei Genkai will earn Lord Kagura's favor. I am the most suitable assistant for Lord Kagura. One day, when Lord Kagura is gravely injured, I can use all my blood to save his life, while you can only watch Lord Kagura get hurt with your Sharingan. Right. Uchiha A nodded his head in headache. Although he didn't know who else could gravely injure Akihara Kagura, arguing with a kid at this time would make him feel embarrassed in front of his clansmen. Life in Root was quite peaceful. Compared to the era of Shimura Danzo, Root had become significantly more humane, and the frequency of missions had greatly decreased, mainly because the third Hokage, most of the time, dared not let Akihara Kagura and Root carry out missions, fearing the day they might receive news of a war breaking out in the ninja world. The ninja world was gradually entering a period of peace. Aside from Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo creating some minor news, there were no signs of wars anymore, as if the ninja world would always remain peaceful. The villagers of the Konoha village gradually got accustomed to a peaceful life. Akihara, Kagura, and Karin were also growing up. The 12 Uchihas of Root had become adults, and even if they removed their masks, not many recognized them. They were just accustomed to living with their masks on. Time passed little by little. April 4th. This was a magical day. Akihara Kagura's 17th birthday, the first to come with blessings, was unsurprisingly someone from Root, who caught a small white snake sneaking into Root. The small white snake had a scroll in its mouth, still handwritten by Orochimaru with the character for longevity, which was Orochimaru's preferred way of giving gifts. However, this time, the scroll Orochimaru sent was not any gift like shuriken or kunai, but a detailed plan drafted by Orochimaru himself. The Konoha village collapse plan. This was the 17th birthday gift Orochimaru planned to give to Akihara Kagura. Because this year's Chunin exam in the second half of the year in the Konoha village would be a grand gathering, with 2 allies of the Konoha village, the Sand Village and the Mist Village, also participating. Konoha village collapse plan. Orochimaru's name was indeed well chosen, and the project proposal was also well made, even detailing when to precisely initiate it. This project proposal was quite innovative, because this time's Chunin exam was far more grand than the last. To save on the expenses of the Chunin exam, and also to show off their genius ninjas in this event, the Mist Village and the Sand Village agreed to participate in the joint Chunin exam hosted by the Konoha village, with the 3 alliances also flexing their muscles to the other 2 major ninja villages. Clearly, Orochimaru added some content in this proposal. For example, the Kaguya clan from the Grass Village would also participate in this plan, and even people from the Mist Village. The elder Genji from the Mist Village would also come to the Konoha village, wanting to meet with Sarutobi Hiruzen to discuss important matters, which was also exploited by Orochimaru. According to Orochimaru's plan, they would first discuss the war against the Konoha village with the 4th Keizukage Rasa. After luring the 4th Keizukage Rasa and the Sand Village into the scheme, they would take the opportunity to assassinate the 4th Keizukage Rasa. Orochimaru would disguise himself as Rasa to meet with the elder Genji from the Mist Village, uniting the Sand Village and the Mist Village to declare war against the Konoha village. After luring the Mist Village into the scheme, they would then assassinate the elder Genji, with Shimura Danzo disguising himself as Genji. Finally, Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo would disguise themselves as Rasa and Genji, attending the most grandiose 3rd stage of the Chunin exam. During the exam, they would choose to provoke and lead the Sand Village and the Mist Village to declare war against the Konoha village, along with the combative Kaguya clan from the Grass Village. Thus, the Konoha village would definitely collapse. It has to be said, Orochimaru's plan was nearly perfect, even more perfect than the plan remembered by Akihara Kagura. Akihara Kagura praised Orochimaru in his heart, stuffed the scroll back into the mouth of the small white snake, and ordered the small white snake, "This plan won't work. Send it back for revision. Tell Lord Orochimaru we can't risk everything at once. We need to initiate it step by step. If the Konoha village withstands and doesn't collapse, we'll be the ones to collapse first." The small white snake could only swallow the scroll and leave. "This plan is too premature. That Chunin exam is still half a year away, and the graduates from the Ninja Academy haven't even been assigned yet." Akihara Kagura put on his Konoha village ninja headband, now serving as the assistant to the Hokage of the Konoha village, with quite a heavy workload. Being a 17-year-old assistant to the Hokage was not a low status. 12-year-old Karin still wore glasses, holding a folder, reporting to Akihara Kagura his busy schedule for the day. He had to attend a meeting at the Hokage office in the morning, go to the mission assembly place at noon, and attend a birthday party hosted by Yakushi Nano at the Konoha orphanage in the evening. "I'll go to the Hokage office for the meeting first." Before leaving the route, Akihara Kagura specially instructed, "Karin, make a note for me, who didn't bring me a gift." Those who brought gifts don't need to be noted. Karin immediately nodded. 12 Uchihas began to look at each other. Although Akihara Kagura was their superior, they were a bit older than Akihara Kagura, and they were somewhat speechless about some of their superior's childish behaviors. Over the years, these Uchihas had made rapid progress, as most of their time was spent training in a limited Tsukuyomi world, thus having longer training times than others. However, because they spent too much time in the limited Tsukuyomi, they could immediately distinguish between illusion and reality. The benefits of the illusionary world to them were diminishing, leading these Uchihas to be almost emotionless towards the people in the illusionary world. Being emotionless towards the people in the illusionary world. Naturally, they couldn't awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan through the illusionary world. Akihara Kagura didn't need especially strong powers. It wouldn't be right to make them Akihara Kagura didn't need especially strong powers. It wouldn't be right to make them kill each other just for a Mangekyou Sharingan. How would that be different from Shimura Danzo's behavior? Some of the elders who survived the massacre night believed that after they avenged Uchiha Itachi's death, perhaps they could awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Akihara Kagura was not in a hurry, because Akihara Kagura was already strong enough. Now, what Akihara Kagura needed was more chakra to awaken the Ten Tails vessel inside him. He needed a suitable opportunity to absorb a significant amount of chakra to accelerate the awakening of the Ten Tails vessel inside him to quickly advance to a stronger Six Paths level. Inside the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hamura Mitokado, and Koharu Udatane had already arrived. The recent theme inside the Hokage office had always been about the issues of the graduating ninja students from the Ninja Academy and which people should be their Jonin instructors for this batch of graduates. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already identified suitable candidates. His only hesitation was about one thing. He greatly hoped that Akihara Kagura could arrange for Karin to join a small team. Having Karin join the team of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto would actually be quite appropriate. Should the Nine Tails within Naruto go berserk, Karin can completely control it. I think it's feasible too. Akihara Kagura quickly nodded in agreement, very much in favor of Sarutobi Hiruzen's suggestion. Then let's send Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto to the route, and I will personally teach these two youngsters. Once the Nine Tails inside Naruto goes berserk, I can quickly subdue the Nine Tails. After saying this, Akihara Kagura proposed another idea. As for Uchiha Sasuke, I'm sure I can find an opportunity to reunite him with his clan. As long as Karin takes action at the critical moment during the mission, this potential threat can be resolved. Kagura, you've grown up, and you can't be so extreme in your action. Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat embarrassed to bring up wanting to take Akihara Kagura's assistant over, so he could only sigh and stick to his original plan. Let's not rush this matter. Let's wait until this group of youngsters graduates. Their talents are definitely sufficient. Akihara Kagura also sighed, frowning. Aren't Naruto and Sasuke also quite keen on joining the route? Third Hokage, wouldn't it be better to let them choose their own fate? Over the years, Uchiha Sasuke, upon learning that Karin had joined the route and made rapid progress, was eager to join the route himself and would often run to the Hokage office to plead his case. As for Uzumaki Naruto thought joining the route was quite good. Because Naruto had few friends in the village, aside from a few from the Ninja Academy, only Akihara Kagura, Karin, Hadate Kakashi, and Mitarashi Enko were left. Akihara Kagura and Karin were both in the route. Hadate Kakashi had been ordered by Sarutobi Hiruzen to leave the Ambu 2 years earlier and started serving as a Jonin instructor, but he hadn't found suitable team members yet. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen hoped that Hadate Kakashi would leave the darkness of the Ambu and return to a life in the light, Kakashi did not want to leave and was scheming to join the route, which would give him the opportunity to undertake missions to track Uchiha Obaido. As for Mitarashi Enko, this home tutor had reached the rank of Special Jonin and would occasionally go out on missions, sometimes serving as an examiner for the Chunin exams in the village. Honestly speaking, if it were up to Uzumaki Naruto to decide, directly joining the route really was an appropriate choice. After all, the top student of the class, Uchiha Sasuke, wanted to enter Akihara Kagura's route, and Uzumaki Naruto felt he was a bit luckier than Uchiha Sasuke, as just talking to Akihara Kagura would allow him to join the route directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only helplessly shake his head, as he definitely did not agree with Uzumaki Naruto joining the route. It's not good for the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails to become extreme, as it's too easy to fall into darkness. An Anbu suddenly pushed open the door and reported, Lord Hawkage, the teachers from the Ninja Academy have arrived. They've brought this year's graduation exam questions. Let them in." Yes. Two people walked into the office side by side. These two were the graduation examiners from the Ninja Academy. One was the familiar face of Yumino Uruka, and the other was a Chunin instructor named Mizuki. Yumino Uruka was quite serious and sincere, while Mizuki kept looking around, seemingly searching for something. Yumino Uruka presented this year's drafted graduation exam questions. This year's graduation exam will be on the clone technique. According to the Ninja Academy's tradition over the years, exams typically revolved around techniques like the clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique, as these techniques would be frequently used by ninjas in their future. Honestly speaking, these exam questions were very simple. Many believed the Ninja Academy should teach more powerful techniques and set difficult tasks for the graduation exam to prevent civilian ninjas from not learning powerful ninjutsu. In reality, the simple clone technique actually opened a door for civilian ninjas, because most civilian ninjas could gather very little chakra, not enough to learn, or even because most civilian ninjas could gather very little chakra, not enough to learn or even cast some powerful ninjutsu. This would further widen the gap between children from ninja clans and civilian children within the Ninja Academy, and too difficult an exam might prevent some civilian ninjas from graduating and becoming genin. Compared to delaying the growth of a few civilian prodigies, allowing more children from civilian families to graduate and become ninjas was more important. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen the Hawkage would keep an eye out, and any Jonin instructors who discovered a genius would carefully teach them. "Let's do it this way," Sarutobi Hiruzen decided then and there. Yumino Uruka and Mizuki bowed their heads and left. Akihara Kagura tapped his arm lightly, pondering over this guy named Mizuki, knowing that he had always wanted to defect to Orochimaru. Akihara Kagura looked at the Chunin named Mizuki, raising an important topic. Why does that teacher named Mizuki always seem to be distracted? Perhaps his intentions are not pure. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his pipe in mouth, also wanted to bring up the topic. "I have been observing Mizuki for a while and found him to be someone who craves power and will resort to any means to achieve it. He always sneaks around near my house, occasionally inquiring about the Scroll of Seals. I'll go kill him." Akihara Kagura habitually blurted out this sentence. "No, there's no need to go to such extremes." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, looking at Akihara Kagura. "As it happens, Naruto is becoming a ninja, and many in the village are against Naruto becoming a ninja. The truth about the past can no longer be hidden. Perhaps it's time someone told Naruto the truth about what happened 12 years ago. This matter cannot remain hidden forever. Before we let Naruto become a ninja, he must know the real reason why the villagers ostracize him, to prevent his nine tails chakra from running wild in the future." Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, his gaze fixed on Akihara Kagura. "I've heard that Naruto's clone technique has always been subpar. This is because his body contains an overwhelming amount of chakra that he cannot control, just like you once were. The Scroll of Seals happens to have a forbidden jutsu that is perfect for Naruto to learn, and Mizuki is also after the Scroll of Seals. The multiple shadow clone technique." Akihara Kagura recalled the forbidden jutsu and took the initiative. "I'll find an opportunity to teach it to Naruto myself, as Kakashi once taught me." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt exhausted from talking, trying to guide Akihara Kagura. "Mizuki is intent on stealing the village's Scroll of Seals, wanting to learn the forbidden jutsus written on it. Then we should kill him sooner." Akihara Kagura still suggested his extreme approach, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "If you're worried about the commotion it might cause, I'll go back and order the root to secretly take him away and dispose of him, then bury him in the back mountains of the village." "Why does the leader of the root always take such extreme actions?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling weary at heart, had to express his thoughts. "I want the malicious Mizuki to tell Naruto the truth about the night of the clan's annihilation 12 years ago. Perhaps his words will be even more uncomfortable for Naruto." "That Mizuki not so competent, right?" Akihara Kagura frowned, raising his own objections. "What does that Mizuki know? He doesn't even recognize Uchiha Obaido." "I know more. Why not I take some time to talk to Naruto, let him know who his enemy is?" "Holding hatred in one's heart cannot lead to strength." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, taking a heavy puff from his pipe, blowing out a large ring of smoke. I plan to use Mizuki to benefit Naruto, to let Naruto learn a technique and understand that in this world there are people who will use him but also many who care about him, hoping to guide him onto the correct path. This matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to entrust it to Akihara Kagura, because Akihara Kagura and the root already dwell in darkness, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to teach Akihara Kagura how to correctly use some of these dark methods. I understand, I'll leave it to the root. Akihara Kagura took over the conspiracy willingly. After all, the root was meant to do the dirty work, so it wasn't wrong for him to handle this. More importantly, Akihara Kagura had long set his sights on the scroll of seals. Akihara Kagura always appeared to be someone content with power, only showing his desire for more in the face of setbacks and difficulties. Akihara Kagura knew his own strength was too great. Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely not easily allow him to read the scroll of seals, and had never actively mentioned it, as if the scroll of seals never existed. This time might be a good opportunity. Akihara Kagura took the initiative to propose his plan to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'll find someone to beat up that guy named Mizuki, make him steal the scroll of seals, and tell Naruto that the villagers have always hated him for being the nine-tails fox, but his teacher has always known Naruto is innocent and cared for him. So, to ensure Naruto could graduate from the final exam, he helped Naruto steal the scroll of seals, just so Naruto could learn the multiple shadow clone technique and pass the exam successfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Akihara Kagura in shock. Although Akihara Kagura's plan sounded good and seemed like it could move a person, there seemed to be something not quite right about it. Wait, isn't this making that Mizuki guy look good? Isn't this making that Mizuki guy look good? However, how could Akihara Kagura's plan be so flawed, quickly adding the latter half of the plan? Once Naruto learns the multiple shadow clone technique, will capture Mizuki, letting Naruto know that a teacher went to prison for his sake to become a ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a long time, deeply lost in thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a certain melancholy. Akihara Kagura's thoughts actually aligned well with Root's way of doing things. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Why had Mizuki, who wanted to betray Konoha, become a glorified martyr? Lord Hokage, shouldn't it be this way? Akihara Kagura earnestly asked, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ultimately, Mizuki will be dealt with for stealing the scroll of seals, and Naruto will learn the multiple shadow clone technique from the scroll. He will understand the truth about what happened 12 years ago and will not be discouraged by it. My thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment before speaking. I hope Iruka can take on the responsibility of guiding Naruto. Iruka is an excellent teacher. He embodies the strong will of fire and can guide Naruto better in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Akihara Kagura, pointing out the flaws in Kagura's plan. Mizuki is deceitful at heart. If Naruto finds out about Mizuki's true nature in the future, then kill Mizuki. Akihara Kagura, still earnest, said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, if Mizuki is killed, no one will ever know the truth. Just like Lord Danzo taught me, if you don't want people to know some truths, you eliminate those who might reveal them. You should not always follow Danzo's path. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag on his cigarette, reminded of that defected old friend, feeling a sudden suffocation. Danzo took the wrong path. What you need to do is not only to eliminate the darkness within the village, but also to discover the bright spots within the ninja of the village. Learn to let others take action, not just rely on force to solve everything. There are things in this world that cannot be resolved with power alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a thick ring of smoke, continuing his guidance. On any path, one should not only care about the destination, but also appreciate the beautiful scenery along the way. In doing anything, one should not overlook the process and head straight for the outcome. The wisdom in recognizing and utilizing people. This is what a future Hokage should do. As Akihara Kagura grew older, he became more focused on outcomes, a practice not very commendable because the process is also important. Otherwise, one might end up using unscrupulous means like Danzo. Then I'll add Iruka-sensei's role. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's dissatisfaction, Akihara Kagura slightly revised his own story. I'll re-examine Mizuki, make arrangements for him rationally, and as much as possible, proceed according to the guidance of the third Hokage. Let Iruka-sensei be Naruto's life mentor. This teacher indeed cares a lot about Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, even divulging some information. Actually, Iruka's parents died in the Kyubai's attack. Then he should hate Uchiha Abaido. Akihara Kagura casually mentioned another superior, adding, speaking of which, it makes sense for Iruka-sensei to take care of Naruto. Naruto's parents, the fourth Hokage couple, sacrificed themselves to save the village, allowing everyone in the village to survive. Uzumaki Naruto's parents were not a secret to Akihara Kagura, a high-ranking official in Konoha. To this day, the villagers secretly cursed Uzumaki Naruto as the Kyuubi, yet admired the fourth Hokage as the hero who saved the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen started smoking heavily again. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to praise Iruka for not treating Naruto with cold indifference like other people who lost relatives in the Kyuubi attack, but rather as a true teacher, treating Naruto equally and even caring more for the young boy. However, hearing it from Akihara Kagura, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Akihara Kagura made a lot of sense. According to Akihara Kagura's logic, not only Iruka but the entire village of Konoha should properly care for Naruto instead of ostracizing him as they were currently doing. Forget it. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want to discuss the matter further, finally instructing. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want to discuss the matter further, finally instructing. Since you want to proceed with this task with the root, then do it well. System prompt, new mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let Uzumaki Naruto know the truth about the past, help him learn the multiple shadow clone technique to graduate successfully, prevent Mizuki from obtaining the scroll of seals, and let Iruka fulfill his mission as a teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen truly became an old politician. Such tasks could generate many missions under other supervisors, but here, under Sarutobi Hiruzen, it became one mission. Then I won't go to the mission assembly this afternoon. Akihara Kagura took the opportunity to cancel his afternoon schedule. Akihara Kagura was not keen on staying in the mission assembly dealing with clients who issued mercenary tasks every day. This kind of thing should be the job of the Hokage, ninja school. Mizuki stood in the teacher's office, looking down at Uzumaki Naruto, who was being ostracized by a group of children, a sinister smile fleeting across his face. Mizuki wanted to obtain the scroll of seals from the village, but was afraid to venture on his own, fearing the attention of the village's Anbu. He had long considered exploiting Uzumaki Naruto. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded. A red-haired girl with glasses walked in, followed by a group of root in gray uniforms, looking like they were not to be trifled with. Anbu! Mizuki's heart skipped a beat, thinking his plot had been discovered. The first thought of this Chunin teacher was to flee. He quickly pushed open the window, intending to jump out, when a golden chain suddenly emerged from Karin's body, wrapping around him. The golden chain pulled Mizuki back from the window, dragging him to Karin's side. Karin raised her fist and knocked Mizuki to the ground. "Why run?" Karin adjusted her glasses and said softly, "Lord Kagura was right. It seems this guy really is up to no good. Take him away." Lord Kagura. Mizuki recalled the prominent figure he had seen at the Hokage office during the day, the root base. A group of people brought Mizuki to this dark base. Mizuki's fear grew, hardly believing that Konoha had such a dark place. "Where is this? This is the root." Karin introduced her department softly, saying, "If you haven't already heard of it, you should have." Mizuki was incredulous. He had indeed heard of this department, as both Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto from his graduating class had mentioned wanting to join Root. Mizuki had always wondered what kind of department Root was, not expecting its base to be so dark. Clearly, this was not any sort of legitimate institution. Interrogate him. Karin nonchalantly waved her hand, handing them a small red bottle, saying, "Use whatever means necessary as long as he doesn't die. This thing can bring him back." The small red bottle was Karin's blood. By any means necessary. Isn't that a bit extreme? The leading root ninja took the small red bottle Karin handed over, hesitatingly asked, "I remember Lord Kagura said last time you shouldn't always be drawing your own blood. Where did this come from? You talk too much." The red-haired girl glared at him, her gaze fierce. "So, absolutely do not tell Lord Kagura or Dean Nano about this. Don't think reporting to Lord Kagura will take my place." The surviving Uchiha were troubled. They weren't petty children like Karin. How could they possibly go and report to Kagura? They simply cared for Karin, who they had watched grow up. Moreover, Karin's blood was precious, not to be wasted on someone like Mizuki. They had other ways to extract Mizuki's crimes. Besides, this guy named Mizuki seemed to have a small courage, likely not requiring any particularly cruel methods to confess. Karin's blood wasn't necessary at all. Karin seemed to guess this, speaking coldly. "If it's not used, then keep it for yourselves. It might save your lives one day." You gave me some for my birthday last time." Most of these Uchiha had Karin's blood. This girl, for some reason, other than following Kagura around, spent most of her time either training or in the lab. The gifts she gave were also odd, especially fond of giving her own blood. But Karin's blood was indeed precious. Should they be injured or low on energy, Karin's blood could save lives, though these surviving Uchiha hadn't undertaken any dangerous missions over the years. Go interrogate him quickly. Karin looked at this group of Uchiha impatiently and urged, "It would be best if you hurry up, so as not to delay our evening accompanying Lord Kagura to the orphanage for a birthday dinner." This year, Din-Nano made a very large birthday cake. Yes! The group of Uchiha nodded hurriedly, took Mizuki away to an interrogation room, and even before they could begin the interrogation, learned a lot from Mizuki. Akihara Kagura also obtained all of Mizuki's charges. For instance, Mizuki once killed his own companion to complete a mission, and in order to gain power, he planned to use Uzumaki Naruto to steal the village's scroll of seals. He even confessed to feeling jealous and resentful towards his former friend, Uruka Yumino. This alone would be enough for a death sentence. Holding a confession signed with Mizuki's handprint, Akihara Kagura said softly, "Bring him to my office. I'll arrange a splendid life for him." Karin nodded in surprise. Although Karin did not quite understand what Akihara Kagura intended to do, she felt that Mizuki probably did not want a splendid life. Mizuki was dragged into Akihara Kagura's office like a dead dog, collapsing on the floor as soon as he was released, his body constantly sweating. As this Chunin teacher lay trembling on the ground, he saw the young Hokage assistant he had met in the Hokage Tower that morning. Lord Kagura, spare me, I can do anything for you. Be strong." Akihara Kagura squatted beside him, smiled, and handed him a cup of pear juice. "Have something sweet first to replenish your strength. I heard you wanted to use Naruto to steal the scroll of seals." "I don't want to anymore, I'm too scared to." "No, it's not a matter of courage." Akihara Kagura shook his head, earnestly planning his life. "I feel you're lying. You're not after the scroll of seals, but the sealing techniques within it." "Yes, but The scroll of seals should contain the technique to release the nine-tailed seal." Akihara Kagura patted his shoulder, intending to help him stand up. "You've always been jealous of Uruka Yumino getting the ninja teacher position before you, resented the village for not giving you a teaching position in Konoha, and saw that Uruka Yumino was an excellent teacher who treated Uzumaki Naruto, who had once killed his parents with the nine-tails fox, equally." Akihara Kagura looked at the trembling Mizuki, who dared not stand up, could only squat beside him kindly, and continued planning aloud. "So you wanted to steal the scroll of seals, to use it to release the nine-tailed seal within Uzumaki Naruto and create another nine-tails disturbance in the village, making Uruka Yumino regret caring for Uzumaki Naruto in school." No, I didn't." Mizuki collapsed on the ground in fear. "He just wanted to steal a scroll of seals. He just wanted to steal the scroll of seals to join Orochimaru." The charges Akihara Kagura accused him of were far too great, and Mizuki knew he could not bear such charges. "Be braver, don't let your thoughts limit you." Akihara Kagura slowly stood up, looking at the shadow under the light, and gently flicked his fingers, controlling Mizuki's shadow. With Akihara Kagura's control, Mizuki's body followed the shadow's movements and stood up, even standing upright in front of Akihara Kagura. "This shadow possession jutsu!" Mizuki had long heard of the horror of this technique. It was said that the shadow possession jutsu was a secret technique of the Nara clan among the Shika Ino Cho triad. How could Akihara Kagura, the Hokage's assistant, know such a terrifying technique? "Shisui!" Akihara Kagura casually commanded, "You control him to complete this task." "Are we really going to recreate the nine-tails disturbance in the village?" Tendo Shisui's body slowly emerged from the shadow, hesitantly looking at Akihara Kagura. "Even if you can easily stop it, he doesn't deserve it." Akihara Kagura glanced at Mizuki, softly determining Mizuki's fate. When he reveals his conspiracy to open the nine-tailed seal on Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto's teacher Uruka Yumino will stop him. Of course, Uruka-sensei won't be able to defeat Mizuki, but he will tell Naruto about a technique in the scroll of seals that can defeat Mizuki, the multi-shadow clone technique. Uzumaki Naruto learns the multi-shadow clone technique from the scroll of seals, deals with Mizuki, the mastermind behind the scenes, and prevents a possible outbreak of the nine-tails disturbance in the village, becoming a hero like his father who stopped the nine-tails disturbance. My script. What do you think? Akihara Kagura looked into Mizuki's increasingly terrified eyes and asked softly, "If you find it exciting, why don't you all applaud?" Mizuki's face was deathly pale. Applause like a tidal wave filled the office. Akihara Kagura's plan was quite brilliant. Following the guidance of Sarutobi Hizen, Akihara Kagura perfectly arranged everyone's roles, elevating even Mizuki's minor villain status by more than a notch. The Root Ninjas voluntarily applauded Akihara Kagura's plan. Karin, holding a notebook, scrutinized everyone present, helping to record those who did not clap. Clearly, people from the Root respected Akihara Kagura a lot. Only Mizuki, the outsider, was somewhat clueless, not only failing to think of applauding in celebration but even considering rebutting Akihara Kagura's plan. Fortunately, Akihara Kagura was kind-hearted, gently manipulating shadows to control Mizuki's body, making him symbolically clap his hands and even crack a not-so-ugly smile, evidently choosing to agree with the plan. Speaking of which, Akihara Kagura kindly patted Mizuki's shoulder. "Weren't you thinking of defecting to Orochimaru? When we capture you, just say it was Orochimaru who directed you to do so." "That's decided then." Akihara Kagura's fingers relaxed, and he ordered, "Add a charge of conspiring with the S-class rogue ninja Orochimaru to his confession." As Akihara Kagura stopped manipulating Mizuki's shadow, Mizuki's body immediately collapsed, hastily trying to crawl towards Akihara Kagura. Tendo Shisui immediately appeared in Mizuki's shadow, controlling his body, preventing this soon-to-be stylish villain boss from behaving in a disgraceful and embarrassing manner, making Mizuki register an additional charge of conspiring with Orochimaru in his confession. "You may go now." Akihara Kagura waved his hand satisfactorily at Tendo Shisui, then looked at Karin. "Remember to invite Uruka-sensei to dinner tonight. He took good care of you back then." "Yes," Karin nodded. Yumino Uruka found the invitation a bit strange at first, but since Uzumaki Naruto was also attending, he decided to join the dinner with Naruto. Konoha's orphanage. The orphanage seemed quite lively. These years the orphanage was not short of funds. Yakashi Nano, who once raised orphans, saw most of them working and even starting their own families, with the most successful child becoming the assistant to the Hokage of Konoha, which also made Yakashi Nano feel the most guilty. Yakashi Nano always tried her best to make amends, but as the dean of an orphanage, there wasn't much she could help with. The only thing she could do for Akihara Kagura was to celebrate his birthday. There were many guests tonight. Even Sai, who had long joined the Anbu, specially took leave to come back. Hate Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto, and Mitarashi Enko were regulars, while Yumino Uruka had once visited Konoha's orphanage for a home visit, but attending such a celebration was a first for him. The group enjoyed a gathering. Akihara Kagura specially asked Yumino Uruka to stay behind, glanced at the leaving Uzumaki Naruto, and said softly, "It's hard to believe Naruto is about to graduate." "Yes." Yumino Uruka was somewhat reserved. Akihara Kagura looked at Uruka, asking softly, "Many people in the village don't want to see the Nine-Tails Fox becoming a ninja, do they?" Yumino Uruka was silent for a while, then said softly, "Naruto is a brave kid, and I also hope he can become an excellent ninja, but his shadow clone technique has always been poorly practiced. He might not meet the graduation criteria." "I've heard about this from Anko." Akihara Kagura stared intently at Yumino Uruka, continuing, "However, I don't care about this trivial matter. That's for the teachers of your ninja school to judge. Also, I want to remind Mr. Uruka that Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of the village, not an ordinary ninja student." "I understand." Yumino Uruka quickly nodded. Although Yumino Uruka deeply resented the Nine-Tails for taking his parents' lives, as a teacher at the ninja school, he would still act fairly. The higher-ups have also taken this into consideration. Akihara Kagura, satisfied, looked at Yumino Uruka and continued to remind him, "The exam questions you've chosen this time are good, fitting the considerations of the higher-ups. Uzumaki Naruto's chakra is too vast to control, and at his age, it's difficult to precisely manage chakra. He certainly cannot pass the clone technique examination. The third Hokage plans to have Naruto try to learn a technique, one that could allow his chakra to be released directly. The multi-shadow clone technique. This technique is just a bit dangerous." "Wait, isn't that a life-threatening forbidden technique?" Yumino Uruka couldn't help but blurt out. This is the higher-ups' consideration, wanting to see if Uzumaki Naruto has the courage to pay the price of his life to become a ninja. Akihara Kagura's eyebrows furrowed, and seeing Yumino Uruka calm down, he continued, "You just need to know this. As long as he can desperately learn the multi-shadow clone technique to become a ninja, it will also allow him to have strong ninjutsu to protect himself. If he dies, it would also be fortunate for the village." Akihara Kagura looked deeply at Yumino Uruka. A Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails who can't become a ninja always has the potential to lose control. Rather than letting him continue to live, it's better to eliminate this potential threat early. But Yumino Uruka wanted to argue to defend his student. Naruto, it's not Naruto's fault that he is the Nine Tails fox. 12 years ago, Naruto was just a child. The people in the village won't care about these things. Akihara Kagura glanced at Uruka and spoke coldly. The people in the village will only see him as the fox that caused the chaos of the Nine Tails, not as an innocent, not as a comrade. Yumino Uruka felt indescribably sad because the former Yumino Uruka was also one of those who harbored hatred towards Uzumaki Naruto. Just follow the orders. Akihara Kagura coldly looked at Yumino Uruka, indifferent to his concern for Uzumaki Naruto, casually shifting the blame to the third Hokage. This is a mission handed down by the third Hokage. I am just responsible for carrying it out. Akihara Kagura used his authority to suppress. What you need to do is, during this period, observe whether Naruto has the determination to become a ninja and to protect the village at all costs, to judge whether he has the potential to become an excellent Konoha ninja. This is the advantage of being a high-ranking official. Akihara Kagura can, just like Shimura Danzo, directly use the name of superior orders to have the ninjas below execute tasks. Yes! Yumino Uruka reluctantly lowered his head. You may go. Akihara Kagura gestured for him to leave. Yes, Yumino Uruka could only leave here in frustration. After the Chunin teacher left, Hate Kakashi came over and asked curiously, I think I saw you bullying Uruka just now. Don't always bully the honest ones, you. It was an order from the third Hokage. Akihara Kagura continued to shift the blame onto his superior, glanced at Hate Kakashi, and thought that this guy shouldn't expect to have an easy life either. How come you haven't found a suitable student yet? This is your third year as a Jonin instructor, right? Those kids! There's always something not quite right. Hate Kakashi casually picked up the pear juice in front of Akihara Kagura and asked, By the way, how's the matter of transferring me to the root division going? The root division is not suitable for you. Akihara Kagura shook his head at Hate Kakashi. Not suitable for me? Hate Kakashi looked at Akihara Kagura in surprise, thinking he was talking nonsense. A former Ambu captain not suitable for the root division? Just then, a root ninja saw there was no pear juice in front of Akihara Kagura and took the initiative to pour him a glass, placing it in front of Akihara Kagura. This is what a qualified root ninja is like. Akihara Kagura looked at the somewhat astonished Hate Kakashi. Isn't this just flattering Akihara Kagura? No wonder this guy claims he's not suitable for joining the root. Hate Kakashi's forehead twitched, feeling his principles were greatly challenged, and sighed, Why do I feel like the root has become a bit murky? I've been working hard. Akihara Kagura sighed and waved his hand to his subordinates. When Lord Danzo was here, the atmosphere in the root was much worse than it is now. Everyone's life had to follow Lord Danzo's will. I've been working hard to change the atmosphere in the root these years. Hate Kakashi looked at Akihara Kagura solemnly. Why do I feel that you've become more and more corrupt, Assistant Hokage? Luckily, I'm the Assistant Hokage. Akihara Kagura clinked glasses with Hate Kakashi, holding the pear juice. Be thankful that the current Assistant Hokage is your friend. If it were Lord Danzo in this position, you could go to the back mountain tonight to pick a Feng Shui treasure land for yourself. All right, go back and rest early. I should also go back and rest early. Akihara Kagura stood up and patted Hate Kakashi on the shoulder. I'll have to help pick Jonin instructors for the graduates during this period. I'll make sure to pick a few problematic students for you. That's really something to thank you for. Hate Kakashi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eyes. In his heart, Hate Kakashi didn't really think Akihara Kagura would do such a thing, nor would the third Hokage agree to it. He still thought Akihara Kagura was joking. You're welcome, it's what I should do. Akihara Kagura waved his hand and was about to leave, casually reminding Hate Kakashi, By the way, I wasn't joking this time. There really are quite a few problematic students in this year's graduates. As long as it's not Naruto, it's fine. Kakashi Hatake nonchalantly waved his hand. Over the years, Kakashi Hatake and Enko's relationship had been good. Kakashi Hatake was aware of Naruto Uzumaki's learning progress. As a home tutor, Enko was nearly driven insane by Naruto Uzumaki's homework. He was struggling in both cultural studies and ninjutsu. Enko first resolved to help Naruto Uzumaki graduate early. Then he aimed to make Naruto the top student at graduation. Now, for Enko, it would be a great success if Naruto could simply graduate. June. The graduation season of the ninja school quickly approached. The graduation assessment of the ninja school was chosen to be the clone technique. Uruka Yumino had been keeping a close eye on Naruto Uzumaki, fearing someone might hurt this student. He was also worried about the student's fate, fearing that Naruto might die in the future. He didn't know what to do except to take things one step at a time and give Naruto a little more care. It has to be said, this made Naruto Uzumaki's graduation season pass not too badly. However, this did not mean that Naruto Uzumaki could pass the graduation exam. The day of the ninja school graduation assessment finally arrived. Mizuki and Uruka Yumino were the examiners for these students, with two Chunin teachers supervising the exam with mixed feelings and tumultuous emotions, until it was Naruto Uzumaki's turn. Naruto Uzumaki honestly released the clone technique. The chakra within his body surged, but ultimately his attempt to perform the technique failed. A clone sticking its tongue out and lying on the ground could not be considered a pass under any circumstances. Uruka Yumino struggled for a long time but ultimately fulfilled a teacher's duty, not allowing Naruto Uzumaki to pass the test. On the other hand, Mizuki, one of the examiners, praised Naruto Uzumaki's physical strength and endurance along the way, believing that this child could be admitted exceptionally. However, both examiners must agree for a pass. Naruto Uzumaki did not pass the graduation assessment. Most other children in the ninja school passed the exam, wore the ninja headbands distributed by the village, and gathered together to discuss when they might become Chunin or Jonin. The parents were also boasting about their children who passed the exam. Naruto Uzumaki sat alone on the swing in the ninja school playground, tightly holding the swing's ropes with his head hung low, unsure of what to do. Naruto! Mizuki stood by the swing, gently rubbed his head, and comforted him with a smile. Sorry, I couldn't get you through the graduation assessment. I saw your effort and thought I could convince Uruka. Mizuki-sensei, Naruto Uzumaki looked up at Mizuki-sensei, this great person who spoke up for him. There's still a chance. Mizuki approached Naruto Uzumaki with a smile, whispering, There's a scroll of seals in the village that records very powerful techniques. As long as you learn one of them, you can become a ninja comparable to the Hokage. It will definitely make you a ninja or even the Hokage. Hey! Naruto Uzumaki's eyes were once again filled with surprise. Come with me. Mizuki patted the little guy's head and looked towards Uruka Yumino in the distance, continuing with a light laugh. We also need to call Uruka. He's also an examiner for the graduation assessment, ninja school. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Akihara Kagura stood on high ground. Third Hokage and this young Hokage's aide sized up a group of graduating genin, also noticing the disappearance of Mizuki, Yumino Uruka, and Uzumaki Naruto. Are you all prepared? Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly asked Akihara Kagura. Yes! Akihara Kagura nodded and continued. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be on their way to steal the scroll of seals now. This time, I strictly followed the guidance of the Hokage. Neither the process nor the result should have any mistakes. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. What do you mean there won't be any mistakes? It seems like something unexpected has already happened. According to his own guidance, wasn't Mizuki supposed to lure Uzumaki Naruto to steal the scroll of seals, and then Yumino Uruka would go to stop Mizuki and Uzumaki Naruto? Why did Yumino Uruka go to steal the scroll of seals as well? Of course, if we're speaking seriously. Actually, Yumino Uruka, Mizuki, and Uzumaki Naruto weren't going to steal the scroll of seals because they didn't need to sneak in or rob it from someone. Perhaps this action should be called taking. The group went to the home of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yumino Uruka was hesitating about whether to go along, but a word from Mizuki made it impossible for him to disobey. This is an order from the higher-ups. Mizuki looked at Yumino Uruka, smiling at him. The village's higher-ups have ordered us to take Naruto to learn the multiple shadow clone technique from the scroll of seals. We'll judge whether Naruto can become a ninja based on his learning results. Yumino Uruka was in turmoil. He had indeed received such an order, yet that technique is a forbidden jutsu that could endanger Uzumaki Naruto's life. However, Yumino Uruka couldn't refuse. Along the way, the two of them, taking Uzumaki Naruto with them, almost effortlessly arrived at Sarutobi Hiruzen's home. A root ninja guarding the scroll of seals handed it over to them upon seeing Yumino Uruka and Mizuki arriving together. Chunin Uruka, were you ordered to retrieve the scroll of seals? Lord Kagura has instructed that it be handed over to you if you came for it. Yes! Yumino Uruka blankly accepted the scroll of seals. Then we'll be leaving now. Mizuki, still smiling, greeted them, taking Yumino Uruka and Uzumaki Naruto away. First, let's find a place for Naruto to learn the techniques recorded in the scroll of seals. Inside a training ground in the village of Konoha, Yumino Uruka, holding the scroll of seals, still felt uneasy. Should we wait? Isn't it unsafe for a child like Naruto to learn forbidden jutsu? After all, the techniques recorded in the scroll of seals are very dangerous. Should we? It's okay, I can do it, Teacher Uruka. Uzumaki Naruto adjusted his goggles on his head, eager to learn the techniques from the scroll of seals and replace his goggles with a ninja headband. Hurry up! Mizuki took the scroll of seals from Yumino Uruka's hands, spread it out on the ground, and whispered, "The scroll of seals is a secret of the village. It was not easy for us to obtain it. I spent quite a bit of effort to get the scroll of seals." Yumino Uruka suddenly felt that something was not quite right. However, Uzumaki Naruto seemed to still be unaware, looking down at the scroll of seals, recorded with the multiple shadow clone technique, somewhat despondently said, "I'm not good at clone techniques to begin with. How could I possibly learn such a difficult technique?" "It's okay." Mizuki patted Uzumaki Naruto's little head, smiling warmly as he said, "If you can't learn it, we won't bother with it anymore. After all, you've already tried your hardest." "Huh!" Uzumaki Naruto looked at Mizuki, curiously asking, "But if I don't master this technique, doesn't that mean I won't be able to graduate?" "What a naive and adorable little guy," Mizuki chuckled gently, saying with a soft laugh, "After today you'll be considered a criminal of the village. Why worry about graduating then?" "Criminal?" Uzumaki Naruto's face wrinkled in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Naruto!" Yumino Uruka grabbed Uzumaki Naruto with one hand. At that moment, Yumino Uruka wasn't sure what was going on with Mizuki, but he was certain that something was off about him, and he couldn't let Naruto be in danger. However, Yumino Uruka's action was blocked as Mizuki caught Yumino Uruka's wrist. Yumino Uruka, unwilling to give up, tried to fight back. Mizuki's physical skills had become exceptionally good at some point, effortlessly defeating Yumino Uruka's resistance and kicking him away. "A criminal, indeed a criminal." Mizuki then turned to a shocked Uzumaki Naruto, his smile gradually becoming more sinister. 12 years ago you committed the same crime, Uzumaki Naruto." "Shut up!" Yumino Uruka charged towards Mizuki. However, Mizuki flipped his hand, throwing several shurikens, severely injuring Yumino Uruka. "Let's continue our earlier conversation. 12 years ago, the nine-tails fox inside you caused the Kyuubi calamity in Konoha, leading to significant losses for the entire village and also killing Uruka's parents." Mizuki squatted next to Uzumaki Naruto, speaking cruel words with a smile. "I've always been curious what exactly motivated Uruka to treat you the way he does. I don't understand why he took such good care of you. Did he think the nine tails inside you wouldn't go berserk?" "So?" Uzumaki Naruto looked incredulously at the person in front of him. "Is this the reason he has been ostracized by the people in the village?" Mizuki gently caressed the shocked and frightened face of Uzumaki Naruto, continuing, "So I plan to try using the technique recorded in the scroll of seals to unseal the nine tails inside you and let Uruka witness another Kyuubi calamity." "Mizuki!" A sudden panic rose in Yumino Uruka's heart. "Actually, this is quite difficult." Mizuki looked at Yumino Uruka, smiling and saying, "Because only the Hokage can keep." Mizuki looked at Yumino Uruka, smiling and saying, "Because only the Hokage can keep the scroll of seals, and it's impossible to obtain through any other means. Fortunately, I received a piece of news." "What news?" Yumino Uruka stared intensely at Mizuki. "You should know the source of the news." Mizuki glanced at Yumino Uruka, then at Uzumaki Naruto. "Remember when you attended the birthday party of Hokage's assistant, Akihara Kagura? There was a spy sent by Orochimaru at that party, and I got a piece of news from there. The higher-ups in the village seem to have planned that if Uzumaki Naruto couldn't pass the test, they would teach him a forbidden jutsu recorded in the scroll of seals, the multiple shadow clone technique. This was an opportunity to get the scroll of seals. We've grown up together, and I know you're not good at academics. You definitely wouldn't be able to learn the forbidden jutsu from the scroll of seals on your own. You would need to bring out the scroll of seals to teach Naruto, so I tentatively took you and Naruto to try and take the scroll of seals, never expecting that the person in charge would actually give it to you." Yumino Uruka's heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cave. Even Uruka had never imagined that Mizuki would hear this news, and even deceived himself into thinking that Mizuki had received the same orders. And the result? Mizuki managed to get his hands on the scroll of seals, this childhood friend whose thoughts were so deep. Yumino Uruka had never thought that Mizuki could be this kind of person. "Now I've got the scroll of seals." Mizuki spread his palms open, looking down at the scroll of seals under his feet, then at Uzumaki Naruto by his side, and bared his teeth, revealing a ferocious smile. As long as I learn the techniques from the Scroll of Seals and use them to release the Nine-Tails seal on Naruto, I can make Konoha recall the fear of the Nine-Tails incident 12 years ago. Why would you do such a thing? Yumino Uruka looked at Mizuki, biting his teeth and struggling to lunge forward despite his pain. Why would you do this? You should know the terror of the Nine-Tails as well. Of course, I know, Mizuki nodded, yet kicked Naruto, who was still stunned by his side, and retorted. Then why do you care about this brat? You clearly know he is the Nine-Tails fox. You know the terror of the Nine-Tails. Even saw your own parents die in the Nine-Tails incident 12 years ago. Why not think of a way to kill him? Uruka fell silent. This Chunin teacher saw the bewildered and panicked look in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes and suddenly smiled. Naruto is not the fox. He is different. He is an outstanding student recognized by me. The disaster 12 years ago was not his fault. Naruto has always been an innocent child. That kid is neither smart nor cunning, but he can focus very intently on one thing. He is a very outstanding student, recognized by many, not just me. Teacher Uruka, Naruto looked at his teacher in a daze. This is what I hate the most about you. Mizuki coldly interrupted the teacher-student interaction, making no secret of his disdain. Always acting like a good teacher, as if you are the only suitable teacher in all of Konoha. When the village revoked my teaching qualification, but let you into the ninja academy. Uruka looked at his friend, unable to speak, and trembled as he began. Mizuki, we are friends, Shut up! Mizuki cut him off, his face full of disgust. Being friends with you was only because you were a weakling that could be used, but I never thought you would take the path I wanted. Every time I see that innocent expression of yours, I feel disgusted. Mizuki spread his hands as if they were claws, clasping and releasing. So I want to deal with you in the most painful way possible. I want you to understand your mistake. I want all of Konoha to know the mistake they have made. I want you all to regret the humiliation you've done to me. I will let everyone know I am the most talented ninja in Konoha. I want Lord Orochimaru to know I will help him destroy Konoha. I won't let you. Uzumaki Naruto leaped into the air, throwing a punch at Mizuki. Teacher Uruka treats you as a friend. How could you do this to him? I won't let you use me to destroy the village. Just a brat. Mizuki moved incredibly fast, almost instantly deflecting Uzumaki Naruto's arm and grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's neck. If it weren't for needing the 9 tails inside this brat, I could easily twist off your head with just a little effort. After saying that, Mizuki threw Uzumaki Naruto out, sitting carelessly beside the scroll of seals, flipping through it for the techniques he wanted. Mizuki was not at all worried about Uzumaki Naruto trying to escape, even coldly saying, "Brat, don't think about running away. No one in the village will notice this place. It's far from the village. This time you can't escape from the palm of my hand." Uruka's heart sank to the bottom. Especially Uruka, a Chunin, he knew how strong Mizuki was in front of him. Neither he nor Uzumaki Naruto were his match. Uruka never thought Mizuki could be so terrifying, not only far surpassing his peers in strength, but also possessing a cunning that far exceeds ordinary people, considering everything before carrying out this conspiracy, if no accidental factors intervened. Once Mizuki mastered the techniques from the Scroll of Seals, he would certainly cause the 9 tails disturbance. At this moment, we must not give up. We cannot let the 9 tails disturbance happen in Konoha again, even if it costs our lives. However, Uruka was pierced by several shurikens and couldn't even stand up, possibly dying there at any moment. Fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto, this naive kid, still knew to care for him and rushed over to inquire about his teacher. "Teacher Uruka, how are you?" "Naruto." Yumino Uruka looked at Uzumaki Naruto, then glanced at Mizuki not far away and finally realized he had no choice but to place his hope in the student before him. "Do you still remember your dream?" "Of course. I want to become the Hokage. To become the greatest Hokage." Uzumaki Naruto's unyielding dream was to become a Hokage who surpasses all previous Hokage, to be acknowledged by everyone. "So," Yumino Uruka looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said softly, "Are you prepared to sacrifice your life for this, just like the 4th Hokage did 12 years ago during the 9 tails attack, sacrificing his life to save the village? Do you have such determination?" "Yes." Uzumaki Naruto bit his lip with a resolute expression. "Then, it's time." Yumino Uruka looked at Uzumaki Naruto with an unprecedented seriousness. "Now, we must stop Mizuki from learning to break the seal. Did you see the technique of multiple shadow clone jutsu? That's a powerful technique, capable of creating many clones. If you can use that technique, you can stop Mizuki from using you to cause the 9 tails disturbance." But Uzumaki Naruto hesitated, doubting his own talent. Yumino Uruka looked at the student before him and said solemnly, "If you want to steadfastly do something, you must be prepared to risk your life, believing that you can achieve it. Naruto, do you have the determination to protect Konoha at all costs?" Besides learning that technique, they really had no other choice. Uzumaki Naruto's other techniques were not up to standard, only his physical testing and stamina were decent, but facing Mizuki, just a few shuriken could block his path of escape. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth, raised his fingers, and struggled to recall the multiple shadow clone jutsu he had seen. Ninjutsu multiple shadow clone jutsu. Perhaps this technique was inherently compatible with him, or perhaps it was his resolve at the moment, but when Uzumaki Naruto raised his fingers and let the chakra flow within him, countless shadow clones appeared beside him. Naruto! A severely injured Yumino Uruka's face lit up with joy. Naruto succeeded. This meant Mizuki's conspiracy had encountered an unexpected setback. Mizuki, as if just realizing what was happening, turned around only to see countless Uzumaki Naruto clones surrounding him, his body involuntarily trembling. These numerous clones gave Uzumaki Naruto tremendous confidence, believing that so many could overcome Mizuki and resolve the crisis of the Nine Tails disturbance. "Brat! You think this will defeat me? Let's see then." Countless clones pounced towards Mizuki. With Mizuki being overwhelmed by a group of clones, the crisis that could have sparked another Nine Tails disturbance was destined to end, or rather, its outcome was predetermined from the start. Outside the training ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen, hiding nearby and holding a pipe in his mouth, looked on with rare satisfaction, nodding to Akihara Kagura beside him. "This time it was indeed well done, but how did you convince Mizuki?" "It was simple." Akihara Kagura did not mention at all that he allowed Tendo Shisui to use shadows to manipulate Mizuki. Instead, he reached out and pulled out Mizuki's confession. "As long as he agrees to act well, I might consider leaving him a whole corpse, considering his mistake is serious enough to warrant interrogation." "This is..." Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon seeing the list of crimes written by Mizuki himself, had some predictions in his heart. It turns out that the teammate Mizuki reported as dead due to injuries was killed by him. At that time, I thought disregarding a teammate's life and death already made him unfit to be a teacher, but I didn't expect him to go to such lengths, even killing his own teammate. As Sarutobi Hiruzen continued reading, when he saw the last part about colluding with Orochimaru, he sighed softly. "Orochimaru, this guy indeed becomes the greatest danger to Konoha." "Yes," Akihara Kagura nodded, then suddenly said, "However, Teacher Jiraiya thinks Lord Danzo is the most dangerous." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, unable to speak. "Both Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo are dangers to Konoha." "Both Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo are dangers to Konoha." "Let's go." Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and said, "Let's go back to rest early. Tomorrow we still have to discuss the division of these graduates and the selection of Jonin instructors." "What about the Scroll of Seals?" Akihara Kagura looked at the Scroll of Seals, curiously asking, "What techniques are written in the Scroll of Seals? Are there stronger techniques?" "No." Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately dismissed Akihara Kagura's thought, saying solemnly, "The Scroll of Seals is just some forbidden techniques left by the second Hokage. Its power is far less than the first Hokage would release. It's not worth your time to learn. The forbidden techniques not only have no learning value, but might even lead Akihara Kagura astray. The techniques involve using living people as sacrifices, and Akihara Kagura is not particularly concerned about life. Sarutobi Hiruzen plans to have Anbu come to retrieve the Scroll of Seals as soon as he returns. He doesn't want Akihara Kagura to see the contents of the Scroll of Seals. However, Akihara Kagura wouldn't care, because when arranging for the Scroll of Seals, letting his subordinates see the contents of the Scroll of Seals is enough, as long as the subordinates can recount the names of the techniques and their simple contents, without needing the numerous steps and even pictures for learning. Inside the training ground, Anbu ninjas and root ninjas entered one after another. The ninjas from the two divisions seemed to have an understanding among them. Tenzo led the Anbu ninjas in charge of retrieving the Scroll of Seals, while Karin led the root ninjas in charge of retrieving Mizuki. "Karin!" Uzumaki Naruto was happy to see Karin, boasting a little, "I beat a bad guy." Got it. Karin took out a small vial of blood, fed it to Yumino Uruka, and casually praised Naruto. "Anyway, you did well tonight." For Karin, as long as Akihara Kagura's script went without a hitch, Naruto's actions were deemed satisfactory. Unfortunately, not many people witnessed this act. "Naruto!" Yumino Uruka felt his wounds had healed and gave his student a thumbs up, suggesting, "Let's go eat ramen to celebrate your graduation." "Hey, can I graduate now?" "Of course." Uruka messed up his hair and praised him earnestly. "You're a hero of the village, just like the fourth Hokage who stopped the Nine Tails crisis." The pair walked towards the village. Only Mizuki was left lying on the ground, lifeless. "Should this guy be killed?" Someone glanced at Mizuki, who had been used up. Karin couldn't be bothered with Mizuki and waved his hand. "Kill this guy, he knows too much." Also, publicize his attempt to incite the Nine Tails crisis and how Uzumaki Naruto stopped him. Inside Konoha, the news of Mizuki attempting to incite the Nine Tails crisis was exposed, causing a major uproar. All villagers were shocked by Mizuki's thoughts. Fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto defeated Mizuki. What was he thinking? Did he really want to unleash the Nine Tails fox? Did that demon fox Uzumaki Naruto actually do something good? But this was also caused by him, right? If it weren't for him, the village wouldn't have to worry about such crises all the time. That's not entirely true, is it? After all, the demon fox kid did a great deed this time. Opinions within Konoha were polarized. Some villagers believed Uzumaki Naruto saved the village and wasn't a bad kid at heart. Some villagers believed Uzumaki Naruto saved the village and wasn't a bad kid at heart. Others still saw Naruto, the host of the Nine Tails, as a potential threat that could be exploited in the future. However, Uzumaki Naruto's situation has improved a lot compared to the past. This incident improved Uzumaki Naruto's reputation significantly, with some villagers no longer looking at him with cold eyes. At least he gained some people's recognition. Uzumaki Naruto was the real beneficiary. Meanwhile, Akihara Kagura, the unsung hero working behind the scenes, didn't gain much, only receiving a mission reward and some sealing techniques from the Scroll of Seal. System prompt: let Uzumaki Naruto know the truth about the past, enable Naruto to learn the multi-shadow clone technique for successful graduation, prevent Mizuki from getting the Scroll of Seals, and fulfill Yumino Uruka's duty as a teacher. Mission completed. Reward: Combined Nature Transformations. Combined Nature Transformations allows for the condensation of 2 or more types of elemental chakra within the body and the simultaneous release of 2 or more different types of chakra combined together into Combined Nature Transformations. Doesn't it seem a bit illogical? Even the third Hokage couldn't perform such Combined Nature Transformations, could he? Akihara Kagura had witnessed the third Hokage's Combined Nature Transformations, which involved releasing one jutsu followed by another to create a Combined Nature Transformations. Akihara Kagura raised his hand, forming a seal, and a small water dragon with lightning encircled his arm. Does this mean he could directly release a combination of lightning release and water release chakra to form a lightning water dragon bullet? If one must say it's useful, this method indeed proves to be effective, enabling Akihara Kagura to perform a complex ninjutsu that far surpasses the third Hokage. Just by mentioning it, one can acknowledge that Akihara Kagura has already surpassed the third Hokage. If one insists on dismissing its utility, Akihara Kagura had even mastered a dust release composed of 3 types of chakra. No, that's not right. This technique is indeed useful. Akihara Kagura waved his hand to disperse the lightning water dragon bullet, lifting his palm as a flame slowly burned on his desk. The wood on the desk was not consumed by the fire, but was instantaneously decomposed into atoms by the hidden dust release chakra within. This move is really great. Akihara Kagura couldn't help but marvel at the usefulness of this Combined Nature Transformations, which allowed him to employ a wider variety of techniques and even gave him hope for another idea, such as releasing dust release from the palms of the true several thousand hands in the future. This time, although the mission was troublesome, the reward turned out to be quite good. However, the real gain was yet to come. The forbidden jutsu recorded in the Scroll of Seals were quite terrifying. Akihara Kagura had Karin, who was stationed beside the Scroll of Seals at that time, secretly browse and record the techniques, relaying the names and effects of each to him. Spirit Transformation Technique, Konoha's S-rank Soul Secret Technique, which allows one to freely control their spirit body's separation from their physical body, enabling the spirit body to directly enter an enemy's body to kill them. The spirit body can also sense other people's souls, no matter how far away, and its strength is related to the user's spiritual energy. This technique allows for the spirit body to leave the body. This kind of technique is simply beyond the scope of ninjutsu. After learning this technique, Akihara Kagura had just considered himself to have acquired a powerful weapon when he discovered a technique capable of countering spiritualization. Soul imprisonment technique can imprison a person's soul, preventing the soul from leaving their body and delaying the person's death. This soul imprisonment technique must have been invented by the second Hokage, Tabarama. This technique can delay a person's death, yet also imprison the user of the spirit transformation technique. The second Hokage, Tabarama Senju, truly is the most terrifying developer in the ninja world, always seeming to invent some bizarre forbidden jutsu. Mutually multiplying explosive tags, an infinite explosion ninjutsu, a single explosive tag can continuously summon more explosive tags to carry out targeted explosions on the enemy until the target is eliminated. This technique makes one hesitate to approach. Its power and cost are incomparable. For Akihara Kagura, this technique is indeed unnecessary. 8 Gates Released Formation. By unlocking the chakra points within the human body, it temporarily grants immense strength by opening the body's restraints. Fully opening all 8 gates can instantly grant power surpassing the 5 cage, but it also leads to death due to life force exhaustion. 8 Gates Released Formation. The legendary strongest physical technique. This is the most suitable technique for Akihara Kagura, who even thought of combining it with his unique technique after obtaining his main Jikayo Sharingan. For instance, the 8 Gates Released Formation in front of him. Although fully opening the gates might result in death, Akihara Kagura's main Jikayo. Akihara Kagura's main Jikayo Sharingan techniques, the left eye's Tsukayomi, which can pull people into a world of illusion, and the right eye's Yomi, which can turn his own damage into a dream within 10 minutes. This means Akihara Kagura can activate Yomi in advance to neutralize the negative effects brought by the 8 Gates Released Formation, a physical technique capable of standing up to enemies at the level of the 6 paths. Besides this taboo physical technique, there are also some unique genjutsu and sealing techniques. Bringer of Darkness technique, a high-level genjutsu that affects vision, creating a dark environment that instantly deprives enemies of light. Only the user and their teammates can see within the environment. A bit of a pity. This genjutsu can only deprive vision. 4 Red Yang Formation requires 4 individuals with cage-level chakra to stand at 4 corners and release the technique simultaneously, forming a barrier from all 4 directions. The barrier's strength is extremely robust, preventing outside individuals from entering and those inside from escaping. This technique is a must-learn for the Hokage. Apart from the Hokage's aides and advisors can also learn it because it requires 4 people to use it. Saruto by Hizen never requested Akihara Kagura to learn because Konoha had never encountered an enemy that required the 4 Red Yang Formation to deal with, allowing Akihara Kagura, the strongest combat force, to suppress all crises in Konoha. 4 Symbol Seal, originating from the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, utilizing the cycle of the 4 symbols to seal away evil chakra. This seal leaves a mark on the target's body. Reaper Death Seal, an S-rank sealing jutsu that summons the Shinigami by completing hand seals, sealing the target inside the Shinigami's body. Once the Shinigami is summoned, a pact is made, and the Shinigami will consume the soul of the caster as well. All these are sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Originally, Akihara Kagura was not supposed to learn the Reaper Death Seal, but since he possessed the ability to be immune to death for 10 minutes through the limited Yomi, learning this technique was inconsequential. Of course, Akihara Kagura also did not intend to use it himself. This technique is only used as a last resort against enemies that cannot be dealt with, and currently there are no enemies that Akihara Kagura cannot handle in the ninja world. The technique of Reaper Death Seal itself is not important. What's truly important is the method to undo the Reaper Death Seal. Akihara Kagura considered that his first superior, Orochimaru, seems to be a candidate who could escape the Shinigami's pact and thought of finding a way to get Orochimaru's assistance in the future. Besides these techniques, there's another very important technique, the Edo Tensei technique. This technique requires Yakashi Kabuto to perfect it, but Yakashi Kabuto has just left Konoha, and Orochimaru cannot do without the information transmitted by Yakashi Kabuto. There's no need to rush this matter, because in the second half of this year's Chunin exam, Yakashi Kabuto will definitely return, and Akihara Kagura plans to have Karin join Yakashi Kabuto in passing the Chunin exam. Have you learned the techniques from the Scroll of Seals? Akihara Kagura casually asked Karin, reminding her, some techniques in there shouldn't be learned. Techniques like the Reaper Death Seal are not allowed. Got it? Got it, Karin nodded. The techniques in the Scroll of Seals are indeed very enticing. Even when Karin secretly browsed through the scroll of seals, she couldn't help but marvel at the powerful techniques within. Currently, she has only learned the multi-shadow clone jutsu. The Uzumaki clan, with their naturally abundant chakra, are very suited for the multi-shadow clone jutsu. By the way, Karin mentioned to Akihara Kagura after he was done with his work, the Ambu have reported, asking Lord Kagura to go to the Hokage Tower, it seems, to discuss this season's graduates. What's there to discuss? Akihara Kagura felt there wasn't much to discuss, just proceed with the allocation as originally planned. The third Hokage allocation method was quite reasonable. Inside the Hokage Tower, the list of this year's graduates has come out. Sarutobi Hiruzen has basically completed the allocation, choosing suitable Jonin instructors for each child based on their talents, including some not-so-minor troubles. The new generation of Ino Shika Cho, Team 10, instructed by Jonin Sarutobi Asuma, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino. The allocation of the new generation of Ino Shika Cho had no issues, as the Ino Shika Cho clans have been following the Sarutobi clan since the Warring States period, with his son Sarutobi Asuma being their Jonin instructor posing no issue. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura, instructed by Jonin Hade Kakashi. These kids were grouped together because Sarutobi Hizen had to do so based on their relationships. Although Karin from the root was more suitable than Haruno Sakura, unfortunately, Karin's strength exceeded her teammates, and Akihara Kagura, the leader of the root, was not willing to release her. The most troublesome was actually the team with the lowest presence. Hyuga Hinata, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, these children are all proficient in sensory abilities. I plan to group them into Team 8, with the newly promoted Jonin Yuhai Kurenai as their instructor, but Hyuga Hinata comes from the Hyuga main family. Sarutobi Hizen, upon Akihara Kagura's arrival, presented his dilemma. You also have a certain understanding of the Hyuga clan situation. We need someone to inquire about the attitude of the Hyuga clan head, Hayashi Hyuga, to see if he is willing to let his daughter join Team 8. After all, they highly value the protection of the main family, and the Hyuga clan has its unique training methods. This is characteristic of the prestigious ninja clans. After all, the Hyuga clan possesses the Byakugan, a source of indispensable sensory ninjas for Konoha, and most of the time, the Hyuga clan cooperates well with the Konoha higher-ups. The status of the Hyuga clan's main family is of great importance. Once a member of the main family encounters problems while carrying out missions, it could very likely lead to the dispersion of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan bloodline trait. Sarutobi Hiruzen was worried that the Hyuga clan might have some objections. Originally, this matter should have been inquired by Hyuga Hinata's future mentor, Yuhai Kurenai. However, Kurenai's status was not quite sufficient, hoping that Akihara Kagura would help inquire if the Hyuga clan had any special arrangements for Hyuga Hinata. Akihara Kagura glanced at Yuhai Kurenai, who stood in the office looking somewhat nervous. She was newly promoted to Jonin, directly becoming a mentoring Jonin. What about the result? Akihara Kagura looked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, do you wish for the Hyuga clan to be willing or unwilling to let Hyuga Hinata join Team 8? You go ask. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe, saying gravely, we need to consider their opinion, not force them to agree. What does Lord Hokage think? Akihara Kagura still stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. My opinion. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, then spoke his mind. The child, Hyuga Hinata, may be somewhat timid, which might be related to her family environment. Perhaps a change of environment would be better for her. That makes things easier. Akihara Kagura nodded, expressing his thought. If Lord Hokage wishes for Hyuga Hinata to join Team 8 and the Hyuga clan is unwilling, I can persuade them to agree. Oh! Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing Akihara Kagura willing to act gently, nodded in rare satisfaction. Do not use violent means, do not intimidate Hyuga Hizashi. The Hyuga clan are companions in the village. Don't worry, I have a mature idea, no need for me to take action. Akihara Kagura, thinking of the intelligence he had heard, proposed his idea. I heard that among the last batch of graduates, there was a kid named Hyuga Neji who seems to deeply despise the main family of the Hyuga clan. I can entice him to annihilate the entire Hyuga clan, leaving only Hyuga Hinata as the sole survivor. This way, Hyuga Hinata would be able to join Team 8, and she would become stronger. Yuhai Kurenai was startled by Akihara Kagura's idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen, listening, couldn't help but worry. This plan eerily reminded him of something familiar, as if someone had done something similar. Isn't this Shimura Danzo's tactic? The former leader of the Root Division, Shimura Danzo, had utilized Uchiha Itachi to annihilate the Uchiha clan. This generation's leader of Root is becoming more and more like Danzo. I merely wished for Hyuga Hinata to join Team 8, to allow that somewhat timid child to change environments and become stronger, not to turn her into an orphan to become utterly strong. Perhaps I should talk to Hyuga Hisashi myself. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a worried look, put down his smoking pipe and assigned another task to Akihara Kagura. You should take Hajike Kakashi, the mentoring Jonin of Team 7, to understand the family situations of his future students. You two are old friends. All right, Akihara Kagura accepted the task. System prompt, new work task. Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompany Hajike Kakashi on home visits to understand the family situations of the future Team 7 students. This task is quite simple. Since Team 7 has 3 students, 2 of the students are orphans. Actually, if Hajike Kakashi really wanted to visit the elders or parents of the 2 orphans, Akihara Kagura wasn't without a way. It's just, the method is slightly hellish. Haruno Sakura is easy to deal with, her parents are alive. Then I will take Hajike Kakashi to track down Uchiha Itachi. Akihara Kagura, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, volunteered. Although Uchiha Itachi is an S-rank rogue ninja of the village, he is ultimately the only guardian of Uchiha Sasuke, his brother. We still need to ask him about his brother's graduation assignment. There's no need to be so forceful. Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead twitched. As for Naruto, Akihara Kagura hesitated, then continued. Last year I heard there was a conflict between Orochimaru and the Akatsuki organization, resurrecting a deceased ninja. I'll capture Orochimaru. I said there's no need to force it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling a headache, massaged his forehead and said, just meet with people in the village, meet with the living.